U.S. Trotskyism 1928–1965. Part 2, Endurance. The Coming American Revolution. Dissident Marxism in the United States, Volume 3. Edited by Paul L. E. Blanc, Brian Palmer, Thomas Bias. Chapter I. Introduction, The Coming American Revolution. Paul L. E. Blanc. This is the second of 3 volumes gathering together documentary materials on the Trotskyist movement, a small but sometimes influential political current, arising out of the earlier socialist and communist movements. It was a political current powerfully influenced by such global revolutionaries as Karl Marx, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, and especially Leon Trotsky, whose ideas the authors of the writings presented here did their best to utilize for the purpose of understanding and changing the world around them. 1. To understand the nature of a revolutionary organization, Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci once speculated on how the history of such an organization might be written. A simple narrative of the internal life of a political organization, focusing on the first groups that bring it into being, the ideological controversies through which its program and conception of the world are formed, will provide only an account of certain intellectual groups or even the political biography of a single personality, but will not provide an adequate understanding of the political party. To develop such an understanding, much more is required. The history will have to be written of a particular mass of men who have followed the founders of the party, sustained them with their trust, loyalty, and discipline, or criticized them realistically by dispersing or remaining passive before certain initiative and. But will this mass be made up solely of members of the party? Will it be sufficient to follow the congresses, the votes, etc., that is to say the whole nexus of activities and modes of existence through which the mass following of the party manifests its will? Clearly it will be necessary to take some account of the social group of which the party in question is the expression and the most advanced element. The history of a party, in other words, can only be the history of a particular social group. But this group is not isolated, it has friends, kindred groups, opponents, enemies. The history of any given party can only emerge from the complex portrayal of the totality of society and state, often with international ramifications too. Hence it may be said that to write the history of a party means nothing less than to write the general history of a country from a monographic viewpoint, in order to highlight a particular aspect of it. A party will have had greater or less significance and weight precisely to the extent to which its particular activity has been more or less decisive in determining a country's history. 2. This volume provides some of the raw materials for such an account, and historians of the left may want to make use of it as they seek to develop such historical monographs. At the same time, it could be argued that much of the writing reproduced here can, simply taken by itself, shed some light on the history of the United States, as well as the history of the world, with insights that might be useful in understanding aspects of our own times, and perhaps even future possibilities. In the first half of the period reflected here, many of the American Trotskyists are convinced, though a growing number are beginning to doubt, that the coming American Revolution is actually about to unfold, if not already in the process of unfolding. The second half of the period covered in this volume reflects the consequences of that failed perspective. Many have scoffed at the very notion of a coming American Revolution as a utopian delusion. At the end of his life, in 1974, James P. Cannon was interviewed by Sidney Lenz, an independent left-wing writer and activist, and himself a one-time Trotskyist. Lenz challenged, "Do you anticipate a revolution in America in the near future?" Cannon responded, "It depends on what you mean by near," and then added, "I say anything is possible in this century in the years that are left of it." That's 26 years. When Lenz commented that this did not sound very optimistic, Cannon said, "I don't want to make any categorical statements, but I say we're living in a time when capitalism is plunging toward its climactic end." To which Lenz asked, "Didn't you say that in the 30s? Cannon responded, "I did, yes." Lenz, "And in the 40s? Cannon, "And in the 40s. At which point Lenz commented, "I mean, that must sound like something peculiar when you say it every decade." To which Cannon countered, "But when you stop to think, the history of humanity is a very long one, isn't it? And a quarter of a century is only an instant in the history of the human race. I see one crisis piling upon another. I don't think the capitalists have ever been in such a jam in this country as they are right now, both politically and economically." 3. The certainty of the coming revolution, however, seemed far more vibrant to many in the early to mid-1994 OS. The freshness of 1930s radicalism had not yet faded, and Trotsky's prediction of militant upsurges that the Second World War would bring still echoed, with genuine urgency, in comrades' ears. And to those who lost heart and could no longer believe in the coming American Revolution, the stubborn adherents could respond that one must be guided by the long view of history. The attentive reader will note that Chapter 6 in this volume is not like the others. It is much, much longer and includes more excerpted and abridged material than usual. The chapter deals with the relatively momentous split in the SWP and the Fourth International in the early 1950s, a development which sheds much light on the nature and development of the Trotskyist movement, and one about which conflicting interpretations and bitter polemics have swirled for years. Rather than devoting an entire volume to it, or offering an overly truncated account, we are seeking a middle path. This is thanks to the immense labors of Brian Palmer, who has sought to provide a representative sampling of these highly revealing documents. Of those excerpted or abridged, most can be found in their entirety online. Given the complexity and centrality of this rupture, it makes sense that Brian also presents this material with a more substantial interpretive introduction than is the case with the other chapters. Naturally, more than one interpretation can be gleaned from the material he presents, which is always the case with a serious historian. Readers should bear in mind the concluding comment from the first volume of this documentary trilogy. Naturally, although all of the editors share a common sympathy for the Trotskyist movement, there are different takes one or another of us may have on both minor and major questions, and in our signed introductions none of us presumes to speak for all of us. That holds for all 3 volumes, including the present introductory essay. The development of American capitalism has always been intimately bound up with international developments, from the first European explorers representing the tentative probe of a rising merchant capitalism, to the establishment in the Americas of the European great powers' rival colonial mercantile empires, to the development of the slave trade that was a key element, as well, in the triumph of the Industrial Revolution, slave-based cotton plantations supplying the English textile industry's dark satanic mills. Both the American Revolution of 1775–83 and the American Civil War of 1861–65 were part of the global sweep of bourgeois democratic revolutions. Industrialization and trade connected and transformed increasing numbers of peoples and cultures on all inhabited continents. The American working class was composed, and periodically recomposed, of immigrant waves generated by the push and pull dynamics of the world capitalist economy. Capitalist developments and class struggles in the British Isles, Friday Janes, Genany, and elsewhere had an impact on and found reflection in what was happening in the United States. And the United States, as it grew into the foremost industrial and imperial power, itself had a profound impact on international developments. The understanding of such international dynamics resulted in the creation of the first 3 working-class internationals, the International Workingmen's Association, 1864–76, led by Karl Marx, the Socialist International, 1889–1914, and the Communist International, 1919–43. In each case, momentous developments of international importance provoked crises that resulted in decline but also created the basis for new advances. The revolutionary Paris Commune of 1871, and the brutal repression generated by this heroic but ill-fated workers' government, frightened away trade union moderates and led to a furious split between anarchists and socialists in the First International. On the other hand, a self-consciously socialist Second International, representing mass parties and left-wing trade unions, soon took shape. The weaknesses and divisions within this increasingly reformist-dominated Second International became evident when the eruption of the First World War literally tore it apart. But revolutionary Marxists and working-class militants, in the wake of the devastating World War, and deeply inspired by the creation of a Soviet Republic in Russia, built the Third International. These three internationals, and also the world historic events with which they were connected, had a profound impact on the development of the left wing of the workers' movement, and on the development of class consciousness, in the United States. The degeneration and collapse of the Third International as a revolutionary force, and the realities with which this was connected, had no less of an effect. The accumulation of working-class defeats in Europe, Italy, Hungary, Germany, Austria, Spain, and in China, coupled with the rise of fascism and Nazism, combined with the murderous, totalitarian corruption of Stalinism in the USSR and the world communist movement, and the approach of a new, more massive round of imperialist slaughter that was the Second World War, all of this necessarily undermined the strength of the working-class left, just as surely as revolutionary victories of the Chinese, German, or Spanish workers' movements would have generated soaring morale and renewed self-confidence. 6. The seeming collapse of capitalism in the 1930s did not result in the working class coming to power in any country of the world, but the Great Depression did generate working class upsurges in many countries, in some cases forcing through important social reforms beneficial to working people, such as the right to form unions, the winning of higher wages and other employment benefits, as well as unemployment insurance, social security, etc. It also helped the more powerful capitalists to eliminate less efficient practices and competitors, resulting in a strengthened capitalism. More than this, it encouraged the competing capitalist classes to expand their overseas operations, compelling them to harmonize their different interests, or, when this proved impossible, to turn to militarism and war. The Stalinist and Social Democratic leaderships of the labor movements in the democratic capitalist countries of Western Europe and North America led the workers' organizations into a far-reaching alliance with their country's capitalist classes during World War XI. 7. Small groups of workers and intellectuals throughout the world sought to preserve perspectives that had infused the revolutionary wing of the young Second International and the original founders of the Third International. They joined with Trotsky to form the Fourth International, which was formally proclaimed in 1938. 4 years earlier Trotsky had expressed his hopes and fears regarding the future Fourth International. It may be constituted in the process of the struggle against fascism and the victory gained over it. But it may also be formed considerably later, in a number of years, in the midst of the ruins and the accumulation of debris following upon the victory of fascism and war. After the founding of this World Party of Socialist Revolution, Trotsky optimistically predicted that the coming Second World War would generate an even greater wave of militant working-class insurgency than had been the case with the First World War. Working-class revolutions would sweep away Stalinism in the USSR and would also break the power of the capitalists in the advanced industrial countries. The new generation of workers whom the war will impel onto the road of revolution will take their place under our banner, he asserted on the eve of his death in 1940. 8. Things turned out differently. The devastation of World War II did generate revolutionary upsurges throughout the colonial and semi-colonial countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. But Stalinism took a renewed hold on life in the post-war period. It seemed as solid as ever in the USSR, given the immense authority gained through the Great Patriotic War which drove back and destroyed the Nazi aggressor. Stalinism also took advantage of radical ferment in Eastern Europe to establish its hold on this area, setting up Communist Party dictatorships loyal to the USSR, to form a buffer zone between the USSR and its erstwhile wartime allies of the capitalist West. In the capitalist countries of Western Europe, devastated by war, masses of workers flocked to the already existing communist, social democratic, and labor parties. To prevent the loss of these lands, the unquestioned New World Power, the United States of America, established the Marshall Plan to rebuild the economies of Europe on a firm capitalist basis. A North Atlantic Treaty Organization was fashioned to prevent the Soviet Red Army from expanding further westward, but also, and no less important, to prevent indigenous revolutionaries from replacing weakened bourgeois regimes with new workers' republics. The reformist Social Democratic and Labour parties, still loyal to a reconstituted Second International, decided to forge a firm alliance with what was left of their own capitalist classes, and with us imperialism, as the Cold War set in. The world seemed divided between capitalist versus communist superpowers, the Free World Bloc, which included many right-wing dictatorships, led by the US versus the Iron Curtain countries, with Stalinist dictatorships but post-capitalist economies, led by the USSR. Anti-imperialist and anti-colonial ferment in the Third World countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America created an equivocal and more or less left nationalist neutralist bloc. The revolutionary stirrings in the Third World and the renewed power of Social Democratic and Labour parties in Western Europe, not to mention massive communist parties in Italy and France, gave many hope that positive possibilities existed to move beyond capitalism. But this was largely overshadowed by the fact that world politics appeared to be locked into a grim superpower confrontation that threatened to spiral into a new world war, an especially devastating prospect since both sides had developed nuclear weapons. 9. This complex situation, combined with the obvious incorrectness of Trotsky's prediction regarding post-war realities, generated sharp controversies inside the Fourth International, and also among Trotskyists in the United States, where two major Trotskyist formations had come into being in 1940, the Socialist Workers' Party led by James P. Cannon, and the Workers' Party, WP, led by Max Shachtman. Shachtman's group had argued that the Soviet Union under the Stalin regime had been transformed into a new oppressive social system, bureaucratic collectivism, which was no better than capitalism, requiring that the workers and oppressed must cohere into a revolutionary third camp independent of both systems. The SWP, on the other hand, continued to argue for Trotsky's position, that the social system in the Soviet Union contained progressive features won by the 1917 revolution, the foundations of a nationalized and planned economy, that must be defended from both imperialist threats posed by world capitalism and also the corrupt and murderous Stalinist bureaucratic dictatorship, ultimately through a political revolution inside the USSR. But both the Workers' Party and the Socialist Workers' Party shared the view that a post-World War II revolutionary upsurge would set things right, bringing a global revolutionary upsurge that would sweep away Stalinism, imperialism, and capitalism. A majority of the WP quickly perceived that a superpower Cold War confrontation was pushing Trotsky's revolutionary scenario to the margins. Elements within the Shachtman group, and finally Shachtman himself and a majority of his comrades, concluded that the bureaucratic collectivist tyranny was not no better than capitalism, but in fact was worse, with no impending revolutionary wave to dislodge it. This generated a drift into social democratic reformism and a reluctant but increasingly firm alignment with the anti-communist West. Within the SWP, an initial fissure opened up as a small group that included Albert Goldman, Felix Morrow, and Trotsky's secretary Jean van Heijenoort, using various pseudonyms, perceptively challenged the initial revolutionary optimism to which the party majority still adhered. They pointed to the actual developments that were beginning to unfold, and they pulled in a direction similar to that of the Shachtman current. In fact, however, for them it soon led to an abandonment of revolutionary politics altogether. It was in resistance to such pressures that Cannon and his co-thinkers staked out an orientation that rejected such adaptations to the non-revolutionary developments, reflected in his The Coming American Revolution. 10. Within the Shachtman group, a distinctive and remarkable cluster that had gathered around CLR. James and Raya Dunayevskaya, known as the Johnson Forest Tendency, responded with enthusiasm to this stance, breaking from the WP in order to throw themselves into the SWP. Their own analysis of the Soviet Union, that its socio-economic formation was actually a form of capitalism, state capitalism, had cut across the theoretical dynamic at work among the Shachtmanites, but it also differentiated them from their newfound comrades in the SWP. What's more, the harsh realities behind the pessimistic devolution of the Goldman-Morrow Group continued to bear down on the SWP. There were multiplying pressures to choose sides in the global Cold War confrontation, and the orthodox position calling for critical defense of the Soviet Union inevitably stirred internal polemics, as did a growing inertia in the face of the seeming evaporation of revolutionary or class struggle possibilities within the United States. Within 4 years the Johnson-Forrest Group fled from the SWP, breaking explicitly and definitively from Trotskyism, with high expectations, only to find themselves blocked and fragmented by the overarching political and socio-economic realities afflicting the world Trotskyist movement. Those who remained in that world movement continued to wrestle with the question of how best to apply their revolutionary principles and convictions to the often confusing and increasingly difficult swirl of reality, as the 1940s gave way to the 1950s. Some of the European leaders of the Fourth International, the central one being Michel Pablo, predicted a Third World War, with the Stalinist-led labor movement and bureaucratized workers' states on one side and US imperialism on the other. In such a situation, they believed, the Fourth International must critically support the Stalinists. Trotskyists should recognize, they asserted, that the path to socialism would probably lie through an extended period of Stalinist-led deformed workers' states which would eventually become democratized partly through the work, on the inside, of the Trotskyists. They argued that Trotskyists should not maintain an independent, sectarian small group existence, but instead should carry out a deep entry into the mass workers' movements led by either the Stalinists or the Social Democrats. Seeking to impose a fairly rigid conception of international democratic centralism, some of these leaders attempted to bring all the parties of the Fourth International into line with this general outlook. The world Trotskyist movement was split by this issue. A minority in the SWP, in part agreeing with Pablo's perspectives, but in part feeling deeply demoralized by the disappointment of earlier revolutionary expectations, initiated a factional struggle in the US which resulted in a large section of the party's trade unionists and other valuable cadres leaving the organization. The SWP majority, led by Cannon, helped to spearhead a struggle inside the Fourth International against what they saw as Pablo's adaptation to Stalinism and tendency to liquidate the program and organization of the world Trotskyist movement. This crisis and the 1953 fissure in the Fourth Internationalist forces, both in the US and worldwide, greatly weakened the morale and capacity for effective political action of us Trotskyists. Even after the reunification of the Fourth International in 1963, scars and partly unhealed wounds remained from the 1953 split. 11. The rise and fall of high Stalinism. Decisive in the split and partial reunification were the rise and fall of what has sometimes been characterized as high Stalinism or late Stalinism. 12. The USSR under the bureaucratic dictatorship whose central figure was Joseph Stalin had not only survived the German Nazi onslaught of 1941-2, which killed over 25 million people out of a population of 200 million, but from 1943 to 1945 broke the back of Hitler's war machine. The Soviet Red Army, combined with heroic underground resistance forces indigenous to the various occupied countries, among whom native communists were a major force, liberated Eastern and Central Europe from the Nazi occupiers. Stalin's authority and power soared, as the Soviet Union rebuilt itself in the post-war period. Along with and in confrontation to the United States, the USSR became a global superpower, as Communist Party dictatorships assumed control of East Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, Albania, and Yugoslavia. In Asia, communist-led revolutions and takeovers also triumphed in China, North Korea, and North Vietnam. Communist parties became influential and often politically powerful in a variety of other countries, in France, Italy, India, Indonesia, in the Middle East, in Latin America, and even in parts of Africa. For many workers, peasants, students, and intellectuals, the Stalinist variant of communism was seen as an unstoppable force for human liberation. On the other hand, the bureaucratic authoritarian and often brutal and murderous qualities of Stalinism had the opposite impact on many workers, peasants, students, and intellectuals, some of whom had initially responded to communism's positive appeal. 13. Within the USSR itself, high Stalinism was generating irrationalities and crises, economically, culturally, politically, from which, after the tyrant's death in 1953, his erstwhile comrades sought to free themselves. In the wake of Nikita Khrushchev's semi-secret/semi-open denunciation of some of Stalin's crimes in 1956, policies of liberalization and greater openness were initiated, although strictly within the parameters of maintaining bureaucratic control and Communist Party dictatorship. The collision of rising popular expectations with these authoritarian limits, perhaps most dramatically punctuated by the Hungarian Revolution of 1956, brutally repressed by Soviet military forces, contributed to an ongoing crisis, and a long-term fragmentation and erosion, of the world communism that had been shaped under Stalin's reign. As is evident in the pages of this volume and the next, such complex and contradictory developments powerfully impacted on us Trotskyists, among whom there developed divergent perspectives on how to interpret and respond to what was happening. Social process of deradicalization. There were additional problems that undermined the ability of the US Trotskyists to realize much of the potential that had been evident in the 1930s and 40s. One obvious reflection of the Cold War was the development of a far-reaching campaign of domestic anti-communism. During the Second World War, social democratic and Stalinist currents in the US, both of which enjoyed substantial influence in the American Federation of Labor, AFL, and the Congress of Industrial Organizations, CRO, had helped to rally militant and socially conscious working people to a broad patriotic, class collaborationist war effort against an expansionist foreign menace of German fascism and Japanese imperialism. This was facilitated by the earlier support which both had given to the Democratic Party's New Deal coalition for social reform headed by Franklin D. Roosevelt. Any notion that US capitalism was also imperialist and expansionistic, fostering a foreign policy counterposed to the interests of the workers, was not then consistently voiced by any organized force in the workers' movement except for the small number of Trotskyists. Developments during the New Deal and the Second World War periods, fraught as they were with left-wing and radical elements and potentialities, set the stage for a long-term deradicalization process. Frank Lovell, who lived through it, later reflected that World War I was like a chasm caused by an earthquake of unimaginable force. 14. Elaborating. The war changed the world. It changed almost everything about the world that we had known. It changed class relations among people around the world. And of course it left vast destruction and devastation in its wake. But this was the very condition needed for the recovery and expansion of the capitalist system. Capitalism as a world system gained renewed strength from the process of rebuilding. 1.5. The mindset fostered during the New Deal and the Second World War facilitated the enlistment of the bulk of organized labor into a bipartisan crusade against a new foreign menace, the USSR, and the world communist conspiracy. The moderates and social democrats inside the labor movement took the lead in advancing this perspective, while the trade unionists of the Communist Party, which for more than a decade had failed to build a working-class socialist base politically independent from the now fiercely anti-communist, Democratic Party liberals, suddenly found themselves isolated. Anti-communist hysteria and purges swept the labor movement, workplaces, educational institutions, and cultural life throughout American society, wrecking the organizations and obliterating the influence not only of the Communist Party but also of other left-wing currents, including the Trotskyists. Working people were intimidated, in many different ways, from giving serious consideration to any and all left-wing perspectives. 16. This dovetailed with a double erosion of the radical working class base that was also taking place. One aspect of the erosion was the fading out of immigrant radicalism, and of the vibrant working class ethnic subcultures, that had been so important to labor's left wing since the mid-19th century. The closing off of immigration in the 1920s combined with powerful cultural assimilationist dynamics. This, in turn, combined with another significant change, the fact that the working class struggles which had been led by radicals helped to make capitalist society a better place to live for many workers, so that, in fact, they came to have much more to lose than simply the chains of capitalist oppression. A Communist Party organizer with significant experience among foreign-born workers, Steve Nelson, described the realities he found in the late 1940s in a way that merits substantial quotation. We asked ourselves what was happening to the foreign-born in this country. Were they becoming integrated into American society? It was a fact of life, the older generation was not pulling the younger into the communist movement. Increasingly, first and second generations not only spoke different languages but also opted for different lifestyles. World War II was a watershed. Sons who went to high school and then served in the armed forces thought in far different terms than their fathers. Daughters who worked in the shipyards and electrical plants were a world away from their mothers' experiences with domestic service and boarders. Industrial workers after the war were no longer just pick and shovel men. Machine tenders who enjoyed the security provided by unions with established channels for collective bargaining could not occur. 13. The chronic insecurity of the pre-CIO era. Life was changing, and we had to urge the old ones to understand and accept it. But despite our recognition of these changing cultural patterns, we were limited in what we could offer, for we were still trying to present a socialist vision based on the model of the Soviet Union. The sons and daughters of immigrants, often far better educated than their parents, couldn't accept our claim that the Soviet, i.e. Stalinist model represented a better life. Although I experienced the changes in working class values and culture primarily in terms of the foreign-born community and their children, I can see now that the entire American working class was undergoing a transformation during and after the war. I was to learn this with a vengeance during the anti-communist hysteria of the 1950s. The party, which had historically been rooted in a heavily immigrant working class culture characterized by economic insecurity and political alienation, was unable to adjust to these changes. We could not evaluate the significance of the changing composition of the workforce and its new patterns of community life and consumption. In a sense, the activities of the left were undercutting the role of the left-wing fraternal groups in the ethnic community. Gains such as unemployment compensation and social security, as well as the greatly enhanced sense of security brought by the CIO unions, made the fraternal organization less necessary in meeting the needs of working people. At the same time, participation in the labor movement and especially the war effort, eased the process of acceptance into the mainstream of us culture of the foreign-born and their children. 17. While Nelson's focus here centers on how the Communist Party was affected, this has obvious significance beyond that. Life is not determined by consciousness, but consciousness by life, Marx and Engels had argued. 18. The description above traces the erosion of the material basis of class consciousness for an important sector of the American working class. It is also described in this 1953 discussion by James P. Cannon of developments within the once left-wing United Auto Workers Union, led by the ex-socialist Walter Reuther. It is now 16 years since the sit-down strikes made the new CIO union secure by the seniority clause. These 16 years of union security, and 13 years of uninterrupted war and post-war prosperity, have wrought a great transformation in the unprivileged workers who made the CIO. The pioneer militants of the CIO unions are 16 years older than they were in 1937. They are better off than the ragged and hungry sit-down strikers of 1937, and many of them are 16 times softer and more conservative. This privileged section of the unions, formerly the backbone of the left wing, is today the main social base of the conservative Reuther bureaucracy. They are convinced far less by Reuther's clever demagogy than by the fact that he really articulates their own conservatized moods and patterns of thought. Some of the best militants, the best stalwarts of the party in the old times, have been affected by their new environment. They see the old militants in the unions, who formerly cooperated with them, growing slower, more satisfied, more conservative. They still mix with these ex-militants socially, and are infected by them. They develop a pessimistic outlook from the reactions they get on every side from these old-timers, and unknown to themselves, acquire an element of that same conservatism. 19. A new middle class arose which included a large number of young people of working class background, wrote one radical sociologist, John C. Leggett, a few years later, noting that many prospering working people had moved out of traditional working class communities to become homeowners in the suburbs. The class struggle abated with the end of the post-World War II strikes, although repeated flare-ups between management and workers occurred during and after the Korean War, he added in his description of the same auto workers discussed by Cannon. At the same time, another trend pointed up this harmony. Governmental boards and labor unions often helped minimize class conflict as unions grew more friendly toward companies which were willing to bargain with, and make major concessions to, labor organizations. Prosperity reached almost everyone. Even working-class minority groups, e.g. some African Americans, improved their standard of living and sent sons and daughters into the middle class. A black auto worker named James Boggs, who had passed through the Trotskyist movement in earlier years, asserted in 1963, "Today the working class is so dispersed and transformed by the very nature of the changes in production that it is almost impossible to select out any single block of workers as working class in the old sense." By this old sense he meant class-conscious workers. The working class is growing, as Marx predicted, but it is not the old working class which the radicals persist in believing will create the revolution and establish control over production. That old working class is the vanishing herd. 20 similar developments were taking place in all of the capitalist democracies, of course. Fear of revolution and a desire for social appeasement stimulated the governments of Western Europe, explained one French scholar, Maurice Crouzet, in 1970, to set themselves the aim of creating prosperity and expanding a prosperity which would benefit all classes in the post-World War I period, through policies providing higher wages, shorter working hours, paid holidays, full employment, and the virtual disappearance of unemployment, construction of wholesome and cheap housing, social security protection against sickness, loss of work, and old age. The dramatic development of the welfare state after 1945, in large measure won through the pressure of labor movements led by Social Democratic and Labor parties, did not fully live up to this idealized picture, let alone reform all capitalist oppression out of existence. The same writer offers some clues as to its limitations. Generally speaking, the standard of living has risen in all European countries. Working conditions have improved, first, through the growing importance of mechanization, which requires, on the whole, less muscular effort, though it increases nervous tension, and then through the reduction of working hours and through paid vacations. The mechanization of labor under capitalism, it should be stressed, involves the degradation of labor, introducing greater control by the employer over the labor process, not only increasing nervous tension among those keeping up with assembly lines, but also eroding their skills and power in their daily work. More than this, there are some sectors of the working class, especially foreigners and non-whites, for whom more traditional forms of working class oppression were maintained. Use of foreign labor has become so important that the expansion of certain industries is closely dependent on it. Immigrant workers provoke grave problems, even in Great Britain, where a liberal attitude towards foreigners and the absence of racialism have been traditional. These immigrants constitute a proletariat, often leading a wretched type of life. 21 In the United States, too, there developed an increasingly severe stratification within the workforce, with African Americans, Hispanics, and many Asian Americans being pushed into substandard living conditions, more strenuous and lower-paying occupations, higher rates of unemployment, etc., this institutionalized racism being reinforced by cultural and psychological biases on the most personal level. This had obvious implications for the rise of civil rights and black nationalist struggles, but that brought to the fore a consciousness of race far more than of class. 22 And for white workers as well as black, technological developments imposed by the employers created increasing on-the-job alienation, undermining working class power at the point of production. With little difficulty, astute social critics such as Harvey Swados, a former Shachtmanite, were able to puncture the myth of the happy worker and the myth of the powerful worker. The myth that the working class was simply evaporating altogether, being absorbed into a nebulous middle class, was also effectively refuted with ample facts and figures by more than one critical-minded writer. There was also abundant evidence that the American working class had a sense of being different from other classes, even though many working people referred to themselves as middle class, certainly not lower class. Distinctive patterns of culture and consciousness continued to distinguish it in the larger society. 23. On the other hand, there is something to the assertion of Stanley Aronowitz that there has been a tendency toward the replacement of all the traditional forms of proletarian culture and everyday life, which gave working-class communities their coherence and provided the underpinnings for the traditional forms of proletarian class consciousness, with a new, manipulated consumer culture which for convenience's sake we can call mass culture. Regardless of precisely what one wants to make of this, the fact remains that there had been flattening and fragmentation of much that had sustained the old radical working-class consciousness. 24. This hardly meant that workers' minds simply turned to mush, or that they simply accepted whatever their bosses or televisions told them. The distinctive philosophy of many disaffected workers, one observer commented, was not any of the traditional left-wing ideologies but cynicism. Cynicism is a variant of anarchism, anarchism without ideals or ultimate illusions, apathetic, easygoing instead of strenuous, non-sectarian, hence more broadly appealing and far more suitable to the conditions and mentality of contemporary workers than the older tradition of militant idealism and self-sacrifice. 25. The class-conscious layers of the American working class, the key to understanding the Socialist Party of Debs and the 1WW, the early Communist Party, and the pioneer Trotskyists, had, certainly by the end of the 1950s, ceased to exist as a distinctive social force. The surest way to lose one's fighting faith is to succumb to one's immediate environment, to see things only as they are and not as they are changing and must change, to see only what is before one's eyes and imagine that it is permanent. 26. This had been Cannon's appeal to his comrades, and many were able to accept that, but this was only a tiny fragment of the US working class. The social basis for the kind of revolutionary party that the SWP had aspired to be, based on the model advanced by Lenin and his comrades in the early years of the Communist International, had ceased to exist. 27. All that remained for the stalwart veterans of the SWP in the 1950s was to maintain enough of an organization to keep alive the ideals and general perspectives of revolutionary Marxism, the understanding of history and the revolutionary tradition. If this could be accomplished, if the SWP could survive until the next radical upsurge that capitalism would inevitably generate, then American Trotskyism would have something to contribute to it. Fragmentation and insight. Especially from 1939 to 40, the cut-off of our first volume, and extending down to the mid-196 OS, the cut-off of our third and final volume on US Trotskyism, we can see a proliferation of controversies and splits within the ranks of the US Trotskyists. While this three-volume compilation focuses on the mainstream of American Trotskyism, the organizational succession of Communist League of America, Workers' Party of the United States, the Appeal Caucus within the Socialist Party of America, and finally the Socialist Workers' Party, the breakaways whose beginnings we note in these volumes deserve volumes and additional studies of their own, those who followed Max Shachtman, the Johnson Forrest tendency of CLR. James and Rhea Dunayevskaya, the current associated with Albert Goldman and Felix Morrow, and those associated with the group around Bert Cochran, George Clark, Harry Braverman, etc. Several facts stand out as we survey the scene with the critical distance that the passage of decades allows. Each of the dissident groups that evolved into breakaway currents, very sharply at variance with each other, on multiple points, as they certainly are, while hardly themselves constituting a coherent whole, represent a remarkable array of fertile insights into the realities of the society, politics, and world around them, at the same time enriching Marxist theory. In the 2013 science fiction film Cloud Atlas, a central character says, "Truth is singular. Its versions are mistruths." This valid perception should not be allowed to block us from additional insights emphasized long ago by Henry Lefebvre. All reality is a totality, both one and many, scattered or coherent and open to its future, that is, to its end. Each moment contains other moments, aspects, or elements that have come from its past. Reality thus overflows the mind, obliging us to delve ever deeper into it, and especially to be ever revising our principles of identity, causality, and finality and make them more thorough. Every truth is relative to a certain stage of the analysis and of thought, to a certain social content. It preserves its truth only by being transcended. In human terms, the energy of creation is extended and made manifest in and through the praxis, that is the total activity of mankind, action and thought, physical labor and knowledge. The praxis is doubly creative, in its contact with realities, hence in knowledge, and in invention or discovery. Experience and reason, intelligence and intuition, knowing and creating, conflict with one another only if we take a one-sided view of them. 28. A shortcoming among those seeking to understand complex realities, in this case the history of us trotskyism, is an inclination to identify with the perspectives of one or another of the contending tendencies or factions to such an extent that it is not possible to grasp and appreciate insights provided by opposing tendencies or factions. Instead, the opposing other, whether it is one or another dissident grouping or the dominant majority, is flattened into a caricature from which little can be learned. If we apply this to the repeated critiques of the so-called orthodox Trotskyists of the SWP mainstream, the supposed brain-dead dogmatism, the theoretical rigidity, the sterility and lack of creativity, etc. turn out to be optical illusions, as those so characterized wrestle with realities in ways that yield valuable perceptions and conceptualizations which can shed considerable light on the complex and evolving realities of their time and ours. Naturally, this was not always the case. We can also find false starts and blind allies generated by an uncritical embrace of one or another established truth or illusory hope, something that crops up in all human groups, including among mainstream Trotskyists and their dissident critics. There is another issue worth considering. The revolutionary Marxist perspective positing the coming American Revolution, which could be labeled the Trotskyist paradigm, clearly underwent a crisis from 1939 to 40 down to the 1960s, and beyond. The word paradigm here refers to a theoretical framework, a specific set of thought patterns, concepts, theories, expectations, and methodology, guiding the activities of these revolutionary activists. Far from imposing a rigid or mechanical approach, this could be utilized flexibly, creatively, and fruitfully. But the broader political, socio-economic, and cultural realities that we have surveyed in this introduction seem to generate an accumulation of critical anomalies challenging the paradigm. Such a process, according to Thomas Kuhn in his classic The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, is characteristic of the evolution of thought and the expansion of knowledge within the natural sciences. As one summary notes, for Kuhn, when enough significant anomalies have accrued against a current paradigm, the scientific discipline is thrown into a state of crisis. During this crisis, new ideas, perhaps ones previously discarded, are tried. Eventually a new paradigm is formed, which gains its own new followers, and an intellectual battle takes place between the followers of the new paradigm and the holdouts of the old paradigm. 29 Something approximating this has characterized the history of us Trotskyism reflected in these 3 volumes. More than this, for the past half-century there has been a parade of new paradigms, which have fairly quickly become passé within the dramatically rapid and recurring transformations characteristic of what Ernest Mondale once characterized as late capitalism and what many now call the age of globalization, in which, with increasing velocity, all that is solid melts into air. 30 There has yet to be the crystallization of anything sufficiently durable to replace variants of the old perspectives that animated the people we can find in these pages. Such a superior paradigm, when it finally comes into being, may end up synthesizing new conceptualizations with those drawn from the richness of the Trotskyist tradition. The final volume of this documentary trilogy on Trotskyism will reveal new stirrings and pathways of thought and activism that evolved and animated growing numbers of comrades within the SWP mainstream, as the 1950s flowed into the 1960s. We should conclude this middle volume with the acknowledgement that such developments were inherent, as well, in the lives, perceptions, and perspectives of members of the so-called orthodox mainstream even of the late 1940s and early 1950s. The perceptive cultural historian of the left, Alan Wald, has initiated an excavation of what he calls Canaanite bohemians of this period. 31 There is evidence that this was more than simply a fringe within the SWP. A clear example can be found in Detroit, as the SWP branch was rebuilt in the wake, and from the debris, of the damaging fight with the Cochrane faction, with which this volume concludes, that tore apart the central core of the Trotskyist mainstream. In the introduction to the next volume, some attention will be given to a case study of the Detroit experience. Despite repeated denigrations about presumably stale, dogmatic, dead thinking aimed at the SWP mainstream, coming from those associated with Schachtman, Goldman, Morrow, Johnson, Forrest, and Cochrane, we find a recurrent reaffirmation of the memorable phrase from the 1993 film Jurassic Park, "Life finds a way." Persistent infusions of heterodoxy into the reigning orthodoxy, which seems to have kept Marxism alive and vibrant down to our own time, remained evident among mainstream Trotskyists in the United States. Changing realities continually generated new insights that significantly, if sometimes covertly, enriched older perspectives, at the same time anticipating and helping to create possibilities for new breakthroughs. Dawn of the American Century. Paul L. E. Blanc. In February 1941, as the Second World War, 1939–45, was unfolding but well before the United States had assumed a combatant role, the influential US magazine magnate Henry R. Luce wrote and published an essay entitled The American Century. Luce had launched and for years closely oversaw three incredibly powerful magazines. Time was an informative news weekly summarizing and interpreting the news for millions of readers. Life was a popular weekly picture magazine going into millions of homes to provide visual interpretations of society, culture, and politics. And Fortune was a magazine for business executives and others seeking in-depth explorations of the economy. A well-connected ruling class sophisticate, Luce emphasized, before the United States actually became involved militarily in the war, that in a sense it already was involved, and that actual military intervention was inevitable and desirable. More than this, he argued, the United States was an economic, political, and military powerhouse that would lead the Allies to victory and then go on to rebuild and shape the wartime world, representing the triumphal purpose of freedom, and that it is in this spirit that all of us are called, each to his own measure of capacity, and each in the widest horizon of his vision, to create the first great American century. 4 years earlier, in 1937, Trotsky had offered a number of insightful predictions about what he viewed as an inevitable Second World War. The next war will have a totalitarian character, not only in the sense that its operations will develop simultaneously on the earth, under the earth, on the water, under the water, in the air, including the stratosphere, he wrote, but also in the sense that it will draw into its vortex the whole population, all its material as well as spiritual riches. Well before Luce, he predicted that given its geographical location, territorial dimensions, size of population, resources of war materials, reserves of gold and technology, domination over our planet will fall to the lot of the United States. Related to this, he forecast the post-war wave of anti-colonial liberation struggles, emphasizing that the British Empire and other colonial empires would not endure. The war would generate frictions, antagonisms, and centrifugal tendencies which sooner or later would find their expression in insurrections and revolution. His take on the future of the German and Italian war effort posited that if at the beginning of the war these states may and do score imposing military successes, then in the second stage they will become the arena of social convulsions earlier than their enemies. He concluded, not a single country will escape the consequences of the war. In pains and convulsions the whole world will change its face. The only world power to compete with the United States would be the Soviet Union. The current contemptuous appraisal of the Red Army is just as one-sided as yesterday's belief in the indestructibility of Stalin's domination, he argued. Trotsky correctly predicted that Hitler's war machine on the Eastern Front might be brought to complete collapse at the hands of Russia's strong navy and air force combined with the moral factor, that is, the living people, the Red soldier, worker, peasant. 2. Of course Trotsky was hopeful that this would be accompanied by a political revolution that would overthrow the Stalin dictatorship, with the inevitable anti-colonial revolutions likewise dovetailing with socialist insurgencies throughout Europe. Luce also perceived such possibilities, although he was not inclined to assume that Stalin would be overthrown. If anything, the Soviet dictator was seen as perhaps being at the center of a global challenge to post-war capitalism. It is for American and America alone to determine whether a system of free economic enterprise, an economic order comparable with freedom and progress, shall or shall not prevail in this century, he emphasized, hinting at a post-war confrontation between the United States and the threat of global communism. We know perfectly well that there is not the slightest chance of anything fairly resembling a free economic system prevailing in this country if it prevails nowhere else. 3. The capitalist perspectives dominating US foreign policy and the dominant contending powers during the Second World War was a factor of which the US Trotskyists were keenly aware, and they were not about to allow their opposition to Hitler and the murderous fascism of the Axis powers to blind them to such underlying realities. As with the recently murdered Trotsky, so were they prepared to focus on the extreme and murderous destructiveness of this conflict, the imperialist motivations that were prevalent on both sides, and also, as had been the case with the First World War, the revolutionary opportunities generated by the war's devastating impact. In his analysis The Meaning of the Second World War, Ernest Mondale, attempting to further develop Trotsky's approach, would later note that the destructiveness of the conflict was what Trotsky had predicted. The legacy of destruction left by World War II is staggering. 80 million people were killed, if one includes those who died of starvation and illness as a result of the war, 8 times as many as during World War I, Mondale noted. Dozens of cities were virtually totally destroyed, especially in Japan and Germany. Material resources capable of feeding, clothing, housing, equipping all the poor of this world were wasted for purely destructive purposes. Forests were tombed down and agricultural land converted into wasteland. According to Mondale, the Second World War must be grasped as 5 different conflicts. There was, first of all, an inter-imperialist war fought for global hegemony, particularly for raw materials, markets, and investment opportunities. There was, secondly, a war of self-defense waged by the Soviet Union against a German imperialist attempt to colonize the country. Third, there was a war of the Chinese people against Japanese imperialist invasion, accompanied, at certain points, by a civil war between Chinese nationalists and Chinese communists. Fourth, there was a war of Asian colonial peoples for independence against various foreign oppressors and aggressors. Fifth was a war of national liberation fought by populations of the occupied countries of Europe. For this is basically the framework within which us Trotskyists approached the Second World War as it was unfolding. They produced work of greater value than is generally acknowledged. Joseph Hanson's detailed articles, highlighting the development of one of the keenest foreign policy analysts who had been mentored by Trotsky himself, were complemented by contributions of Time magazine's on-the-spot correspondent Cherry Mangan, who wrote for the Trotskyist press under the pseudonym of Terence Phelan, and by Jean van Heijenoort, writing under the pseudonym of Marc Loris. Van Heijenoort was a French militant who had, for some years and in more than one country, served as one of Trotsky's key aides before ending up, in 1939, in New York City. Now functioning as International Secretary for the Fourth International, he was in close touch with European comrades under the iron heel of fascism. 5. Joseph Vanzler, fluent in Russian and utilizing his widely recognized party name John G. Wright, produced an account of the Russian front that emphasized the need for a political revolution to overthrow Stalin. Art Preece and George Brightman provided scathing exposes of the crimes of the US bourgeoisie, in some cases having helped to finance pre-war Nazism, and now engaging in shameful wartime profiteering. Under his widely recognized party name of William F. Ward, George Novak drew attention to the tensions that would soon blossom into the Cold War confrontation between a US elite determined to establish the American century and the Stalin regime determined to secure its own power on the world stage, each uneasily considering the destabilizing prospects of world revolution. The final two contributions in this section focus on the perceived beginnings of a post-war radicalization in the United States itself. A massive strike wave spread through the country in 1945-46 that suggested a profound working-class radicalization in the making. The militant seasoned labor reporter, Art Preece, would call this American labor's greatest upsurge, pointing to the statistics. In 1937, the epic year of the era's rise, there were 4,740 strikes involving 1,861,000 strikers, for a total loss of 28,425,000 man-days of work. In 1945 the number of strikes was 4,750 with 3,470,000 on strike, almost double the 1937 figure, and a loss of 38 million man-days. In 1946 the number of strikes reached 4,985 with 4,600,000 strikers and 116 million man-days lost. 6. Historian George Lipsitz has noted the causes and effects. By the winter of 1945-46, 1/4 of all war workers had lost their jobs. Nearly 2 million found themselves unemployed by October 1, and real income for workers fell by an average of 15% in 3 months. Prospects for the future offered little hope for improvement as 10 million servicemen and women returned to civilian life to join the competition for jobs. Fears of another depression, accumulated resentments over wartime sacrifices, and anger over post-war reverses in wages and working conditions ignited strikes and demonstrations from coast to coast. 7. While business, government, and labor leaders sought to force the strikes and protests to confine themselves to concerns of narrow self-interest for the workers involved, Lipsitz reports that in city after city, workers and local unions 25. Appealed to public opinion and sought popular support on the grounds that their struggle promised gains for the many to the expense of the few. In many cases, the public responded enthusiastically. Despite the sharpening conflict, or perhaps because of it, a Fortune magazine poll appearing in November 1946 revealed gradually increasing public support for labor and an erosion of support for management. A common sentiment was captured in placards proclaiming, "We will not go back to the old days." Lipsitz shows that in a number of cities defensive strikes with modest demands triggered mass uprisings among the entire working populations of those cities, adding, by resorting to general strikes, workers expressed a collective understanding that their difficulties with management stemmed from public and political causes, that mass disruption could provide an effective tool for acquiring allies, and that their immediate needs as workers could and should be related to the needs of the community at large. 8. Preece also notes a significant set of protests overseas that dovetailed with those at home. At the close of the war, the American soldiers in Europe and Asia engaged in the most remarkable series of struggles for their rights that has ever been waged in a victorious imperialist army. Delays in the demobilization of US forces were clearly linked to plans to block the successes of revolutionary forces in various countries, insurgencies that would, US policymakers feared, undermine the status quo at the expense of making the post-war Bring the US home demonstrations swept through the armed forces overseas, led in the Philippines, for example, by socialist trade unionist Sergeant Emil Mazie from the United Auto Workers, coinciding with the peak of the strike wave at home, with methods that clearly reflected those employed in labor struggles. These protests, and pressures from the home front, compelled the policymakers to accelerate demobilization plans. Less fearful of direct armed intervention by the United States, the peoples of India, Indonesia, Indochina, China, and Burma pressed their struggles for national freedom and social emancipation, according to Preece. He adds, the struggles of the American soldiers and workers became interlinked and confronted the American capitalist ruling class with an invincible power. 9. The militant spirit of such post-war developments is reflected in the reportage and analysis of SWP Trade Union Coordinator Bert Cochran, utilizing his party name of E.R. Frank, presented here, and in what became a classic statement by James P. Cannon, The Coming American Revolution. History rarely moves in straight lines, and events would soon take a dramatic turn, for the worse, from the standpoint of revolutionary socialism. A business counterattack to limit the power of organized labor was combined with a global Cold War confrontation with communism, but also with a significant upturn in the US economy, in which some of the benefits were passed on to the workers. The consequent deradicalization, and intensifying pressures from the resurgent forces of the status quo, soon made it apparent that revolution would not be coming to America anytime soon. New dissensions and divisions emerged in the Socialist Workers' Party, and in the world Trotskyist movement. Within a few years Cannon and Cochran would be leading counterposed factions that would fracture the very core of the SWP. March 1 of military events, January 1941. Joseph Hanson. The Battle of Britain 10:27. Britain, driven from the European continent, ravaged by continual waves of bombers, faced with defeat, now rests solely on the prop of aid from the United States. This aid, it is clear from a reading of America's military experts, is intended to be great enough to hamper and weaken the pretensions of German imperialism to world hegemony, but not great enough to prevent the downfall of the British Empire. But these same experts fear that, due to the lag in militarization of the United States, Roosevelt will not be able to furnish sufficient aid in time to prevent a German victory in the Battle of Britain. The present phase of the Battle of Britain is struggle for mastery of the air. Germany holds the mastery with daily increasing superiority. The air bases of Germany form a semicircle about Britain from Norway to the coast of France, giving the German flyers much shorter distances to their objectives, which in turn are concentrated in a relatively small area in comparison with the objectives of the British air fleet. A German bomber can carry 3 tons of bombs to the English bomber's 1, the difference being made up in gasoline. The German bomber can remain for some time in the air over the objective, whereas the English bomber must dump his load as soon as possible in order not to run out of gasoline before returning to the home base. The German fleet is capable of proceeding in waves of approximately 500 planes to the British 150, which gives the German fleet a striking power of 1,500 tons of bombs to the British 150 per flight, with the German planes capable of making many times more flights for the same number of planes. This superiority of the German air fleet has resulted in terrific destruction in England, far more than the British censorship has permitted to leak out. At Coventry, center of automobile production where the Germans first began Con. 10 Hansen 1941. 28. Cent rating upon single industrial cities, more than 500 planes dropped 60,000 pounds of incendiary bombs and 1 million pounds of high explosives for 10½ hours, that is about a bomb a minute. Such intensive bombing renders direct hits upon individual factories relatively unimportant, since electric power, gas, water, transport are so disrupted as to knock the factories completely out of service. The German attacks have so seriously interfered with production that even the conservative US News in its November 29 issue estimated that British armament production at that time had been slowed as much as 40%. Equally damaging to the British situation are the shipping losses she is now suffering. These are in excess of her losses at their peak during World War I. The Nazis have developed a new technique of sinking convoys against which the British have been unable to date to devise counter methods. The Nazis locate a convoy as it nears Ireland and then make a combined air, surface, and submarine attack. Whether or not the British can develop their counter-attack faster than the Nazis can develop the new technique in coordinated air surface and subsurface warfare at sea is the most vital problem confronting the Royal Navy, declares the December 7 issue of the ANI and NMY Journal, a semi-official organ. It is this new danger which accounts for the British anxiety to free the Mediterranean fleet and to obtain American battleships as convoy guardians. At what moment Hitler will choose to make an attempt to deliver the knockout blow to Britain through invasion cannot yet be determined. Most likely it will come after further destruction of British industry and the British air fleet, weakening of the British Empire through a drive on the Suez Canal and possibly Gibraltar. An attempt at invasion is considered inevitable by the military authorities of all the warring nations. If Hitler waits too long, Britain can become a great danger as Roosevelt's war machine gears into top speed and utilizes the British Isles as a military base for operations in Europe. As for the technical difficulties, American military authorities are convinced that the German generals have worked out a feasible plan, probably poison gas followed by wave upon wave of mosquito boats, troop planes, etc. It is this nightmare, according to the ANI and Navy Journal of December 21, which is responsible for the greater activity the United States is planning to prevent its coming to pass. The weakened situation of Great Britain is graphically disclosed in comparative figures of steel production in England and Germany, according to Barron's, Wall Street Economic Journal, in its December 23 issue. Steel production is an important index of a nation's industrial power. Consequently, the spread of German domination over the metal Manu. 29. Factoring nations of Europe takes on a significance that can be measured in more or less concrete terms. Germany's steel ingot output a few years ago was less than 20 million tons annually. The 1939 output in territory now controlled by Germany was almost exactly twice that figure, and capacity probably is around 50 million tons a year. In addition, Italy's output last year was more than 2 million tons. While most of this gain has been through conquest of neighbors to the east and west, the industry within Germany has been modernizing and expanding rapidly. Its capacity shortly may reach 30 million tons a year. The total of 40 million to 50 million tons of steel capacity now at German command is 3 or more times Great Britain's 1939 output. It compares with around 17 million tons of ingot output in the entire British Empire last year. As the Army and Navy Journal of December 21 puts it, Britain is up against the inescapable effect that modern warfare depends as much on relative industrial productive capacity of the combatants as upon the strength of their armed forces. America as Britain's heir. The British ruling class has turned with increasing insistence to Roosevelt for aid in accordance with the secret promises made them. To the isolationist group among the American capitalists, especially prior to the last presidential election, the British pointed to their holdings in the Western Hemisphere which they had managed to hold almost intact through World War I, $350 million in gold, $1,100 million in American stocks and bonds, $1,160 million in real estate, Canadian investments amounting to $2,750 million and Latin American investments amounting to $5 billion. The isolationists hoped to take over all these investments through sale of armaments to England before taking over the colonies when Germany had finished with Great Britain. It is now clear that Hitler played on the cupidity of the British capitalists and attempted to negotiate a peace with them on terms that would be easier than the cost of American aid. Property groups in England, declared the US News in its December 27 issue, facing the alternative of peace or sacrifice of all investments to United States may press for peace. Sacrifice of all investments would leave the same question of ability to pay to be met in 6 months to 1 year. The arrival of Lord Lothian, British ambassador from England, who died shortly after reaching Washington, apparently increased the fears of Roosevelt. 30. That Britain might make such a peace, and pressure for aid to Britain, leaving out the question of British investments in the Western Hemisphere, was increased. Roosevelt, representing the interventionist group of American capitalists, apparently considers the defeat of Great Britain inevitable, her colonies in the Far East and Australasia, and her holdings certain to come under American control. So he is playing to utilize what fighting ability is left in Britain in order to weaken the menace rising German imperialism holds for the worldwide interests of American imperialism. The disintegration of the British Empire finds the British ruling class incapable not only of saving itself, but even of formulating its war aims. It is going into defeat with its eyes shut, responding only with automatic reflexes that take the form of repression of the working class at home and imprisonment of the leaders of the colonial peoples who take an anti-war attitude. In the December 7 issue of The Economist, well-known British economic journal, there is a curious editorial that attempts to answer the question which the workers of England are asking with increasing insistency: what are we fighting for? Too precise a formulation of war aims might well get in the way of the one indispensable condition for their realization, a British victory. The British people do not need to be told what they are fighting for, nevertheless. We cannot afford, during the war, to be put on the spiritual defensive, to let the Nazis have a monopoly in new orders, or to let others be convinced that our only thought is to restore an unsatisfactory status quo. It is clear from this declaration that talk on the part of British government officials about granting a socialist order after the war is merely propaganda to counteract Hitler's propaganda and to lull the working class into fighting on blindly for their masters. The Economist continues with the declaration that no war aims whatsoever can be formulated until a definite attitude is taken toward the German people in the event of a British victory. Shall it be repression or reconciliation, asks the editorial. The journal decides that reconciliation is impossible, that the German need for economic expansion cannot be met, and that repression likewise is impossible since it cannot be carried to the extent of sterilizing the German population. Nor is a combination of the two possible. But we shall have to choose one or the other. So the question must be answered, concludes The Economist, and it cannot be answered without much deeper and more prayerful thought than has yet been given to it. Without an answer, any statement of war aims is likely to be mere beating of the air. 31. The utter bankruptcy of British democracy, the hopelessness of the future facing the capitalist class was underlined by Joseph Kennedy, American ambassador to England, in an unofficial interview which cost him his job, although he agrees with Roosevelt's policy of aid to Britain. The interview was printed in the Boston Globe in November. Democracy is finished in England, declared Kennedy. If we get into war, it will be in this country too. Great Britain is not fighting for democracy. She is fighting for self-preservation, just as we will if it comes to us. If we enter a war, we will lose democracy. Everything we hold dear would be gone. In the coming period, the workers in America will discover that the ambassador did not lie when he said more off the record than the trade of capitalist diplomat permits. Counterattack in the Mediterranean. The British, strangling in the grip of German domination of Europe, cast about for an avenue of counterattack. Italy was obviously the nearest weak link in the Axis war machine. Racked by the internal contradictions of his own regime, Mussolini himself provided the opportunity. To understand what is involved in the Greek and Libyan setbacks to the Italians, it is necessary to understand the previous diplomatic moves made by Hitler, his conferences with Molotov, King Boris of Bulgaria and Foreign Minister Suna of Spain. The agreement reached at these conferences, which had the approval of Rome and Tokyo, are explained very well by the American military journals, which of course have special sources of information at their disposal. According to the American militarists, Hitler proposed to sever the lifeline of the British Empire at Gibraltar and Suez. In return for aid in attacking Gibraltar, Spain was to get part of French Morocco. In order to capture Suez, a German army was to have passage through Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and Yugoslavia. In return for pressure on these nations to acquiesce, Stalin was to get the Dardanelles or an outlet to the Persian Gulf. Stalin in addition was to recognize Japanese conquests in China, thus freeing the Japanese army to move south to the Dutch East Indies and Singapore, with seizure of French Indochina and a possible concession of part of this colony to Thailand for its aid. Stalin was likewise to advise Turkey to permit a German army to cross her territory. Bulgaria was to get a port on the Aegean Sea at the expense of Greece. 32. The army of Metaxas, badly lacking in modem equipment, almost unequipped with aviation, was considered too weak to do anything but consent to the Axis plans. It even seems likely that Metaxas led Mussolini to believe that he would not resist invasion. However, as the Military Review, official organ of the Command and General Staff School of the American Army at Fort Leavenworth, reports approvingly, Metaxas received his military education in Germany and was even called by the former Kaiser a little Moltke. He made a deal with the British and they prepared to occupy Crete and began landing troops in Greece. The Italian push in Egypt, aimed at the Alexandria naval base and Suez, had bogged down along the African coast since mid-September, inviting a British counterattack. On October 28, with lack of preparation and under other conditions, such as bad generalship and bad weather, reminiscent of Stalin's first Finnish campaign, Mussolini launched his attack on Greece. The November 2 issue of the Army and Navy Journal declared it very likely that Great Britain has ample force at hand to take care of the present situation, and in subsequent issues warned its readers of the American Army and Navy officers' staff not to be taken in by newspaper headlines playing up the Greek victories. The British had large forces in Greece and were deliberately playing down their own role in order to strike at Italian morale and to increase the effect of a setback at the hands of a woefully weak nation such as Greece. The Army and Navy Journal of November 23 ascribed the Italian defeats in Libya and Greece to quality of Italian leadership both on the sea and in the air and the lack of fuel oil and aviation gasoline. The setback of Italian forces was greater than expected. This was due in no small degree to the unwillingness of the Italian soldiers to fight. Reports of their singing the revolutionary song Bandiera Rossa give an indication of their mood. The British fleet likewise gained some successes against the underplated Italian fleet whose principal value is not so much ability to carry on a sea battle as to keep the British fleet tied up in the Mediterranean, what the militarists term a nuisance value. In drawing the lessons of the Italian defeat, the Military Review declares that the Italians will launch a better prepared campaign. It is inconceivable that Greece can expect to continue to roll up her score of early successes, and compares the campaign with Stalin's campaign against Finland. The planning and the execution of the Italian campaign is highly reminiscent of the Russian campaign in Finland, and the results will undoubtedly be comparable to those of the Russo-Finnish War. Both Russia and Italy. 33. Based their operations on what they considered the enemy's intentions rather than on the enemy's capabilities. Their agents in hostile territory appear to have overestimated the work done by their fifth columnists to create a state of unrest. Coordinated opposition was not expected, and, as a result, security measures, particularly essential in mountain operations, were neglected. The consequences were disastrous, for entire divisions, both in Finland and in Greece, walked into traps from which they were unable to extricate themselves. The task of the weaker nation, in both cases, was further simplified by the failure of the invader to consider and prepare for unusual weather conditions. This cold-blooded comparison between the two campaigns does not mention a striking difference in the reaction of the world press to the two campaigns. As pointed out in the Socialist Appeal, the bourgeoisie defended Finland rabidly. The entire press went into mourning with the final victory of the Red Army. The Greek resistance, however, provokes not more than secondary interest. The difference involved has its property roots. Involved in Finland was the socialization of the means of production, in Greece a secondary bourgeois military campaign in one corner of a world war. The world bourgeoisie understand very well that Mussolini cannot expropriate the means of production, even if he should succeed in a second campaign. On the other hand, his defeat in this theater of the war is not considered of first-rate importance by the opposing imperialists. Barons for December 23 puts it rather neatly. If present plans are carried out, the United States would be able to provide tremendous aid to Britain by 1942. In view of this possibility, will Hitler try to end the war in 1941 by waging another lightning-swift campaign? If he has such a plan in mind and is conserving all his aircraft for that purpose, the defeat of Italy's land forces might not be considered a matter of vital importance, so long as Italy remained in the war and kept its navy in operation. However ineffective the Italian navy may be, it is still useful to Hitler because it requires the British to keep in the Mediterranean a substantial number of naval ships that otherwise would be available for the defense of the British Isles. To the world working class, what is of vital importance is the mood displayed by the Italian soldiers. For almost 2 decades they have borne on their backs the fascist regime of hunger, torture, assassination. Any beginnings of revolt among them can flash throughout the oppressed of the entire world as the signal for a renewal of the revolutionary wave which put an end to World War I. 34. Impending clash in the Far East. The third member of the Axis, Japan, has recently adopted a change in her diplomatic tone toward the United States, but on the economic and military front she has not changed her objectives one iota. Nor can she. Weakest link at present in the imperialist chain, she faces social revolution if she does not continue her imperialist expansion. It is true that continued expansion only heightens her inward contradictions and generates greater energy for the explosion that will eventually blow her up from within, but the ruling class of Japan, like its brothers in the other imperialist nations, closes its eyes to that prospect. Japan must dominate her oil supply, which is located in the Dutch East Indies. She must dominate Indochina with its valuable minerals. She must control China with its vast resources. She must control Singapore, which carries with it control of the Far East. Consequently, she has sent to Washington Admiral Nomura, a man considered friendly to the United States. This is diplomatic camouflage. At the same time, she has signed a 5-year agreement with Thailand, moved troops into French Indochina, is negotiating with Moscow for a non-aggression treaty, is talking with the government of the Netherlands Indies at Java over Japan's economic interests there. Roosevelt has answered by sending submarines, airplanes, and destroyers to Singapore, by proclaiming such exports to Japan as iron ore, ferroalloys, airplanes and parts, aviation gasoline, scrap iron and steel under export license requirements, that is embargo. These moves by Roosevelt make it more imperative for Japan to move southward and thus bring the outbreak of military hostilities closer. The withdrawals of troops in China were probably intended to show Stalin that Japan will agree with arrangements made in Berlin concerning the boundary of Japanese expansion in China. At the same time, it is preparation for the move southward, or a flanking move against Chiang Kai-shek if the United States persuades the Chinese Generalissimo that American dollars are of greater personal interest to him than a treaty with Japan. Prior to Japan signing the Triple Alliance with Italy and Germany on September 27, the British had tried to buy her off at the expense of the Chinese people. British troops were ordered out of Peking for the first time since the Boxer Rebellion 40 years ago, and out of Shanghai and Tientsin. The British government turned over £100,000 of Chinese silver in the British concession at Tientsin to Japan, and closed the Burma Road over which military supplies were being sent to the Chinese soldiers. Japan responded by moving troops into French Indochina, a move on the chessboard of the Far East toward the loot Roosevelt wants. The October number 35. Her of the Pictorial Orient, overseas edition of Asahi Graph, published in English, French and Spanish, describes Japan's interests southward with remarkable frankness, although the Japanese press is one of the most strictly controlled in the world. Assuming more importance with each new twist in the complicated world situation, the Netherlands Indies is being closely watched with interest by all major powers. The fabulous wealth of the islands is like a powerful magnet to the rest of the world, particularly in this day when wars are fought for rich economic stakes. And no nation is more vitally interested in the future of the rich colony than Japan, which by reasons of geographical and economic proximity is tied inextricably with it. To Japan, its tie-up with the Netherlands Indies is of tremendous importance, especially since the United States threatens to cut it off from America's vast markets and source of supplies. To offset this threat, Japan is forced to look elsewhere, and the only satisfactory answer in sight is the Dutch islands in the South Pacific. Oil, tin, rubber, nickel, Tungsten constitute part of the fabulous wealth for which the United States will presently war with Japan. Already the Japanese government has instituted blackout drills for the major cities, apparently in preparation for a Yankee attack. On October 31st, dance halls were banned, and a move instituted to popularize a national uniform to economize on material and labor in preparation for the pending war in the Far East. The isolation of Japan, the difficulty of the language, make it very difficult to get information concerning a possible revolutionary movement. Indirectly, however, it is possible to gain an inkling of how the monstrous war strain is affecting the population. The army in China more than once has given indication of rebellious tendencies, news of which seeped into the world press. But from Asahi graph we can get a glimpse of what is going on behind the insular isolation in Japan itself. The November issue reports. One conspicuous fact in connection with the new alliance is the absence of popular demonstration and the prevalence of sober, even chastened mood which the report of the new alliance has so far evoked. In the first place, the time is inopportune for festive manifestation of any sort. Even birth and marriage in private life are celebrated with nothing like jubilation. 36. A danger sign to the Japanese ruling class of the utmost gravity. Country folk have been flocking to the urban industrial centers in great numbers since the outbreak of China hostilities. Is this because of high wages in the industrial centers, or because the war strain is ruining the country districts? Asahi graph boasts of the efficiency of the census taken on October 1 at midnight when everyone was instructed to be at home, and prints a photograph with the descriptive caption, "At the stroke of midnight census-taking squad raids a community of tramps and beggars in one of Tokyo's parks." What poverty that produces communities of tramps and beggars in the parks? The Military Review for December 1940 reports the following concerning Japan. According to investigations conducted by Asahi, the cost of living index in Japan for July 1940 was 253.7, July 1914 being taken as 100. Compared with pre-Chinese war times, the price index shows an average advance of 31.9%, the most conspicuous item being a rise of 64.6% in the price of clothing. Indices for the various items as compared with July 1937, are given below. Expense July 1937, July 1940 advance. Food and drink 181, 261, 43.8%. Housing 233, 237, 1.5%. Heating and lighting 194, 273, 40.7 degrees/0. Clothing 168, 276, 64.6%. Culture 186, 210, 13%. Average 192, 254, 31.9%. Small wonder that the Japanese people did not respond with one jubilation to the new alliance. The revolution may well make its first explosion in the east before it extends to the west. US entry draws near. Chiang Kai-shek asks for a loan of $200 million for continued opposition to Japanese imperialism. He receives $25 million on the line with a prom. 37. ISE of Moore, pending guarantees of his proper behavior in the interests of Wall Street. Roosevelt stiffens the backbone of Pétain by proposing Pershing, head of the last Expeditionary Army, as ambassador to France with Admiral Leahy as actual substitute. Pétain's backbone stiffens enough to dismiss Anglophobe Laval, US backing means a possible better deal with Hitler. Roosevelt holds up a proposal of the Red Cross to dispatch 10,000 tons of wheat to the starving people of Spain pending assurances from Franco that he will remain non-belligerent for a while longer. If assured that the Madrid government would not participate in the war, says the Army and Navy Journal for December 14, the wheat would leave at once for distribution among the Spanish people. Finland, Norway, Holland, Belgium, Central Poland facing famine and pestilence with the prospective loss of millions of lives are denied relief, although the necessary stock of food, according to the same issue of the Army and Navy Journal, even if it were all seized, would be less than 3 days' food supply for Germany, and this could have no importance in prolonging the war. Vice President Wallace was sent to Mexico on a goodwill expedition with the hope that he will prove a greater success in popularizing Roosevelt's regime among the Latin American people than he did among the Middle West farmers, and the diplomatic conversations continue for air and naval bases in Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Cuba, Costa Rica, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic to supplement the bases already obtained from Great Britain. At Valparaiso, the Ministry of Defense has given final approval to plans of a privately owned Chilean United States company to build a $5,000,000 dry dock capable of accommodating the new heavy battleships which are to be added to the United States fleet. When damaged in the South Pacific in the coming battles with Japan, these battleships can be repaired without returning all the way to the home base. Opposition to these moves of US imperialism on the part of the Latin American people is being smoothed over with heavy loans to the South American dictators. In the Far East, Roosevelt is bidding for bases in Australia and New Zealand as well as at Singapore, and is making heavy efforts to concentrate maximum fleet strength in the path Japan must take when she starts moving southward. He is likewise buying up Australian wool and the rubber and tin of British Malaya and the Dutch East Indies far in excess of immediate needs. Convinced that Great Britain has been in effect defeated and can now be utilized as a base for operations against the German imperialism without fear of thereby bolstering the British Empire, Roosevelt is now sending 80% of US combat planes to Britain, has dropped all talk of payment for munitions, and is preparing to give convoy protection for armaments being sent across the 38th Atlantic. The militarists are definitely in the saddle after years of planning precisely for the present war. Ever since the First World War, declares the Army and Navy Journal of December 21, the high commands of the Army and the Navy and Marine Corps have been dinning into the ears of presidents and congresses the basic needs of their respective services. Until the current European crisis began to unfold with all its horrors, they found their disclosures disregarded, their warnings unheeded, and their estimates cut. They were voices in the wilderness lost in the clamor of pacifists for disarmament. Facing the certainty that war would come, war which would roar upon American shores, they continued year after year to plan. And these military realists who hailed Knudsen's Roosevelt-inspired disclosures concerning the lag in armament production continue. Berlin and Rome have greeted ominously the president's arm loan program. It is in fact not new, it is merely an expansion of the policy of aid short of war to England, which the government has pursued since the outbreak of hostilities. We have turned over to the British, destroyers, planes, guns, rifles, etc. We have done this directly or through return of the material to manufacturers, who have sold it to England. Now the President has determined to do away with subterfuge, to implement openly and honestly his promises to England. The Axis powers now will realize that there will be no strings tied to our aid to England. Her military and naval needs are made paramount. We will not be content to wait production to help her. We will even go so far, for example, as to purchase Danish and other merchantmen tied up in American ports, and turn them over to her in order that she may not be starved into surrender. It is not too much to say, also, that if she needs additional money, that, too, will be supplied, perhaps through credits indirectly arranged by the Reconstruction Finance Corp and the Export-Import Bank. Thus our aid to England has become direct and total, and commits us to her support until she shall achieve victory. Throughout the United States the press considers that the definitive step, which Roosevelt will take to enter the war will be convoy protection, which most of the bourgeois editorial writers advocate as an immediate necessity. Here are some typical declarations. 39. Without discussing the wisdom of a convoy system or deciding whether it is necessary or practical, it can be said that such a step would bring us immediately into the war. There can be no other result from that policy. Jackson, Michigan, Citizen Patriot. High administration officials are prepared to recommend that President Roosevelt ask Congress to repeal or modify the Neutrality Act so that American naval vessels may convoy American merchant ships to Great Britain, a decision by the administration on the question of convoys for American shipping cannot be delayed long after the new Congress comes in next month. Philadelphia Inquirer. Entry of the United States into the war without reservation. German U-boats and airplanes are attacking British convoys. If the United States Navy undertook the burden of convoy duty, German U-boats and airplanes would necessarily continue the attack. Sooner or later American ships and American lives would be lost on one side, German submarines and German lives on the other. Both sides would then expand their activities to make them effective. Springfield, Mass. Republican. The time has come when the American Navy should be used to convoy merchant ships to Britain, is the next logical step in our program to aid England by all means short of war, and it could be put into operation immediately. The neutrality law also should be amended to permit American merchant ships to carry goods to England. Why keep up a pretense of being neutral when we are not neutral? Cleveland Plain Dealer. Convoying British ships would not be neutral. Milwaukee Journal. Americans who imagine that they can sit back and let the British win the war for them, while they do nothing about it except what is cheap, easy, and convenient, are living in a fool's paradise. Keeping those sea lanes open is as vital an interest to the United States as it is to Great Britain, and if Americans expect it to be done they will have to put all their energy and boldness into the problem. New York Herald Tribune. 40. The Kiplinger-Washington letter, a high-priced inside information service circulated privately to businessmen which prohibits quotation, makes some sensational revelations which have not appeared in the press designed for working-class consumption precisely because they explain all the recent moves of Roosevelt and the bourgeois propagandists who aid him in his program of war. There are times when unpleasant truths should be blurted out, and this is one of those times. A wartime economy is about to be imposed upon the nation, even before or regardless of actual entrance into the war. Harder work and more sacrifice for all, is to be the slogan. Here is the situation as it is viewed by our government. England is in a bad way. Peace or truce is unlikely. Our government course is fixed against anything resembling appeasement. In January or February a push for peace or truce is expected. Technically and formally our government is supposed to be open-minded, but essentially the official spirit or mood is strongly against it. Roughly, tentatively, 3 periods are in the official minds. First, from now to March, a speed up in production, voluntary. There will be some compulsions, but main reliance will be on voluntary. Second, probably in March, a crackdown by the government in the form of a declaration of the legal state of imminence of war. This would give the president practically dictatorship over everything, and would establish a wartime economy in advance of war itself. Third, actual overt war against the Axis, perhaps by mid-1941. This is less definite than the other 2 steps, but it is contemplated and a prospect for which plans must be rushed in the next 6 months. Of course most officials do not positively wish for war, but many seem to be coming to the conclusion that it is inevitable, and that the nation must prepare as if the prospect of war were sure. The international perspective of American imperialism is a carefully planned entry into the World War to gain domination of the earth. At home, however, like the British and the Japanese, they do not see quite so clearly. The December 14th letter says on this score, "Outlook for years ahead is for deficits and mounting debt. No end is even faintly in sight. Even after the war, or the emergency, armament outpourings may be channeled into peacetime government projects to prevent a crash, to provide a bridge. And so, continuing deficits. To avoid a fiscal crack-up, there will be government regulation, controls of many sorts. They may 41. Work, but there's no way of telling. Thus the war into which we now seem to be heading will mean quite a different sort of financial and economic system after the war. No one is wise enough to know just what it will be." December 14th letter. But it is clear to Marxists exactly what it will be, either fascism with all its horrors, or a social revolution and the establishment of socialism which will forever end the regime of the bourgeoisie with its hunger, crises, wars. The USSR and the war. Stalin, destroyer of the October Revolution, has been reduced to one of the most miserable positions in the field of international politics. Where the leaders of the October Revolution, Lenin and Trotsky, published all the secret treaties of the imperialist powers and conducted the negotiations forced upon them by these powers in the full light of world publicity so that the international working class could understand what was happening and exert their pressure in favor of the Soviet Union, Stalin has engaged in secret diplomacy like any bourgeois diplomat and made secret deals behind the backs of the workers and at their expense. Not a word came out of the Soviet Union as to the nature and purpose of Molotov's conversations with Hitler in Berlin. If Stalin acquiesced in the recognition of Japanese conquests, as American militarists believe Japan took advantage of the secrecy and signed a treaty with its puppet Wang Qingwei, the terms of which, according to the December 7th Army and Navy Journal, far exceeded those revealed in prospect to Foreign Commissar Molotov when he was in Berlin. To show his displeasure, Stalin ordered the GPU agent who is acting as his ambassador in Washington to call on the State Department and offer them the reopening of an American consulate at Vladivostok. It is to such utterly impotent gestures that Stalin has been reduced. If Stalin hopes to stave off war and even make new territorial gains through converting Turkey into a second Poland, those hopes at best can be of only temporary nature. More likely, with its increasing weight on the European continent, German imperialism will itself attempt to take the Dardanelles and let Stalin content himself with a challenge to Britain and hence the United States through his acceptance of a port on the Persian Gulf. Until Hitler finally achieves his future military catastrophe, Stalin will find himself in increasing dependence upon his master and thereby in increasing danger. Hitler has not for one moment taken his eyes from the Ukraine. He will turn attention upon 42. The Soviet Union when he has finished with Britain. Stalin may well find himself the victim of an agreement between the German and the American imperialists before he has been given the opportunity to renounce his pact with Hitler and make a new one with Roosevelt. The danger to the Soviet Union grows with the progress of the imperialist war. Degenerated, distorted, suffering from the totalitarian grip of the monstrous Stalinist bureaucratic growth, the USSR nevertheless remains the only nation in the world where the bourgeoisie are expropriated, where the means of production have been taken out of the hands of a small exploiting minority and nationalized. As such it remains a conquest of the workers. When the flames of World War R have engulfed the entire planet, when the imperialists scourge the face of the earth with famine, pestilence, and death, the war-weary workers will come to the example set by the October Revolution. They will rise with unconquerable strength and launch the new socialist society. Their revolution will at the same time end the Stalinist bureaucracy. A new era of peace and plenty will open. The first glimmerings are already perceptible among the oppressed who have been dragooned to fight by the capitalist class of Japan, Italy, Great Britain, France and the United States. 2. How Paris Fell, June 1941. Terence Phelan, Sherry Mangan. 43. As bourgeois culture goes, it is indisputable that Paris was the heart of civilization. 11. It was the city of light, the world's artistic mecca. In the amenities of daily living, in poetry, painting, and music, it was unsurpassed. Lenin, no sentimentalist, loved Paris and called it the capital of the world. For a rare once, then, we can agree with the petty bourgeois intellectuals the world over to whom the fall of Paris symbolized the end of an era of civilization. They mourn, they lament, and they weep, but they refuse to face the question of greatest importance. Why was the foremost citadel of bourgeois culture abandoned to Nazi barbarism without a shot being fired in its defense? Let us try to answer it for them. This is how I saw Paris as it fell. The breakdown of the French bourgeoisie. Paris as it fell was tragically beautiful. Late on the afternoon of Wednesday, the 12th of June, the petroleum and gasoline reserves in all the suburban refineries were set on fire by retreating French troops. Paris was ringed with monumental and sinister columns of jet, oily smoke. These, meeting at the zenith, far above the white cumulus clouds, slowly blotted out the sun, and spread a black pall over the doomed and deserted city. The blotting out of the city of light by that cloud was a sort of grim apocalypse. Many bourgeois foreign correspondents have compared this to the black onrush of Nazis. It reminded me just as strongly of another obfuscatory cloud, that of the fleeing French censorship which, until the very last, characteristically refused to disclose the truth to its people. At the very moment that the surrender of Paris was being arranged at its own gate, the censor was still reporting that German troops were being held 40 kilometers away. Through that 11 fell in 1941. 44. Black, foreboding sky, Parisians who sat by their radios, newspapers having ceased publication, first came in contact with German technique. The German advance had left the French government without enough broadcasting stations to broadcast news itself or to continue its war-long practice of amming German broadcasts. Thus, for the first time, the French heard the cold, accurate account of the Germans' advance from the Germans themselves. It was a sobering shock. No less characteristic was the behavior of the upper classes. The Paris correspondent of a Chicago paper, with a taste for statistics, calculated that 71% of the metropolitan Parisians and 68% of the suburban Parisians who fled southward were bourgeois and petty bourgeois. The wealthy quarters were entirely empty as their inhabitants piled into their expensive cars and deserted their capital in panic. This same correspondent aptly called this flight the Great Bugger Out. Most characteristic of all was the indecision about Paris on the part of the government. Contradictory orders were piled on top of one another. An order that all men above 17 were to leave the city at once for the south was followed by a countermanding order whereby they must, under penalty of being considered deserters, remain with the factories in which they had been requisitioned. In a burst of heroic bombast, the government announced that Paris would be defended street by street and house by house. 3 days later came the formal declaration that Paris was to be an open city. The nightmare of the bourgeoisie. What lay behind such conflicting orders? Why was Paris not defended? No modem city which is seriously defended can be taken until it is either razed to the ground or starved and thirsted out. Madrid was defended for 2 years against overwhelming odds. Why, then, was Paris, not only the capital, but the economic nerve center of all France, abandoned at the last minute without a semblance of struggle? Was it because the French forces were, as they stated, so devoted to the artistic monument of Paris, so tender toward its populace? Nonsense. If that would have furthered its own ends, the French bourgeoisie of 1940 would have reduced Paris to rubble, as it came close to doing in 1871. Was it, as some Anglo-American editors suggested, that France had degenerated, and French soldiers were cowards? The British Ministry of Information may spread such an explanation, but the French bourgeoisie knew better. It knew that the ordinary poilu was, and remains, as good a fighting man as there is in the world, provided he had something to fight for. In fact, the contrary was the truth. The French 45. Rulers were not so much afraid that the poilu lacked courage, it was afraid that he would show it, in other ways than ordered. The French government and the French bourgeoisie was plagued by a nightmare so terrifying that it thought anything, even the yielding of its capital, preferable. That nightmare was a second Paris Commune. The heroic proletarian ghost of 1871 rose from the streets of its slaughter to make the French bosses gibber. A commune. Anything, rather than that. As a matter of fact, the possessing classes need not have worried so much. Stalinism and reformist socialism had done their dirty work only too well, during the Popular Front period. The workers of Paris were comparatively apathetic, virtually leaderless, wholly disorganized. There was no revolutionary party of mass strength to evoke and direct a proletarian defense. Under the prevailing circumstances, a commune would have been an almost impossible improvisation. But even that extremely remote possibility was too much for the French bourgeoisie to bear. They were determined that no interlude should intervene long enough to permit the creation of any proletarian defense of their capital. To avoid that greater evil, they raced against time to deliver their city to the lesser evil, the oncoming Nazis. The transfer of power. No aspect of the collapse of France has been more obscured than this, in the official report. The reason is not hard to find. The cowardly betrayal strips from the French ruling class its masquerade costume of classless national patriotism, which helped it deceive the nation. Its voluntary gift of Paris to the Nazis reveals in all its foul class nakedness the bourgeoisie's preference for an enemy imperialism to defense by its own people. The delivery of the capital, the transfer of power, was accomplished with a smoothness beyond the French bosses' most optimistic expectations. They were really frightened of their own people. When the ministry fled southward, police began to disappear from the streets, and to be concentrated in barracks in genuine fear of their lives. For 20 years they had snarled at the Paris populace unchecked, ridden it down, arrested it and smashed it over the head. They had good reason to fear that, in any interregnum between the government's flight and the Germans' arrival, the long-abused masses might hunt them down like rats. It was both comical and dreamlike to see how few flies still showed their ugly mugs as they stood in timid pairs at a good distance from and in obvious terror of groups of discussing Parisians, especially workers massed around. 46. Closed factory doors. Even those most vicious of professional strike-breakers, the black-helmeted and black-hearted guards mobiles went into terrified hiding. I saw one of them, caught in the open, ostentatiously helping an old lady across a completely traffic-less street in a ridiculous attempt to make himself out as kind-hearted. Meanwhile, the French army emissaries were engaged in hasty parleys with the German army commission in a villa outside Paris. Working against time, against the fear that the Parisians might take matters into their own hands, they were successful. The military arrangements were agreed to. At 6 p.m., the night before the occupation, the civil and police arrangements were likewise being completed at the eastern gates. When late sleeping Parisians awoke on the morning of Paris' fall, the first thing they saw was the Paris police out in full force again, hauling down the tricolor and running up the swastika on public buildings and boulevard flag posts. Within 3 days the comforting presence of their new masters restored the spirits of the police enough to bring forth their old bullying selves. They demanded papers for the purpose of catching political refugees, turning over their archives to the Gestapo, and enforcing the new German regulations. The old bloodhounds who had hunted down revolutionaries and working-class militants so long for the French bourgeoisie, went down on all fours before their new masters. The heart of the French police system is the prefecture on the Ile de la Cite. Essentially unchanged since the days of the sinister Fouche, this great grey building, grim and grimy, has been the French symbol of secret police terror. There each week went thousands of refugees, driven from their own countries because they struggled against reaction, each with a pathetic ragged purple paper informing him that he must leave France within 1 week. They came to have this lease on life extended for 1 week more. This is how the émigré workers and Democrats really lived in the greatest and most cultured of bourgeois democracies, renowned for political asylum. By the Monday before occupation, the prefecture was unrecognizable. Amid an atmosphere of burning documents and impending disaster, I saw running about the corridors those powerful functionaries from secret inner offices whose special delight it had been to remain invisible and unapproachable, to condemn a helpless petitioner without ever permitting him to plead his case face to face with them. These formerly omnipotent individuals were scurrying about in a panic that swung between a speechless impatience to get away, and a propitiatory politeness for self-protection. The notorious purple papers, still humbly presented for extension, were waved aside with a hasty but significant statement: "Papers don't matter anymore, we are beyond the stage of papers." 47. They spoke the simple truth. The prefecture's paper was worthless, like that of a bankrupt business or financial concern, because it had no material backing. The whole system of state repression had fallen to pieces, was powerless. Only a week before it had been sending men to death, to long imprisonment. It had the power of seizure, of holding incommunicado, of secret torture, of frame-up. It had all the terrifying prestige of state power behind it. And now, here it was, dissolving like sugar in water. The hollow shell. I had read about the breakdown of Tsarism and the collapse of Kerensky's regime. But the dissolution of the French state was a sight, and a lesson, never to be forgotten. Literary descriptions can give a theoretical understanding of the process and its significance, but it is quite a different thing to see the state structure crumble before your very eyes. The experience is overwhelming. We do not realize how much we are hypnotized by the apparent power and permanence of the boss state. I thought of the hundreds of good American Union members I knew, who were ready to fight any private corporation to a standstill, but who thought that the state was something quite different, something too big and too enduring to struggle against and overthrow. I wish they had been standing beside me and could see with their own eyes what a hollow shell the whole monumental-looking system of boss state repression really is, once it has been shaken to its foundations by a real blow. It was tragic that in the case of France it had to be another imperialism, a rival bourgeois repression machine, that the French prefecture was giving way to. But that nowise affected the fundamental lesson of the collapsibility of the decadent bourgeois state. For the first time I then realized with my own eyes, ears, and heart the profound meaning of the revolutionary cry, "We are so many, they are so few." I then understood that once the determining sector of the working class takes the revolutionary road and moves against the capitalist state, that state will crumple with an ease that will surprise the workers. Under sufficient pressure, the entire apparatus, its cops, its sheriffs and deputies, its army officers, its governors and judges and cabinet ministers and presidents, will run like so many scared rabbits. In an hour like this one really feels, in his own skin, the absolute tightness of the Marxist analysis of the state as the executive committee of the ruling class, of government as an instrument of armed repression. One sees how the ruling 48 class maintains itself by bribing a thin segment of the workers to act as mercenary police against its own class struggle, and realizes how thin that segment is. The unknown soldier. Returning home at midnight, between Thursday the 13th and Friday June 14th, through a black and empty Paris, I noticed that the tomb of the unknown soldier under the Arc de Triomphe was deserted. The French government had fled, the plutocrats had fled, even the paid guards of the tomb had fled. There, yesterday, the French rulers had skillfully and shamelessly exploited the genuine popular mourning for the unknown dead of the last war. On the morrow the army of German imperialism, using the same skillful means of propaganda, were going with their ostentatious orders, to pick up where the French imperialists had left off. But at the moment, between the regime of capitalist repression that had gone and the regime of imperialist oppression that was marching in on the morrow, the unknown soldier lay, as the perfect symbol of the completely forgotten man, the plain ordinary guy who gets killed so that one gang of exploiters rather than another can make his widow and children work for less pay and live in more misery. At that moment neither of the gangs had any real interest in him. For a brief hour, the unknown soldier was left alone, with only a stray foreign revolutionist standing by to honor him, with pity and vengeance in his heart. The entry of the German troops. A vague terror pervaded the city before the German troops arrived. The people left in Paris would not have been surprised to see columns of mechanized men marching into the city, after the swift speed of the Nazis' advance. Instead they saw battalion after battalion of robust farm boys on sleek, fat horses. The troops entered as though they expected to be received, not as conquerors but as deliverers. Every detail of the capture of Paris was executed with the calculated political aim of at least neutralizing the French, if not gaining them as allies. The Parisians had had reason to be frightened. The colonial troops, who fell back to the region around Paris, had looted and destroyed in a terrifying manner. These troops were sacrificed by their French commanders with a brutal 49 carelessness beyond belief, and it can well be imagined with what rage and hatred toward the French, these colonials had retreated, through northeastern France. French propaganda led the people to expect the same treatment from the Germans. It can readily be imagined, then, what effect the agreeable occupation of the city by the Germans had upon the people. By passing their mechanized divisions around Paris to the south, the Nazis took over the city with the cheeriest, politest, most fraternizing of available troops. Contrasted with the looting of the French colonials, the behavior of the occupying Germans was almost comic in its correctness, so far did they lean over backward in observing legality. Reichswehr squads went about making inventories of damages, duly witnessed by French civil authorities. They, themselves, did no damage at all. Except for such big hotels and chateaux as were needed for officers' quarters, there were very few requisitions. Rare occasions of illegal requisitions or thefts by German soldiers were punished by immediate and ostentatious execution of the soldier involved in the presence of the aggrieved French civilian. An acquaintance of mine witnessed such an execution for the theft of 6 cakes and 100 francs, $2.25 in American currency, worth from the woman proprietor of a bake shop. During the first week of the occupation, about as many German soldiers were executed for such misdeeds as were French civilians for their resistance to German repression. About 10 Frenchmen were executed, 2 of them, to give the devil his due, were policemen. As soon as the parades needed for movie consumption at home in Germany were duly completed, the bulk of the occupying troops, given leave, started to visit artistic monuments and talk to the civilians. Most spoke French, all were polite. They were full of their own brand of anti-capitalism and they were perpetually apologizing to the French for being there at all. I overheard one soldier talk as follows. "You Parisians are so polite, we have always heard you were. But we Germans know that you don't like to have us here. We are embarrassed too, you know. How can you be expected to like us, when we had to destroy large sections of your country to the north and east and when we have to take over your capital? We don't want to, but we have to, until we have beaten the capitalistic, imperialistic England, which starved and stifled Germany until National Socialism made us strong enough to fight back. But you French will administer Paris, we Germans will try to efface ourselves as much as possible." The Parisians had expected almost anything except this type of fraternization. 50. While this source of well-rehearsed and, it is not at all unlikely, sincere declarations, were being made by the German soldiers to the people of Paris, the British Broadcasting Co. was accusing the French of cowardice and betrayal, just after the British had scampered out of the Dunkirk pocket, abandoning therein the 84,000 French poilus who had covered their retreat. It can be readily understood why the French people didn't become enthusiastically pro-British after the fall of Paris. Kill them with kindness. On the road south of Paris, the humanitarianism of the German troops was as striking as their previous terrorism which had originally caused the chaos. The great columns of German trucks, rushing supplies to the fighting in the south became, as they sped northward again for further supplies, the surest transport for returning French refugees. Loaded with women and children, they could almost always spare a bit of food for the hungry or a liter of gasoline for a stalled car. They spread good nature and puzzlement everywhere. Was this the Hun that the French radios and press had taught them to expect? The people asked. It was, but not at the moment. Mixing their methods, the clever Nazis outwitted the French by treating them in a totally different fashion than they had anticipated. By killing them with kindness, the Nazis succeeded in dumbfounding and immobilizing any potential resistance. The conduct of the Germans stood in particular contrast with the attitude of the British old-school Thai officers, who in the pre-Blitz days treated the French in the same lordly way as they were accustomed to treat Gold Coast natives or Indians. The sole exception was the fascist Italian residents in Paris, who emerged from hiding after the Germans came, and strutted about like pouter pigeons, arousing great popular resentment. Most skillful of all instruments were the news broadcasting trucks which the Germans sent to every quarter of Paris. The Parisians had begun to discard as useless their home radios, from which they received either regular insults from the British or irregular lies from their own fleeing government. To their surprise and sorrow, they received from the German newscasting apparatus restrained and accurate information on the progress of the fighting and the French governmental crisis which ended in the Pétain-Laval Marquet coup d'état. There is no weapon so strong as truth, even when it is pressed into the service of the worst reaction. Newspapers were encouraged to resume publication. Censorship was, in actual fact, milder than under the French regime. Typical was a new daily. 51. Called La France au Travail. Its slogan was National Communism. It was of course 200% patriotic French. While admitting that the Germans, having beaten the French in fair fight, had a right to occupy the strategic north until the campaign against England was completed, it pressed for the retirement of the invader at the earliest possible moment. With obvious access to police archives, it ran a devastatingly documented series of attacks on the late Reynaud government, proving to the hilt its suppression of civil liberties, its graft, frame-ups, anti-labor policy, etc. It attacked capitalism savagely, and called for a French Renaissance under nationalist slogans. It even discreetly criticized Germany. The only place the German cloven hoof showed through was in the paper's unremitting attacks against the Vichy government. The failures of fascist propaganda. It is difficult to conceive a more accurately aimed, psychologically skillful kind of propaganda than La France au Travail. And how did the Paris workers react to this super French press? To their eternal credit be it reported, they called it the German press and used it to wrap potatoes in when they could find potatoes. One must report that the French working class has grown to some extent politically cynical. It has been sold but so many times by the socialists and Stalinists, that it tends to distrust all politics, including correct politics. But the vast political experience which the French working class has undergone has not been in vain, as shown by its immediate hostility to such papers as La France au Travail. The very first weeks of German occupation showed, too, that a successful invasion by a fascist power brought no prestige to native fascism. On the contrary, the main fascist group, the Doriot followers, failed to gain any adherents. Under Mark Hale, Doriot himself being still in the unoccupied territory, the French fascists rushed into print with a new weekly, La Vie Nationale, and, under German protection, began a drive for membership. But they were soon chased out of workers' districts and finally wandered miserably about in front of fashionable cafes, happy to sell a paper here and there. Anti-Semitism looked menacing for just a moment, after the occupation, when Aryans-only signs appeared on some cafes and restaurants and the kept press started a violent campaign of the most vulgar Jew baiting. But anti-Semitism won no converts, did not spread, and was by most people treated as a joke. Students of fascist methods were expecting some frame-up, like planting a Jewish grocery full of foodstuffs and then spreading word in the neighborhood that the Jew was hoarding. But the contempt with which the ordinary Parisian 52 treated the anti-Semitic campaign apparently made the Nazis and their French friends decide it was useless to attempt such a tactic. As a matter of fact, the only propaganda campaign that had any success was that against the British. The ground it fell on was not barren. There was a widespread feeling among all classes that it was British imperialism which had dragged France into the war and that in military support the British had let them down badly. Still, it is to be doubted whether the anti-British campaign would have had the success it did have, had it not been for Churchill's order to attack the French fleet at Oran. The French were sick of the war, they felt they were out of the war, they believed that preparations had been made to sink the fleet rather than to turn it over to the Germans should the latter violate the armistice terms. It was simply too much then, they felt, when the British, alleging that Hitler was thinking of seizing the French fleet in violation of the armistice terms, tried to sink the semi-disarmed fleet, killing some 2,000 French sailors in the process. Fortunately for Churchill, not even the Oran murders could make the French proletariat agree to support the German war against England. The workers want no more of the bloody and meaningless imperialist war on either side. Hitler's new order blossoms. In the defeated nation, class distinctions remained sharper than ever. Till at least as late as October, anyone who had the price of 5 francs, H.25, per head, could stroll into, say, the restaurant Chez Pierre and have himself a little snack consisting of caviar, langouste, Chateaubriand and Marchand-Devins with pomme sous Jaffes, salad, wild strawberries with thick cream d'isigny, the whole washed down with Montrachet Goutte d'Or 1934 and Chambols Musigny Clos Comte de Vogue 1915, followed by plenteous coffee with accompanying Grand Marnier Cordon Rouge or a good 50-year-old fine champagne. But in the workers' suburbs hundreds of women stood in hundreds of interminable lines waiting to buy a single cabbage, swapping tips on where to get a tiny piece off laundry soap or trying to figure out how much truth there was in the rumor that such and such a market would sell 1/2 pound of potatoes per customer the following day. And those in these lines were the ones who still had some few pitiable savings. Far more were standing in other long lines in front of soup kitchens, waiting for their pint of weak and nearly meatless pot au feu. This was Hitler's new order. Nearly 2 million unemployed haunted the closed factories of Paris. What work there was mostly at the Citroën plant, completely wiped out by 53. Astonishingly accurate German bombing during the one big air raid on central Paris, helping in wrecking and salvaging operations, or loading immense quantities of heavy industrial machinery on flat cars for Germany. Because, much more significant than the rather childish lies of British propaganda, it was not of food that Germany was stripping France, but of all machinery for heavy industry, in accordance with the long-range Nazi plan of reducing France to an agricultural and light conversion industry economy. The Nazis from the first showed little confidence of being able to secure enthusiastic acceptance from the Parisian masses for a perspective of a vassal agricultural state. Even in the first days when the German troops were fraternizing with the population, arrests began. They were carried out in the skillful nibbling tactics of the Gestapo. Very secretly, a few at a time, so as not to arouse the masses, the Gestapo began rounding up revolutionists, Stalinists, and militant trade unionists. No matter how many they may arrest, however, they cannot behead the growing movement against Hitler's new order. As the months have passed since the writer's departure, he has had indications that the situation has sharpened still further. Nor should one believe the fabrications about France in the American and British press. The resistance against the invader has nothing in common with the Free France movement of the segment of French imperialists led by de Gaulle. There is as little hope for France under a restoration of the old national capitalism as there is under Hitler. If Hitler is obliged to reverse the historic process and to industrialize France, the de Gaullists would do no better. 2 wars, the first of which ruined even a victorious France, and the second of which finally destroyed her as an independent nation, have amply proved that the nationalistic anarchy of a divided Europe cannot solve anything, even if it could be restored. To avoid more such wars and to save and expand the productive forces, that can only be done by the socialist United States of Europe. That is the only conceivable perspective for the French people. And small but significant beginnings in France today show that history is inevitably moving that way, as a national liberation movement arises, in the form of thousands of little isolated underground committees. They tend to slip over from national movements into social movements, for the reason that there is obviously no longer any economic base in French national capitalism. 54. Three-class relations in the Soviet Union, July 1941. John G. Wright, Josef Vansler. Although the military operations at the front are of extreme importance, the fate of the Soviet Union will not be decided on a purely military plane but on the arena of the class struggle. 12. It cannot be repeated too often that the greatest breach in the defensive power of the USSR lies not so much in any salient which the Nazi armored divisions have driven through the Red Army's lines of defense as it does in the atomization, disorientation, demoralization, and resulting passivity of the European labor movements. No matter how stubbornly and heroically the Red Army resists the Nazi onslaught, if the world working class remains prostrate, the end result will be not only the downfall of Stalin's regime but also of the remaining conquests of the October Revolution. As Lenin and Trotsky warned time and again, the fate of the Soviet Union will be decided on the international arena. The foreign policies of the Kremlin, carried out obediently and unquestioningly always and everywhere by the parties of the Third International, prepared the ground for Hitler's previous triumphs. Stalin's policy is once again clearing the way for Nazi successes. It is not accidental that from the Communist International there emanates today only the silence of the grave. Dimitrov, the helmsman of the Comintern, has not dared to this day to open his mouth. When and if he is permitted to do so, it will not be to rally the world masses to the policy of defense through revolutionary war. The Kremlin is once again staking everything on another alliance with imperialists, this time the camp of Anglo-American democracies. A victory of Churchill and Roosevelt opens up only the perspective of a new and much worse edition of the Versailles Treaty. What appeal can this possibly have for the German masses? It only drives them into Hitler's hands. The German workers will begin to move only if the way out through socialism, through the Socialist United States of Europe, is opened. 12 Right 1941. 55. For them. But this is the road which the Kremlin seeks to block at all costs. Stalinism is again dealing the greatest blows to the defense of the Soviet Union. Stalin fears the October tradition. After having boasted for so many years of having irrevocably achieved the building of socialism in one country, after having announced that the very threshold of communism had already been reached, the Kremlin now prohibits even a whisper about it. All references to socialism are carefully deleted from Moscow's official statements, in particular, from all appeals to the German soldiers. The manifesto of the Communist Party in this country follows suit. Daily Worker, June 30. This curries favor with London and Washington but will not spur German soldiers to fraternize with the Red Army fighters. There is also another reason for Stalinist reticence about socialism. The Kremlin's fear of the resurgence of the traditions, program, and spirit of October surpasses its fear of the Nazi military might. This fear epitomizes the renegades from Bolshevism. This fear is expressed in everything the Kremlin says or does. It should be recalled that the Stalinists always have sworn that the great victories of the Civil War of 1918 to 1921, in which imperialist intervention was repelled on 22 fronts, were primarily gained through the efforts of Stalin. But Molotov preferred to refer instead to the traditions of the Tsarist triumph over Napoleon. He carefully evaded all references to those historical events with which Stalin is, according to the official myth, most closely associated. Was this perhaps done out of consideration for the modesty of the great father of the peoples? No, it was done because the bureaucracy must at all costs prevent the banner of October and of the Civil War, the banner of Lenin and Trotsky, from being raised high again over the battlefields. But the final decision in this sphere, as in so many others, does not rest with the Kremlin. It rests with the greatest internal bulwark of defense, the Soviet working class. With the aid of the international vanguard, the Soviet workers must and can summon the workers of the world to a revolutionary war. The Soviet proletariat. The Soviet working class today is 10 to 12 times stronger numerically than were the workers in 1917 who led the Russian masses to the conquest of October and who defended them against the entire capitalist world in the greatest civil. 56. War in modern times. 30 million Soviet workers now operate the modern industrial apparatus and inhabit the cities of 1/6 of the world. In addition to quantitative differences, there are profound qualitative differences between this numerically and productively more powerful working class and the workers under the Tsar. The abolition of private property and of the proprietors is sharply expressed in the social composition of modern Soviet cities. The world has never seen such urban centers before. For the first time in history, events will occur under wartime conditions in cities where no bourgeoisie exists. Nor is there an urban petty bourgeoisie in the proper sense of the term. The proletariat constitutes the overwhelming majority of the urban population, with a thin crust of the bureaucracy at the top, and a thinner stratum of the Stalinist underworld at the bottom. Even in Moscow, Leningrad, and other capital cities of the federated republics and autonomous regions, the same thing holds true. The bureaucracy in these capital cities constitutes but a minority. Only in the cities of the occupied areas, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, are there still sizable remnants of the old ruling classes and a middle class of any proportion. But the cities in Soviet Union proper have no middle class. All the petty bourgeois tendencies are concentrated within the ranks of the bureaucracy itself, and in the villages. This means that the counter-revolution faces an unprecedented task in the cities, i.e., the decisive centers. The counter-revolution lacks a genuine class base and will have either to improvise it or to import it. On the other hand, this provides the revolution with class resources never before at its disposal. Although the bulk of the workers stems from the land and was absorbed into industry during the first two five-year plans, the Soviet working class is far more homogeneous, despite its relative youth, than the Russian workers were in 1917, or the workers in any advanced capitalist countries are today. Trotsky estimated that at the outbreak of the February 1917 revolution, about 40% of the Russian proletariat was of recent petty bourgeois origin, consisting predominantly of those who went into industry to avoid military service. Among the workers today, not more than 10% are recent recruits from rural areas. Moreover, they are extremely young and therefore tend to become proletarianized much more rapidly and readily than older peasants. The other workers who originally came from the villages have already behind them from 5 to 10 years of proletarianization. 57. Contrast between bourgeoisie and Kremlin. The bourgeoisie possesses many means for intensifying differentiation within the ranks of workers. The bourgeoisie of any given nation can create a stable labor aristocracy, a social ladder, as it were, with gradations between the various skilled workers, and between the skilled and the unskilled. In addition, through the functioning of its educational, religious and state organs, the bourgeoisie is able to divide the workers along racial and religious lines. It is able to maintain its own political agencies within the working class, from the outright bourgeois parties down to the various varieties of reformism. In contrast to this, the Kremlin bureaucracy, which lacks a genuine class function, has not been able really to stratify the Soviet workers. Not that it hasn't sought to create a labor aristocracy and to create all possible divisions among the workers. But the Kremlin, while successful in creating an unbridgeable gulf between the privileged bureaucracy and the rest of the population, has not been successful, despite all its efforts, in its attempts to foster any broad and stable labor aristocracy as a basis of support. What happened instead was this: the Stalinist aristocrats of labor, the Stakhanovists, became incorporated with the bureaucracy itself, replacing in many instances the older generations of revolutionists who became bureaucratized during and after the period of the NEP and who were by and large removed during the purges, 1935 to 1938. Furthermore, the marked tendency in recent years has been to drive down the living standards of all workers, both skilled and unskilled. This has acted to fuse the various sections of the working class in a common hatred against the rapacious and oppressive bureaucracy. The living standards of all workers must now inevitably fall still lower. The working day, which was fixed at 8 hours and a 6-day week by the vicious decrees of June 21, 1940, has now been hiked to 9, 10, and 11 hours a week. A dispatch from Moscow dated June 27, 1941, announces a decree which makes obligatory overtime work from 1 to 3 hours daily, both for all workers and office employees. Daily Worker, June 28. This means a legal working day of 11 hours and more. New conflicts between workers and bureaucrats. The vast majority of the Soviet workers will undoubtedly strain every ounce of energy to supply the fighters at the front. But their efforts come at all points into conflict with the irresponsible administration. The contradiction between 58. The bureaucratic method of management and the demands of defense, instead of weakening, will intensify literally with every hour of war. For instance, the transportation facilities, already overstrained in peacetime, must now be used primarily to supply the front. How will the plants be supplied? The already monstrous physical strain upon the workers must presently reach the breaking point. The bureaucracy apparently realizes this, and has offered a special inducement in the form of an increase in pay for overtime. The decree specifies that remuneration for obligatory overtime is 1.5 times the regular rates. What will the workers be able to purchase with their increased wages in the face of scarcity and skyrocketing prices? Nevertheless, the raise is highly symptomatic. It is the first time in years that the Kremlin has deemed it advisable to make any sort of concession to the workers. It is a tacit admission of the rising tide of opposition. To continue functioning, Soviet industry requires entirely different incentives and entirely different methods of management. Initiative on the part of the masses is now more indispensable than ever before. The struggle for rational working conditions and for the revival of workers' democracy coincides at all points with the life and death needs of Soviet enterprises and of the Red Army. The bureaucracy bars the way. The traditions of October and of the Civil War, the program of Lenin and Trotsky point the only way out. Will the Soviet workers take this road which is dictated by necessity? They have no other. To be sure, there exists as yet no organized and independent political force within the ranks of Soviet labor. But it ought not be forgotten that there still remain many millions in the land who participated directly or indirectly in the October Revolution and who passed through the years of the Civil War. There are other thousands who have not forgotten the lessons of the struggle of the left opposition from 1923 to 1929, a struggle which reached the masses. In Stalin's jails and concentration camps now sit many who are capable of providing the necessary leadership and of working and fighting shoulder to shoulder with the masses, the Red Army ranks, and with the new leaders now being tempered at the front, in the factories, the collective farms, and among the youth. The traditions and methods of the great historical experiences of the Soviet masses will revive under the pressure of this gravest crisis. Once revived, they will sweep the land with a speed and power beyond that of any panzer divisions the imperialist world could muster. The very fact that Stalin chooses to keep so rigid a silence on the subject of October is in itself evidence that the bureaucracy already senses its approaching death. 59. The Soviet peasantry. What will the peasants do? They still constitute the great majority of the Soviet population. Has this social force, next in importance only to the proletariat, been irretrievably lost to the revolution because of the criminal policies of Stalinism? Or will they again, as in 1917 and in the Civil War, follow the lead of the revolutionary workers? The differentiation within the peasantry, its heterogeneity, contrary to Stalin's empty boasts of yesterday, does not fundamentally differ from that in capitalist countries. In general, the agricultural population is divided into the same main classes as exist in capitalist countries: the rural bourgeoisie, landlords, large-scale farmers, the rural petty bourgeoisie, the well-to-do farmers, the individual proprietors, and the rural proletariat, the agricultural laborers. Although the czarist landlords have been abolished along with the old rural bourgeoisie, there nevertheless remains in Soviet agriculture a clearly delineated rural petty bourgeoisie in the shape of the kolkhoz, collective farm, aristocracy. Among the so-called millionaire kolkhozy are even to be observed personages who strikingly resemble large-scale farmers, i.e., rural bourgeois. In other words, capitalist tendencies, far from having been abolished in agriculture, have merely been driven inside the collectives, and have luxuriated there. The capitalist tendencies in the collectives are further reinforced by some 3 million individual homesteads which have survived. In addition, there are almost 2 million artisans, most of whom are organized into cooperatives, with special privileges, tax exemptions, etc. granted them in January of this year. As the scarcity of foodstuffs and necessities becomes more and more acute, all the individualistic tendencies in agriculture will intensify. This is one of the main reservoirs of the counter-revolution. With the aid of Hitler or other imperialists, these elements might well be able to turn the hatred of all the peasants against Stalin into channels leading to capitalist restoration. The camp of the revolution, however, possesses this advantage: Hitler has really little to offer the peasants. The mask of liberator sits poorly on a conqueror, all the more so an invader who comes to pillage after first sowing destruction and death. Phrases and promises, even threats and violence, will carry little weight with the great masses of the peasantry. They have had their fill of this diet from Stalin. The most backward and superstitious peasant is capable of reasoning. He is cognizant of the superiority of tractors and scientific large-scale farming. Besides, there has been an acute shortage of horses since the days of forced collectivization when all cattle were slaughtered. How will the crops be raised? Once the peasant is convinced that the fruits of his labor will not be 60. Devoured by bureaucratic bloodsuckers or fascist despoilers, nothing will swerve him from his support of the resurgent revolution. Once the peasant is convinced that he is free to choose whether he wishes to cultivate his own land or to participate as a full-fledged and genuine shareholder in a collective farm, he will fight tooth and nail against the counter-revolution both from within and without. Once the peasant is convinced that the nationalized economy will be so planned as to take his vital needs into account, he will readily lay down his life in defense of it. He will be further impelled to this choice by the fact that even his present scanty ration is directly threatened by the Nazis. All history teaches that the bitterest struggles are waged over the scantiest rations. Whatever territories Hitler may succeed in overrunning temporarily, he will have to hold with armies of occupation. It took more than 500,000 German soldiers to hold the Ukraine during the last war, when the Kaiser's Germany had the support of the old Ukrainian and Russian ruling classes. The results were very disappointing to the Kaiser. Hitler may well experience even a greater disappointment. Success for the counter-revolution can come only in the event that the proletariat fails to advance its own class program, and follows blindly Stalin's policy. The majority of the peasants who are members of the collectives or employees of machine tractor stations, sovkhozes, state farms, etc., are really agricultural laborers. Their interests coincide most closely with the interests of the urban workers. They will rally to the program of October. No other program can win them over, least of all the nationalist demagoguery of the Kremlin. The Soviet youth. A crucial role in deciding the fate of the USSR is destined for its youth, the primary reservoir of the revolution. The giant Soviet proletariat is young not only in point of formation but also in actual age. A decisive section consists of young men and women under 27. Among the staunchest fighters in the Red Army are those young soldiers who received their training under the old command, the legendary heroes of the Civil War, the idols of the people, who modernized and mechanized the troops, developed the Air Force, introduced parachute troops and many other innovations, and whom Stalin murdered. The bureaucrats stand in greater fear of the youth than of any other single section of the population. The Komsomol, the Russian YCL, has been purged more frequently and savagely than any other branch of the apparatus. 5 years ago, shortly before the staging of the first Moscow frame-up trial in 1936, the Komsomol was dissolved as a political organization for fear lest it 61. Develop into an opposition political party. The ideas and program of Trotskyism, Bolshevism, have from the outset met their maximum response and sympathy precisely among the Soviet youth. Even in its spontaneous forms, the resistance of the youth to the regime was marked by its militant spirit. For example, the official press was compelled to admit that it was the young workers and members of the Komsomol who were in the forefront of resistance to the ukases of June 26, 1940, which lengthened the working day to 8 hours, and 6 days, and chained the workers to their jobs like medieval serfs. The most astonishing thing is that this militancy characterizes even striplings. When the decrees were adopted drafting children and youngsters from 14 to 17 into large-scale industry, mines, and railways, the bureaucracy insisted on paying them only 1/3 of the prevailing wages. But these bureaucrats reckoned without the children. They forced the Kremlin to change its mind and to grant them very substantial increases. Article 19 of Order No. 1 issued by the Labor Reserves Administration in October, 1940 fixed the following wage scale. It is hereby established that 1/3 of the revenues accruing from the fulfillment of orders as well as work done, during their period of training for industry is allotted to the state budget, 1/3 is to remain at the disposal of the director, and 1/3 is to be given into the hands of those filling the work. Our emphasis, Pravda, October 5, 1940. The children began work on December 1, 1940. 8 weeks later, their wages were increased to 80% of the prevailing rates for those 16 to 17 and to 50% for those 15 and under, Pravda, February 5, 1941. Noteworthy, indeed, is the fact that the initiative compelling this concession came from below, that is, from the most defenseless section of the working class, the child laborers. More than 1 million of these children are already in industry. Let us recall that the original party of Bolshevism under Tsarist illegality was a party of very young workers. The Stalinist bureaucracy. The chief obstacle in the path of successful defense is the Stalinist bureaucracy. Although all data relating to this malignant and monstrous growth upon the organism of the first workers' state in history are a most closely guarded secret. 62. It is nevertheless possible to estimate its numerical strength as somewhere in the neighborhood of 10% of the entire population, i.e., from 10 to 15 million, approximately twice the size of the former ruling classes and their retinue in Tsarist Russia. In point of social origin and composition, this bureaucracy is no monolith but a sort of crude patchwork. The oldest generation of those who either supported Stalin or capitulated to him after Lenin's death, has been annihilated physically. Hardly more than a few hundred survivors still remain, most of whom are in jail. The next generation, brought up and trained in the school of Stalinism and in utter ignorance of Bolshevism, its history, its traditions, its leaders, its methods, and its program, was likewise decimated during the purges before and after the signing of the Stalin-Hitler Pact, 1935 to 1938. The bloodless purges of 1940, after the Finnish invasion, completed the devastation of its ranks. The incumbent bureaucracy now largely consists of callow recruits. Among them are many sons and daughters of the former ruling classes, the progeny of former landlords, former capitalists, bourgeois intellectuals, Tsarist generals, functionaries, etc. Another large tier is composed of Stakhanovists, most of whom are of very recent peasant origin and background. Fewest are those with proletarian background and origin. In the coming events, the bureaucracy will not be able to play an independent role. The final differentiation in its ranks will occur along class lines. There already exists an embryonic fascist wing, typified by such individuals as Butenko, who, it will be recalled, deserted to Mussolini. Hitler no doubt hopes there are many more Butenkos who will desert to him. The days of this bureaucracy, as it is now constituted, are numbered. The war submits it to the final test. Stalin's regime now stands stripped of all its trappings and masks, naked before the world in its true despicable reactionary colors under conditions which make secrecy or camouflage no longer possible. There are no Munich cheers in the Soviet Union, screams the daily worker in one more hysterical attempt to hide all the abominations and crimes of Stalinism. The Moscow frame-ups, all the purges, the beheading of the Red Army, the destruction of the entire generation of Bolsheviks who made the October Revolution and fought to victory in the Civil War, and, the crowning crime of all, the murder of Leon Trotsky, all this, these hirelings of the GPU are trying to palm off as measures indispensable for the defense of the Soviet Union. What these scoundrels are really saying is this, that it is impossible for Stalin any longer to produce scapegoats for his own crimes. Yes, the Soviet masses and the whole world will now fix the responsibility for every breach in the lifelines of Soviet defense where it really belongs, upon the Judas Cain in the Kremlin. 63. Why Stalin must fall. Stalin's regime, which has stifled all initiative, every living voice and every creative tendency in Soviet society, must crumble if only for the reason that initiative and creative ability are most indispensable precisely in wartime. Wherever this initiative arises, it will come into mortal conflict with the bureaucracy. The initial impetus against the regime may come from the beheaded Red Army, which is in direst and most immediate need to free itself from the dead hand of the totalitarian leadership. The Kremlin has not the ability nor the policy for preserving the morale of the soldiers, it cannot keep the front properly supplied and equipped. The Kremlin and its flunkies put their own prestige and power above all other considerations. Moscow's official war communiques reveal the panic in the Kremlin, which seeps through in its frantic attempts to paint up the officer corps, to instill it with confidence, and, especially, bolster up its prestige. It is the lieutenants, majors, colonels, who are singled out for acclaim. If a rank-and-file Red soldier receives brief mention, it is only to mention his unquestionable readiness to shed his lifeblood under any and all conditions. Yet it is precisely the initiative and the spirit of daring of the rank-and-file soldier and of the lowest command which will prove most decisive on the military arena. The Kremlin has done everything in its power to destroy this. Only a revolutionary war can release the vast creative forces latent in the masses at the front as well as behind the lines. We proceed from the knowledge that the strangled revolution still lives in the USSR. Every day of war will refresh the memories of those who fought in Trotsky's Red Army. Their sons and daughters, too, have not forgotten. But war speeds up in the extreme all processes, not only those of regeneration but also those of degeneration. It is a race for time between the still living forces of October and the march of the German imperialist war machine whose path is being cleared more by the corrupt and degenerate regime than by its own military might. Stalin is staking everything on the assistance of Churchill and Roosevelt. No force is too reactionary for Stalin if only he can temporarily summon it to his aid. His latest ally is the Russian Orthodox Church in the person of the acting Patriarch Sergei, Primate of the All-Russian Orthodox Church and Metropolitan of Moscow. Pray on, gentlemen. We, however, stake everything on the real defense of the USSR Revolutionary War. We stake everything on the resurgence of the October spirit and the traditions of the Civil War. The strength of the resistance of the Soviet Union is not, as Hitler calculates, identical with the strength of resistance of Stalin's regime. The revolution once 64. Arisen will prove unconquerable. It will rise, as it has risen in the past, from the shambles of the most terrible defeats, and lift high once again the great and glorious banner of struggle and victory, the unconquerable banner of the October Revolution and of the Civil War, the banner of Lenin and Trotsky. For Europe under the Iron Heel, February 1942. Mark Loris, Jean van Heijenoord. 65. This article proposes primarily to provide information for the non-European reader on the situation now existing in the continent which was for centuries the guide of mankind. 13. We reserve for another article an examination of our perspectives and of our political tasks. The information transmitted here is derived from bulletins and from special reviews, from conversations of the author with individuals arrived from Europe and finally from private communications received from Europe through underground channels. If one leaves aside for the moment the USSR, Europe has about 380 million inhabitants. Germany, with Austria, has 77 million. Her allies, Italy, Hungary, Finland, Bulgaria, have 60 million. The neutral countries, Sweden, Switzerland, Spain, Portugal, have 42 million. The British Isles, 51 million. Remaining are 150 million humans oppressed by Germany. Their countries are, Norway, Denmark, Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Albania, Greece. The most important part of France is occupied and the rest directly controlled. As for Romania, half conquered, half allied, it is in the position of an occupied country through its internal situation. During the First Imperialist War of 1914 to 1918, Germany also occupied several territories in Europe, Belgium, northern France, Central European countries. The quantitative difference between the two wars is evident. But there is another distinction. In World War I the occupied territories were almost completely emptied of men of military age. Old men, women, and children remained. Moreover, the fronts in Western and Central Europe were constantly moving. Industrial and agricultural production practically ceased. The present occupation is not only much more extensive, but also includes the mass of the population, except for prisoners of war in Germany, and there are no fronts in Western and Central Europe. But these advantages of the Nazis have also evoked resistance from the conquered population far beyond that of World War 66. All the forms of resistance which we are now witnessing existed in the previous war, in Belgium particularly, but they have now taken on enormously increased proportions. A Belgian newspaper published illegally in Brussels, La Libre Belgique, reported last August that more Belgians have been imprisoned in a year of occupation by the Germans than during the 4 years of 1914 to 1918. Violence and executions. To give an idea of the situation in occupied France, we reproduce from France Speaks some passages from a letter written in November 1941. The assassinations and sabotage now being committed in the occupied zone, as well as the repressions that have followed, are creating a great stir in France, in all France. This wide official publicity is entirely new. The assassinations and the sabotage are an old story compared to it. Anyone who has lived in Paris and the occupied zone in 1940 and 1941 knows that if, in the capital, relations with the occupying force were peaceful, the same could not be said for the provinces. Beginning with the suburbs of Paris, there began to be signs of embittered relations. Many German soldiers were shoved into the canal near Saint-Denis. The farther away from Paris one went, the more those relations lacked that famous correctness that was so emphasized in the official press. Dozens of large and small towns, villages, and hamlets have seen on their walls the red posters announcing the executions of Frenchmen for assassinations and assaults perpetrated against the occupying force. Nearly all the towns of the occupied zone have had to pay fines as high as several million francs, have had to run the gamut of punishment, from earlier curfews to the closing of cafes, bans on going out on Sundays, etc. The acts for which they are punished range from individual assaults to destruction of telephone lines, a very frequent occurrence. The prison camps and jails are jammed. Those given light sentences of from 2 to 3 months have had to wait their turn. They go to the camp or the jail upon being called there, when there is room for them. Once inside, they are in danger of incurring a supplementary sentence, meted out under various pretexts. The most frequent is the perpetration of an insult to Hitler, a crime of which the jailers alone are the judges. It is only since July and August 1941, a few weeks after the opening of Russo-German hostilities, and especially since the demonstration of Russian resistance, that the assaults and acts of sabotage have received wide 67. Publicity, and the repressive measures have progressively increased, up to the climactic point of the Nantes and Bordeaux mass executions of October, widely publicized throughout the world. Why have the sabotage and the assaults been much more numerous and grave than they had been previously? They have been more spectacular, certainly, the victims having included 2 high German officers, one of them, Hotz of Nantes, a man particularly odious to the populace. Thus they have a wider political and public meaning. The acts of sabotage, too, have multiplied. A number have been detailed by the press and the radio, but the majority and the most important of them have received no publicity. It appears that the violence of the repression has had as its primary aim the prevention of the generalization and aggravation of the hostile acts against the occupying force. Moreover, and perhaps above all, Paris and Vichy have been worried over the spread of that state of mind which has given rise to these troubles and has nurtured them. The first shot and the first train wreck brought into the public eye the hostility which previously had been hidden. Opinions began to be divided after the seizure of hostages and the first mass executions. But condemnation in principle of the saboteurs is seldom heard. Still less is credence given to the thesis that sabotage isn't French, set forth in some communiques and some big bill posters which show, behind the gunman, the sinister shadow of Stalin, the latest edition of the man with the knife between his teeth. Despite all the rewards held out to informers, none has yet come forth to inform on the various assaults. If those who shot a German officer in the Paris subway were able to vanish in the crowd, it was because the crowd wanted it that way. What characterizes those assaults which are reported in the large newspapers is, above all, the extreme audacity with which they are executed, most often in broad daylight in the street. It should be noted also that they are very often crowned with success. Finally, their authors remain unpunished. For all the serious assaults committed in France against high officers of the German army, not one guilty person has yet been caught. Numerous hostages have been arrested and shot, but the authorities have been unable to lay their hands on any presumed malefactor. Efforts in that direction, however, have not been lacking. Puchu, Pétain's Minister of the Interior, came to Paris personally to direct the investigations. So consistent a state of affairs can be explained only by the attitude of the population, the lukewarm enthusiasm of the ranks of the French police, and the difficulties of the Gestapo in operating in a strange milieu. 68. The assaults are in general the work not of an isolated individual but of a group. An exception was the revolver attack upon Laval and Diet, the act of an isolated petty bourgeois provincial. Who are these groups? At least in France we must list in the first place the Stalinists. In their press and leaflets they advocate terrorist acts. A supplementary proof of their organized participation is the murder of Marcel Gittin and the wounding of Henry Saup, former Stalinist leaders who broke with the party at the time of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, and who later became fascists. Besides the Stalinists, there are in the European countries various secret patriotic groups, originating from the petty bourgeoisie, who systematically practice terrorism. As the letter quoted above reminds us, the assaults are by no means confined to the cases published in the press, which occur in the large cities. Immediately upon quitting the central sections of the big cities, the Germans feel themselves less secure. Elementary hate spews forth upon the least occasion. In northern France and Belgium, rows often occur in saloons between German soldiers and the inhabitants. This region is predominantly working class. If a German is killed, repression follows swiftly. Usually 10 young men, taken from the street where the incident occurred, pay with their lives. In the countries of Western Europe, not to speak of countries like Poland or Yugoslavia, the victims of German firing squads are already counted in thousands. The various totals published in the press, the New York Times for instance spoke recently of 200 in France, are the official figures, German in origin, and have absolutely no relation to the reality. Sabotage is one of the most widespread forms of resistance. It assumes the most diverse aspects, and it is not always easy to say where it begins and where it ends. General statistics of production do not exist. From the few fragmentary figures made public, it is difficult to measure the extent of sabotage, since one must make allowance for the lack of raw materials, for ersatz, and especially for the enfeeblement of the workers due to lack of nourishment. But the condemnations published in the German or the collaborationist papers of each occupied country prove that acts of sabotage are discovered daily. The most violent forms of sabotage, such as the cutting of telephone lines or derailment of trains, have perhaps a tendency to diminish, or at least not to increase, because of the immediate retribution levied on the hostages. In Belgium, for example, the Nazis place in the train itself hostages responsible for the success of its trip. The Germans also draw upon the local population to mount guard around depots and railroads, naturally under pain of death in case of accident. Burnings of crops and stores of grain have been frequent at the end of summer, and in attempts to stop this the Germans have often prohibited the peasants. 69. From leaving their quarters at night. In the last 2 or 3 months one notes rather numerous explosions in power stations and conflagrations in factories, especially in Belgium. The most active centers of sabotage are northern France, Belgium, Norway, Czechoslovakia. The various forms of sabotage. In the factories, the least we can say is that no zeal at all is shown for working. As a primary form of resistance, the workers play dumb. Absolutely everything is utilized which can retard production without breaking the surface discipline. This state of mind has spread throughout all the occupied countries, independently of the propaganda of any party whatsoever. The Czech workers circulate the slogan, "Our production should be the poorest in the world." Their emblem, they put it on walls, on their products, etc., is a tortoise with a P, first letter of the word pomalu, slowly. Who organizes the sabotage and under what forms? That is naturally rather difficult to determine exactly, especially from the outside. Leaving aside strictly individual acts, spontaneous outbursts of anger and hate, it is probable that a large part of the sabotage is executed by local or regional groups, in every case of rather small size. There do not seem to be any national bourgeois organizations actually organized to undertake and direct sabotage on a national scale in each country. The only organizations working on a large scale are the Stalinist parties, and even their local initiative must be extremely important. Who are the saboteurs? We can say that large strata of the population are represented among them. Here for example are the professions of 11 Norwegians recently shot for sabotage in the small city of Stavanger: a doctor, a bookkeeper, an office worker, a sign painter, a businessman, a customs officer, a watchman, a warehouse employee, a salesman, a manager, a smith. Within the factories there are naturally the workers themselves. But these participate also in other acts of sabotage such as arson, derailments, etc., particularly in Belgium or in northern France. In what measure do these workers act on their own initiative or under the influence of the Stalinist party? That is difficult to determine. But it is beyond doubt that a certain part of the acts of violent sabotage, outside of the factories, are organized by independent groups of workers, without the direct influence of any party. With the suppression of the most elementary democratic rights have appeared all the forms of underground expression. One repeats to another, mouth to ear, innumerable and virulent anecdotes against the Germans. Chain letters are also very widespread, but naturally it is the illegal press which has most 70 importance. In each country of Europe there is now in circulation a quantity of small underground newspapers. Even in Hungary, allied to Germany, an illegal anti-Hitler paper now regularly appears. These newspapers are put together by every imaginable method, but with time their technique improves. At present a rather large number are printed and certain of them are even printed quite well. The countries where they are most numerous are France, Belgium, Norway, and Poland. The illegal newspapers. In France the Stalinist organ El Humanite appears regularly each week in printed form and is reproduced locally by mimeograph when necessary. La Vérité, published by the Trotskyists, appears in Paris, printed, every 2 weeks. These are the only two known working class papers, there is no socialist or syndicalist journal. All the other illegal papers have a national bourgeois character. Here are some titles: La Voix de Paris, Voice of Paris, Le Feu, The Fire, Pantagruel, Liberté, Freedom, Le Peuple de France, The People of France, Les Petites Ailes, Little Wings, La France Continue, France Goes On, Valmy. This last seems to be edited by some right-wing trade unionists of the old CGT, but it declares itself purely national. It calls itself organ of resistance to oppression and declares our motto, one single enemy, the invader. The general attitude of the national bourgeois journals is to declare themselves above the former political divisions and to unite all men of goodwill coming from all the former parties. They are extremely reticent on what will come after the liberation. All publish abundant facts on German looting, violently attack Darla and the Paris collaborationists. Concerning Pétain, opinion is somewhat divided. The majority attack him, but some evidence reserve tinged with a certain sympathy. Some articles do not lack political perspicacity, as one can judge by this quotation from La France Continue, June 1941. Just as the regime of Blum sooner or later had to engender a dictatorship, so the regime of Vichy will inevitably engender the revolution. And the journal opposes Pétain precisely because his regime breeds revolution. Certain newspapers, Liberté, for example, pose as the organ of an organized group. They speak of their cells and call upon their members to hold themselves in readiness for the day when their leaders will give the signal for action. During the first months of the invasion, that is, well before the attack on the USSR, the Stalinist organ El Humanite preserved the most ambiguous attitude toward the Germans, declaring itself against Vichy and denouncing the Democrats of yesterday, Daladier, Blum, etc., as agents of English imperialism. Natur. 71. Ally all that is changed now. Recently El Humanite announced that in occupied France an illegal conference had been held of Frenchmen and French women of different points of view and beliefs, united by the will to struggle implacably and pitilessly for the liberation of France from the Hitlerian yoke. This conference declared itself a constituent assembly of the National Front for the Independence of France and addressed an appeal to all organizations to adhere to it. In the illegal National Bourgeois press a great polemic is being waged on collaboration with the Stalinists. In this connection we quote some lines from a national journal entitled Vérités, Truths. Among us are no political sectarians, whether of the left or the right. When it came to defending our soil, Thérèse deserted, and his propaganda was tied up with that of Goebbels in the attempt to demoralize France. That we don't forget. Today his effort consists of exploiting the purest patriotism for the greater good of the Soviets. Of course we admire the fierce resistance of the Russian soldier, but only to the extent that he is killing the Boche. He is defending his country against the foreigner. It is up to us to defend our country against the foreigner, be he German or Russian. Let anti-German Frenchmen watch out. They are in danger of being odiously deceived. Let them never join the National Front for the Independence of France. Frenchmen we are. Frenchmen we shall remain. Other national groups declare themselves for collaboration with the Stalinists in order to use their wide experience in illegal work. One paper writes, the communist organization brings today the help of a unique experience of illegal action. In Belgium we note more than 40 illegal papers appearing regularly. The best known is La Libre Belgique, Free Belgium, which also appeared during World War I. It has at present several local editions. There are also several socialist journals and not less than 5 regular Stalinist publications. In Norway these are the titles of some of the journals appearing regularly: We Want Our Own Country, The Royal Courier, The Courier of V, The Sign of the Times. Appearing in mimeographed form, The Sign of the Times, Tidens 10, is the continuation of the oldest of the Oslo newspapers which, after having appeared for more than a year under German occupation, voluntarily ceased publication in 1941, since its editors were not willing to submit to the growing 72. Pressure of German censorship. Frequently these papers publish blacklists of individuals associating with Quisling's party. In Poland the illegal press flourishes abundantly. The struggle for the independence of Poland is mainly carried on by the workers' movement and numerous journals are published by groups of left socialists, the Jewish Bundists, etc., often anti-Stalinist. Pamphlets and manifestos are also rather frequently published. Sympathy for England and for all things English is widespread and is the immediate reaction to the oppression. English aviators who are forced to abandon their planes by parachute are often concealed by the local population. Their military apparel and their parachutes are immediately burned and by slow stages they come to safety after long months. The death penalty is the rule for whoever is connected in any way with affairs of this kind, but the frequency of executions on these grounds shows that the risk is cheerfully accepted. The funerals of English aviators killed in action are often the occasion of long processions and sometimes, as in Belgium, are transformed into anti-German demonstrations. The great number of convictions for espionage, most often followed by executions, show that espionage on behalf of England is widespread throughout the most diverse layers of the population. Naturally the Nazis justify many executions on the pretext of espionage, nevertheless it is clear that British agents get a great deal of help. The churches. In Belgium and Holland the Catholic cardinals have refused collaboration and taken an attitude of opposition. In France the Catholic Church is somewhat divided. It seems that the opposition is sharpest where the Church has some base in the masses. That is the case in Belgium. That is also the case in northern France and in Brittany, and we see in these two regions instances of parish priests shot by the Germans. In Paris, where the strata of population have long traditions of atheism, the Church and especially its heads are collaborationist. In Norway the great majority of the Protestant Church has gone into opposition. This opposition manifests itself in pastoral letters, sermons, refusal of the sacraments to local fascists and, in Belgium for example, by the singing of the national anthem and the display of the national flag inside the churches. The general character of the hate for the Germans is shown in the attitude of children. Throughout all Europe one observes demonstrations of children against the oppression, in Czechoslovakia, in Norway, in Holland, in Belgium, in 73. Luxembourg. They beat up the sons of fascists, they mock the German officers in the street, they refuse to participate in the collecting of bones or old rags, etc. Native fascist groups. In all the invaded countries Hitler found, when he arrived, fascist parties whose program was subordination to Germany. The history of these groups since then is altogether one of stagnation and disintegration. The population surrounds them with hatred and contempt, perhaps even greater than the feeling toward the Germans. In fact, the fascists are treated as lepers, the people avoid any contact with them, boycott their stores if they are in business, circulate blacklists of their names and relatives and friends break with them. The papers of these fascist groups complain in the most ridiculous and puerile way about these persecutions. Many demonstrations against them by the population are reported through underground channels. Leaving for the Russian front, a detachment of Belgian fascists paraded in Brussels a few weeks ago. They marched between two lines of German soldiers, behind whom the population booed and insulted the pale and silent fascists. In Belgium also a group of Flemish fascists was recently attacked in a workers' neighborhood. Chairs, bottles, glassware were hurled at them and a good many of them had to be taken to the hospital. Such incidents are not infrequent not only in Belgium, but also in Holland and Norway. Generally speaking, the Nazis have little confidence in these groups, especially since they are frequently divided and have extremely violent internal fights. The Germans use them mainly for petty police tasks, for instance to stop cars on the main roads in search for smuggled foods. With the war against the USSR, the Nazis have made great efforts towards sending to the Russian front Norwegian, Danish, Dutch, Belgian, and French contingents recruited through the native fascists. The success has not been very great, a few thousand men altogether, in spite of extremely high pay. Once arrived on the Russian front, difficulties between them and the German staff flared up. Generally, for the administrative tasks, the Germans prefer to use old functionaries who agree to fulfill their technical functions for the sake of preserving order. Thus they make use of secretaries of ministries, judges, policemen, mayors, etc., who formed a great part of the state apparatus of the democracies. Without the collaboration of these individuals, the Germans would find themselves in tremendous difficulties in the occupied countries, and here they find their principal help, rather than among the fascist groups. 74. The occupying troops. The main preoccupation of the German General Staff is to avoid too intimate contact between the German soldiers and the local populations. Naturally, officers are billeted in private houses. But simple soldiers live collectively in barracks, camps, etc. Persons who have been in contact with the German army report the lack of enthusiasm of the German soldiers, once the excitement over the victories of May-June 1940 had passed. Generally the soldiers manifest a great desire to return to civilian life, to see again their wives and their children. They show great fear of British bombings of their dear ones at home. Since the war in the USSR the occupying troops have greatly decreased in number and are completely changed in composition. The Germans now use older soldiers and even wounded ones. Acts of insubordination have been reported in the German army, but it is very difficult to verify the authenticity of such reports. The incidents are generally of the following type: a German soldier coming back from leave at home described to his comrades the conditions there. The officers proceeded to stop the discussion, the soldiers protested and expressed their weariness of the war. One or two were shot. Recently the news came, with a great deal of detail, of a rebellion in France where 100 soldiers were shot, as well as 4 officers of the Paris garrison. But such reports must be taken very cautiously. Those in France or in Belgium who have seen German soldiers back from Russia report that they return completely terrorized by the savagery and bloodiness of the fight. They describe the front as hell. The economic situation. We will indicate here only the most apparent aspects of the situation. The Germans are guided by one rule, to draw the utmost from the occupied countries in order to prosecute the war. This factor determines the economic activity of the invaded countries and gives to it an extremely uneven character. The industries which are able to provide for the needs of the German war machine are working overtime. Those intended to satisfy the needs of the local population are in complete decay. This division corresponds more or less to the one between heavy industry and industry devoted to consumer needs. This fact is especially apparent in France and Belgium, where the leaders of heavy industry are for collaboration. In France, at least 2 ministers of Pétain are representatives of 75. Big business, Puchu, former manager of the big Jappy metallurgical plants, and Li Haidu, son-in-law of the big auto manufacturer, Renault. At the arrival of the Germans, the rate of exchange established between the mark and the various national currencies produced a kind of inflation. German soldiers felt rich with their marks and they bought everything they could send to Germany, stockings, perfumes, etc. For a few months a kind of prosperity rocked certain trades. But it ended soon. When their stocks were exhausted, it was impossible to renew them, and the bonanza period ended. In spite of the general disorganization of the economy, unemployment, although existing, remains limited. The reasons are numerous. Germany still keeps many war prisoners, the strongest adults. There are still 1,400,000 French war prisoners in German camps. Numerous workers have gone to Germany to work, more than 2 million. Among them are 250,000 Belgian workers, or 1/5 of all the active workers of Belgium in ordinary times, 150,000 Dutch workers, etc. The recruiting of these workers takes every form, from mere violence to free contract. In Poland, the Germans resort to real manhunts to get workers and send them to Germany, where they live in barracks. In Western Europe, the unemployed are threatened with the curtailment of their dole if they refuse to sign contracts for work in Germany. If the worker is really highly skilled, he can get in Germany a standard of life almost equal to that of the German worker. But for the great mass, the standard is markedly lower and can go down to forced labor. One more reason for the apparently slight unemployment in the occupied countries is the fleeing of the workers to the countryside. An unemployed worker can simply not live in the city after a few months. He leaves then for a country village where he has some relatives or friends. Pétain favors this decomposition of society and calls it a return to the soil. In the primitive conditions of present Europe, life in the country is relatively easier than in the cities. The peasant family can always conceal some food from the administrative control. He can find wood when coal is lacking. He can always sell some of his products on the black market. Of course, this situation has its negative side as well. With the money he gets, he is unable to buy in the city such small things as nails or cord. Requisitions are not infrequent. The Germans come and take his horse or his steer, and they give him in exchange a wad of newly printed marks which he keeps because he cannot buy anything with it. In some cases the peasants resist requisitions and shooting starts. Several cases have been recorded in Belgium and Holland. Finally, the profits from the black market go mainly to the big farmers who can deal directly with the profiteers. The small farmer does not get much of it. The black market reigns all over Europe and is now a recognized institution. The German authorities of course know all the details of its functioning, but 76. Tolerate it and even make abundant use of it. In most countries the legal food rations are quite insufficient and for the mass of the population do not amount to more than 1/4 or 1/3 of the food they need. So everybody has to resort to the illegal, or black, market. This business is highly centralized in the hands of big profiteers. A whole new caste of nouveau riches is rising. Smuggling of butter, bootlegging of edible oil, counterfeiting of food tickets bring big money. Here we quote a letter from Paris in July 1941. From the wholesaler to the retail merchant, there is a wide range of clandestine vendors. Day after day the newspapers write about the fight against their activities against lawless skyrocketing of prices. But to no avail, collusion and favoritism go on. The reign of gold is over, according to the Nazis. But money floats in wide streams. Some people are having plenty of good times. Never before were there in Paris so many nightclubs, bars, speakeasies, taverns, and other places where money can be spent for amusement. Many liquidated places are reopening and are decorated more luxuriously than ever. And new ones are constantly springing up all over the city. In these places the 50-franc maximum menu is not obligatory, rationing cards are unknown. Bands, gypsy or Russian, international singers and performers contribute to the excitement of the atmosphere, which does not remind the Frenchmen of their national mourning, or the Nazis of their Spartan spirit, so much exalted by Hitler. Well, after midnight, when the rest of Paris is asleep, the new Paris, made up of Germans and those few Frenchmen of both sexes who get along well with the Germans, comes to life and has a good time. Leaving the nightclubs, the revelers see the first queues being formed outside the stores, where the sale of potatoes will begin several hours later. In most of the big cities such as Brussels, Antwerp, and Oslo, the Germans have insisted upon the opening of new cabarets and nightclubs. Everywhere prostitution has increased enormously. The small minority of the national population which has money enough can still find everywhere in Europe everything they want and have regal meals. But for the great mass of the population the situation is quite different. In France, which is not among the worst countries, one never ceases to be hungry. The queues for the rationed public start in the very early hours of the morning and last until 11 o'clock. Many women faint. Sometimes the stores close before the end because their stocks have been exhausted. The search for food is a constant strain, and takes a great part of everyone's time. 77. The prices on the black market are on the average 4, 5, or 6 times higher than for rationed products. In France a goose sells for 1,200 francs. The weekly pay of a fairly well-paid worker is 300 francs, and the daily dole of unemployed workers is 12 francs. That means that a worker would need an entire month's pay to buy a goose, and the unemployed worker would have to save his entire allotment for 100 days. Eggs are sold up to 9 francs apiece. That means a worker could buy about 5 eggs with 1 day's pay. Sugar sells at 50 francs and butter at 120 francs per kilo, 2.2 pounds. A packet of 20 cigarettes, of such a quality that an American would never smoke them, can be bought from street vendors for 125 francs. And, we must not forget, France is still the most privileged part of all the occupied territory. There have been many reports of food riots, generally initiated by women, especially in the big cities of Belgium, such as Antwerp and Liege. Everywhere tuberculosis is making tremendous progress. Recently some Swiss medical authorities had the opportunity of examining French war prisoners. They reported that 1/4 of these men, the strongest section of the population, were tubercular. In southern France, that is, in a relatively privileged part, the rate of child mortality compared with pre-war times has tripled. The number of premature births has doubled. More than half the mothers are unable to give natural milk to their babies. 40% of the children are, on the average, unable to attend school because of illness, debility, or want of clothes. Recent trends. Sufficient news to give a general idea always takes a certain time to arrive in New York. But all indications from Europe in recent weeks, that is, since about December 15th, show an aggravation of the situation. The reasons are clear: the continuation of the war, the Russian successes, and also winter, always harder than the summer for the masses. The paper of the Norwegian fascists wrote in the middle of January that a genuine civil war was reigning in Norway. Almost everywhere the executions for sabotage show a definite increase. During January, food riots were reported in several big cities of France. According to rumors, the Germans are looking for new devices of administration in the occupied countries. We can be sure that the new will be no more successful than the old in creating the new order. 28 January 1942. 78. 5 on the war fronts, May 1942. Joseph Hansen. In the first great stage of the Second World War, the German military machine uncoiled like a huge spring, crushing and driving out the armed forces of the democracies from the satellite nations which constituted the Allied outposts on the European continent. 14. The spectacular speed with which this phase of the German drive for world power was accomplished resulted not only from the careful preparation of the German militarists, the superiority of their military machine and the advantage of operating from inside lines, but from the internal decay of the Allied powers. By June 1941 the only bastions remaining in the hands of the Allied camp were Great Britain Iceland on one flank of Europe, North Africa Middle East on the other. Conquering either of these outposts would have given Germany an immensely strengthened military position. However, separated by barriers of water from the continent, with Britain unprepared to launch an offensive, neither outpost constituted an immediate threat to entrenched Germany. German imperialism was faced, on the other hand, with the pressing necessity of securing a vast granary to feed subjected Europe and oil fields to supply its industrial and military machine. In the absence of sea power with which to break through the Allied blockade, the German armies were forced to turn eastward. In addition was the threat of socialist revolution, if suppressed temporarily inside Germany through the instrumentality of fascism, still present externally in the shape of the Soviet Union. If the Nazis succeeded in conquering this great fortress of the proletariat with its vast natural resources, they would thereby strike a terrible blow against the threat of socialist revolution, break the Allied blockade, succeed in joining forces with Japan and thus attain a preeminent world position. The military challenge of America through Great Britain and the Middle East area could be met from enormously strengthened vantage points. The second great stage of the conflict began with the German attack upon the Soviet Union. In the third stage of the war, which brought in the United States and Japan as active military participants, the Japanese military machine in a series of operations paralleling those of Germany expanded with explosive speed. The same general factors which gave Germany military superiority in the West likewise gave Japan military superiority in the Orient, the previous German victories constituting an additional advantage. The democracies were driven from their strongholds in the Far East. Only the outposts of Australia, New Zealand, and India remained to them on the periphery of the new Japanese Empire. The much more threatening outpost of eastern Siberia is held by the Soviet Union. Throughout the war the democracies have been forced to remain on the defensive in the military field. The Axis powers are on the offensive. They are still expanding upon advantageous internal lines of attack. If we grant an indefinitely prolonged world imperialist struggle uninterrupted by uprisings of the oppressed, a possibility that exists only in the abstract, and grant that in such a struggle the American colossus should secure the time to achieve ultimate superiority because of its great productive capacity, it is clear that on the military side such a victory could be attained only at the cost of unimaginable suffering and bloodshed. The Anglo-American powers must launch their offensive in both Europe and East Asia from difficult and costly outside lines in contradistinction to the inside lines from which the Axis powers operate. They must cross oceans to reach even the periphery of the Axis circles. They must land on distant coasts that will undoubtedly be desperately defended, recapture their lost outposts, and then step by step compress the expanded opposing military machines until they are driven back and finally shattered in the industrial centers from which they uncoiled. A clearer idea of exactly what such plans of the imperialist strategists will mean in misery and death to the workers can be obtained from a more detailed examination of the various war fronts. In the Pacific. What will it take to conquer Japan? Economically Japan was, next to Italy, formerly the poorest great power. Yet this weak power crushed the remnants of the Dutch Empire, smashed the British strongholds, defeated the American forces in the Philippines, and is now entrenching herself in one of the richest colonial areas of the world. She has knocked aside the Allied bayonets and placed her own bayonet at the throats of more than 137 million people inhabiting approximately 1,385,000 square miles of territory. This does not take into 80. Account her seizures in the richest prize of all, China, which has yet to be conquered, although all the supply routes except the one through Mongolia are now in the hands of Japan. Tokyo has conquered virtual monopoly of the world's supply of rubber, tin, quinine, manila, used in the manufacture of rope. She has secured oil fields more than sufficient for her needs and along with it important ores such as bauxite from which aluminum is derived. The immediate booty which can be shipped to Japan includes rice, cattle, hides, tobacco, spices, etc. The March 7 issue of the Army and Navy Journal declared Japan now virtually self-sufficient in her war economy. Writing in April Foreign Affairs, the military expert Hanson Baldwin says in an article America at War, 3 Bad Months. The history of our first 3 months at war must be painted in somber colors. The United States Navy suffered the worst losses in its history. As this was written, the surging tide of conquest was imperiling India, menacing Australia, ship sinkings were increasing to totals which approximated those of the war's worst months and freight storage yards were clogged, awaiting merchant shipping. Thus in less than go days the strategic picture of the war had been considerably altered. The United Nations had suffered their worst defeats since the fall of France. As spring approached, the short-range prospects were grim. Such enormous military forces will be required to dislodge Japan, such a titanic navy and air fleet, such colossal armies, such slaughter of troops, that American economy and the American people must be strained to the breaking point. The truth about the propaganda that Japan is weakening herself was refuted by none other than Admiral Hart in the Hearst Press of April 5. When asked the question, "Aren't the Japs spreading themselves pretty thin, exposing their long lines of communication to attack?" the Admiral replied, "Our position is essentially the same. We, too, have long lines of communication not only in the Pacific but in the Atlantic. We too are vulnerable." Hanson Baldwin adds that America has convoy routes half as long as the circumference of the globe and 3 to 12 times as long as the Japanese communications. For years American imperialists talked of the Achilles heel of Japan, her lack of oil, while they supplied her with oil until she had stored enough, according to some estimates, to last for 2 years of all-out war. In the battles it turned out that the Dutch fleet itself was caught short of oil, although it was guarding the oil fields of the East Indies. 81. What is the truth about Japan's alleged weakness in oil? Not only does she still have the greater part of her war reserves but, if we are to believe the February Fortune magazine, Dr. Fritz Fetzer, a high German naval official, after a trip to Tokyo reported to Berlin as long ago as 1935, that Japan, dependent on foreign crude oil reached only by sea, but conquerable, that therefore she was building not only extensive refineries but a large fleet of some of the fastest tankers in the world. By 1941 Japan's plants could refine about 3/4 of all her oil requirements. Apparently Hanson Baldwin would agree with this estimate, for in the January 19 New York Times he pointed out that on Tarakan, the oil-rich island off the northeastern coast of Borneo, the oil is so pure that it can be pumped directly into a ship's tanks without refining. In his column of February 20 he declared that Japan has now obtained access to great stocks of oil and raw materials in the southwestern Pacific and is probably indefinitely blockade-proof. In his article in Foreign Affairs he goes even further, pointing out that in the battle area it is the Japanese who are rich in oil, the Allies who are poor. Now that the Japanese are in possession of Malaya and the Indies, their need for oil and other materials is largely met, whereas we must transport most of our oil supplies to Australia. Victories are likewise mapped in the bourgeois press, showing how it is possible to sweep across the Pacific from Hawaii and Alaska in a pincers movement for direct attack upon the Japanese islands. The slogan generally attached to these maps is "Bomb Tokyo." The truth is, such slogans only cover up preparations for the most terrible slaughter of Allied armed forces. We see very easily the difficulties Hitler faces in making a ground assault across 20-odd miles of English Channel. But the distance from Pearl Harbor to Yokohama is 3,394 miles, from Dutch Harbor, 2,928. The decisive factor, air power, is not even mentioned in these newspaper plans except possibly in connection with agitation to use Vladivostok as the base for bombing Tokyo. Yet it was air power which enabled the Japanese to drive the American fleet away from the Philippines, to wipe out the battleships Repulse and Prince of Wales, which sealed the fate of Singapore, and finally, as the Amri and Navy Journal of March 21 puts it, destroy the United Nations fleet at Java. The United States is manufacturing planes at many times the rate of Japan. However, it is not possible to manufacture in American plant spaces for the use of these planes in the Far East. Where can these planes find a base well supplied with gasoline, armaments, food, replacements, etc.? The ports of China are held by Japan. The Burma Road has been closed by Japan. All the islands down to Australia are held by Japan. Long-range bombers can be knocked off with relative ease if they conduct sustained bombings, unless protected by fighter planes. 82. Airplane carriers to transport such planes, and tankers to supply the accompanying vessels are among the most vulnerable of naval craft. Rather than easy victory, the March 7 London Economist sees the situation due to become worse, visualizing that Japan can advance still farther, raiding the coast of India as she did China and penetrating toward the interior. The review believes that Japanese control of the Indian Ocean looms. As for India resisting Japanese aggression, The Economist is not too confident. India is large enough to swallow the invader, particularly an invader thousands of miles from his main base. Another aspect, of course, is not so hopeful. The Indian people do not feel for the British Raj what the Chinese feel for Free China. Yet in the face of this grim reality, the bourgeois press announces with appropriate fanfare that MacArthur is preparing to use Australia as the springboard for an offensive that will not stop until total victory is gained over Japan. If we leave out the alternative of revolution and colonial uprisings, a spectre which Wall Street fears above all else, this means taking and holding Java, Celebes, Sumatra, Borneo, and the lesser neighboring islands, advancing into the blazing muzzles of the giant guns on Singapore, which is now being repaired and improved by the Japanese, advancing through the jungles of the Malay Peninsula, taking Thailand, Burma, Indochina, advancing along the coast of China, retaking Hong Kong, Canton, Shanghai, etc., recapturing the Philippines, and then landing on the Japanese islands themselves. If this project is ever carried out, the western waters of the Pacific will be dyed crimson with the blood of the opposing forces. The Battle of the Atlantic. The defeat of the Allied fleet in the Pacific, which necessarily resulted in greater dispersion of the naval craft patrolling the rest of the sea lanes, has enabled the Axis to wage large-scale submarine warfare on the Atlantic coast. Apparently about 2 merchant vessels a day are being sunk, that is, twice as many as are being launched, according to official reports. The continued sinkings have seriously cut down on America's ability to send war supplies to the battle areas. Docks and warehouses are jammed with goods awaiting ships. The enormous war production of the factories pours to the coastlines and there piles up in huge reserves separated by wide oceans from the battlefields. Tanker sinkings, for instance, have resulted in a growing oil shortage on the eastern seaboard since 95% of petroleum products required there are normally transported by tankers. In the Gulf area, storage tanks are filled to capacity and refineries have been compelled to curtail opera. 83. Shins by approximately 25% because of the shipping bottleneck. According to Arthur Kroc in the New York Times of April 8. The truth is that the United States has well under 50% of the bottoms required to carry out its full commitments and the needs of general war. The further truth is that shipping production figures do not yet justify the belief that construction will fill this gap and that caused by submarine sinkings, any time soon. The situation in the Atlantic was indicated when, from under the very noses of the British, the German war vessels trapped at Brest, the Scharnhorst, the Gneisenau, and Prinz Eugen, managed to make the perilous run through the English Channel and escape to Germany. Admiral Hart remarked dryly about this reverse, "You noticed that the Gneisenau and Scharnhorst left Brest at the moment the Germans decided for their departure. And British airfields were only 130 miles away." In his funeral oration over this defeat, Churchill expressed relief that these vessels were no longer in a French port from which they could threaten Allied shipping. However, as the Army and Navy Journal of February 21 sarcastically points out, he failed to remind Parliament that when the vessels are repaired, they, in conjunction with the battleships Tirpitz, Suezau, and Scheer, will make a powerful fleet, which this summer can operate against the Russian naval forces in the Baltic Sea, and move to interrupt Lend-Lease material proceeding from the United States to Murmansk. The German fleet may also attempt to effect a junction with the remnants of the French and Italian fleets in the Mediterranean. The European fleets of the Axis might also attempt to join the still largely intact Japanese fleet in the Indian Ocean, thus creating a formidable force that could be challenged only at the cost of untold slaughter. British occupation of Madagascar was to forestall a juncture of Germany and Japan at this strategic spot. The Army and Navy Journal of March 7 pointed out. Hugh Dalton, president of the British Board of Trade, pointed out this week that the Tokyo government now has a great surplus of many vital war materials which Germany lacks, and there is a definite danger that those two allies will make every effort to join their trade routes. Herein lies the importance of Madagascar to the totalitarian governments, for, in their possession, that island would serve as a base for the transfer of goods, as well as for submarine operations against the ships of the United Nations carrying supplies to Libya, the Near East and India. At present the exchange of rubber, tin, etc., by the Japanese for German machine tools, 84 instruments, etc., would be limited to blockade runners, but if a juncture should be effected by the Japanese Navy with the German battleships, and the French and Italian fleets, the trickle that is likely would become a stream. The long tradition of American and British naval superiority still blinds people to the fact that the Axis is now close to turning the tables on the high seas. On April 17 Hanson Baldwin disclosed in his column, "The tenuous naval superiority that the United Nations enjoyed last December has now been whittled down by losses and damages to a serious extent. The margin of our present naval superiority is small. The loss of another naval battle could mean a shift in the balance of sea power in favor of the Axis. The conquest of Singapore has not only given Tokyo the possibility of offensive operations in the Indian Ocean but has greatly increased the danger to China. Besides the direct military threat, there is the possibility that Chiang Kai-shek will double-cross London and Washington. His price as ally of the United Nations has already gone up. Chiang Kai-shek, however, will not find it easy to shift into the camp of Japan, should he actually be considering such an alternative. The prestige of the Allied powers, dealt a terrible blow in the Far East debacle, has not thereby automatically been transferred to Japanese imperialism. Throughout the Orient the colonial movement has received a tremendous impetus. The Chinese people can see for themselves that the allies of Chiang Kai-shek were not so powerful as tradition and propaganda had made them out to be, and are speaking with a new note of self-confidence. The slogan "Arm the People" will gain in popularity throughout China as the realization sweeps the land that they must depend upon their own forces for victory. Chiang Kai-shek's bureaucratic conduct of the war has resulted in the slaughter of millions of people without dislodging the Japanese forces. An armed populace, inspired by an agrarian revolution in China, would consume the Japanese forces in short order and free China. Such an event could electrify the oppressed of the entire earth. The danger to the Soviet Union. The class-conscious workers are defending the Soviet Union as a mighty fortress of the proletariat. A Soviet victory over Hitler's armies would mean the opening of a new dynamic stage of the world's socialist revolution. To the danger from the Nazis has now been added a new and imminent peril in Siberia. 85. Strategicus, whose opinion seems to hold considerable weight with the American staff as well as the British, stated in the Army and Navy Journal for January 3. The Soviet army in Siberia has been greatly weakened in recent months by the transfer to Europe of most of its tank brigades, a number of infantry divisions, and a large part of its air forces. Japan, therefore, possesses for the time being military superiority along the Manchurian-Siberian front. It may be predicted that active hostilities between Japan and Russia will break out as soon as spring weather permits large-scale military operations. Indeed, unless the Malaysian offensive consumes too much of Japan's military strength, it will be Japan which will take the offensive and invade Siberia, and this offensive will be launched in conjunction with a German assault in European Russia. Washington speaks of an offensive against Japan. It is possible, as hinted in Chiang Kai-shek's paper, that the plans envisage the launching of this offensive not only from Australia but from Siberia. The winter campaign of the Red Army does not seem to have greatly impressed the strategists who control the armed forces of the Allies. The Amri and Navy Journal of January 10, for instance, expresses this attitude succinctly. What the Russian soldiers are doing in the defense of their homeland is the envy and pride of all fighting men. There are still experts who fail to get enthusiastic over the Russian progress, who point out that the retreats of the Germans have been from their advance salients and have had the result, probably planned, they say, of straightening out the German line. There has been no breakthrough, they point out, nor have any great bodies of German troops been cut off. Strategicus likewise declares. Despite recent successes in the Moscow and Rostov sectors, Russia will probably continue to be hard-pressed by Germany. A revival of the Nazi offensive should occur in April or May, when winter has passed, and mechanized armies can operate once more. This offensive will almost certainly be just as violent and just as widespread as the attack of last June. Hansen Baldwin on March 16 declared that although the German losses had been heavy during the winter, they had given up only about one-fifth of the conquered territory. Moreover, 86. The Germans have clung tenaciously and on the whole, successfully to key strong points which, because they control important communication networks in western Russia, the Nazis hope to use as springboards for a summer offensive. The Germans have waged during the winter a campaign of careful and calculated defense. They still have what is probably the world's strongest military machine. They will strike with relentless and increased power against a Russia that, like her enemy, has suffered from attrition. The offensive power of the Red Army lies primarily in revolutionary warfare, which Stalin has abjured, and not in restricting the struggle to the military arena. Has Stalin, in his desperation and his fear of conducting revolutionary warfare against German imperialism, vainly squandered on the winter snows of these vast and desolate plains the blood of hundreds of thousands of Soviet youth? Such conduct would be quite in accordance with the previous career of this betrayer of Bolshevism who has brought the Soviet Union to the very brink of the abyss. Japan is attempting to induce Stalin to make peace with Hitler, says the ANI and NAVY Journal of April 11. Arriving simultaneously at Kuibyshev, were Admiral Stanley, American ambassador, and Japanese special envoy Sato. They will be opponents in a diplomatic game of vital importance to the result of the war. The admiral is charged with the duty of keeping Russia on the battle line. Sato will reinforce German efforts to induce Stalin to make peace with Hitler, and in the background of his representations will be the threat that his government will order its strengthened divisions to march from Manchukuo into Siberia. Sato may tell the Soviet government that if the United States and Great Britain attempt to establish a second front in France, Italy, or Norway, Tokyo will be required to act against it. The reactionary politics of Stalin has brought the Soviet Union into a desperate situation. Stalin paved the way for Hitler's bayonet thrusts at the throat of the workers' state. Stalin has given Japan the opportunity to bring down her raised dagger in a stab in the back. With imperialist cannon bombarding the workers' state from all sides, Stalinism is again demonstrating itself to be a terrible obstacle in the successful defense of the Soviet Union. 87. A planet writhing in agony. The bourgeoisie has no other perspective but intensification of the slaughter. Millions of men have already been slain in the uttermost comers of the earth. Tens of millions more are now being prepared to follow them in the coming installments of the Second World War. The bourgeoisie in the period of the death agony of capitalism is raising up all the forces of destruction. To maintain and extend their positions of privilege, the capitalists are hurling all the acquisitions of mankind along with man himself into the inferno of war. The standard of living of the masses is being driven down to starvation levels in even the most productive nations. Mushrooming military dictatorships are tightening the straitjacket of internal passports, identification cards, regimentation of the entire population. Civil liberties are threatened with extinction. Labor organizations are faced with destruction and the loss of all the gains of centuries of struggle. If the bourgeoisie continues to have its way, a new dark age will cover the face of the earth. With each day of the Second Imperialist World War, it becomes increasingly clear that there is no way out except that of socialist revolution. If the hundreds of millions of oppressed in the colonial areas, China, India, Malaysia, Africa, and elsewhere were to rise up, they could end the slaughter overnight. Likewise, a successful socialist revolution in any one of the highly developed imperialist nations, the United States, England, France, Germany, Italy, or Japan, could so inspire the hundreds of millions of oppressed throughout the entire world as to usher in a socialist peace. The Second World War is but the continuation of the First World War. All the festering issues and irreconcilable contradictions of imperialism that brought about the First World War are again projected in military struggle, but upon a far more violent and bloody plane. The same forces, however, that ended the First World War will likewise end the Second World War. The October Revolution that flamed like a bright dawn over the battlefields of Europe in 1917, inspiring the oppressed of all nations with hope, will flame again, but far brighter and more brilliant than in its first flush. All the forces of destruction raised up by the bourgeoisie will end by turning upon the bourgeoisie itself as a class. The final act of destruction will be the removal of this last obstacle to the establishment of a world society based on the brotherhood of man. The very violence of the present conflict is a gauge of the depth and thoroughness with which the coming socialist revolution will perform its task. Already the old society is bursting at every seam. In India, Burma, the Middle East and Africa the masses are seething. In the old capitalist nations the people are filled with a deep uneasiness that can at any moment tumble toward political channels. The 88th day is fast approaching when imperialist war will be forever ended, and its horrible instruments of destruction, like the capitalist society which produced them, will find their place in the museums of the future as savage relics of the barbarous beginnings of civilizations. 89. The Standard Oil officials hampered the development of synthetic rubber in the United States and engaged in activities helpful to the Axis nations through their cartel agreement with the Nazi IG Farben industry, but they are, nevertheless, personally patriotic men, declared the Truman Senate Investigating Committee May 26 report. 15. Similarly, Assistant Attorney General Thurman Arnold, condemning the Standard Oil Nazi cartel, added that these arrangements were not entered into with any desire to aid or assist Germany. Neither of these claims can be denied. The American monopolies are anxious, desperately so, to win the war. They are the real masters of this country, and they would never have entered this war had they not considered it essential to their interests. At the same time, however, the system of monopoly capitalism compels the monopolies individually to engage in activities that interfere with the war objectives of American capitalism as a whole. The consolidation of capital, which at an earlier stage of capitalism served to expand the means of production, now tends inexorably toward opposite ends. As a means of self-preservation, the monopolies must now drive in one general direction: curtailment and limitation of production, in the international as well as domestic sphere. The safeguarding and increasing of profits is the sole objective of the monopolies, of course. Monopoly profit-making requires arbitrary limits to production, restricting the output of goods which might glut the market, the elimination of competition. Capitalism, in its early progressive stage, created the modem national state within which the productive forces might develop unhampered by feudal restrictions. Today, however, national boundaries have become a noose strangling the productive forces. The capitalists are compelled to reach out beyond the national borders for new markets, sources of raw materials and cheap labor, and especially for new fields for the investment of their surplus capital. Hence the war. But the law of monopoly rules even on the international plane. The individual monopolies of every country, while instigating wars to win more of the world's markets and productive resources, at the same time seek to free themselves from competition and to restrict production through international cartel agreements with the foreign monopolies which their class as a whole aims to subdue by force of arms. There is not a single monopoly, in any capitalist country, which does not have international cartel agreements, and which is not attempting to continue these agreements despite the war. Thurman Arnold reported on June 3 that the Department of Justice had discovered last week a list of 162 agreements between IG Farben Industrie, the German Chemical Trust, and American corporations. In his March 26 report to the Truman Committee on the Standard Oil Nazi patent spool conspiracy, Arnold had to admit, there is no essential difference between what Standard Oil has done in this case and what other companies did in restricting the production of magnesium, aluminum, tungsten carbide, drugs, dyestuffs, and a variety of other critical materials vital for the war. The same is true of the British, German, Japanese, and French monopolies. An outstanding example is the World Aluminum Cartel, an agreement by the American, British, German, French and Swiss interests to parcel among themselves the world markets. They pooled their resources, bought up all surpluses and withheld them from the world market, drastically limited world production and fixed the world prices. The chemical and dyestuffs cartel agreement between DuPont and IG Farben also included the British Imperial Chemical Industries, the Établissements Coleman of France, and the Mitsui interests of Japan. Although Standard Oil and the other monopolies now claim that their agreements with the Nazis have been suspended for the duration, the evidence indicates that the agreements are being maintained, so far as possible, during the war. The American monopolists are keeping a weather eye fixed on the post-war period. They expect and desire a post-war epoch retaining all the fundamental characteristics of the pre-war capitalist era. They have no perspective other than a return to normal capitalist relations, to a post-war world in which German capitalism will continue to rule in Germany, and with which they will have 91. To continue their monopoly agreements, though they hope it will be a defeated Germany, a weaker partner in the cartels. Moreover, the American capitalists are not too sure about the outcome of the war. They are keeping the way open, in the event of a protracted stalemate or a failure to score a decisive victory, for resuming relations as equals with their German cartel partners. As Thurman Arnold on June 3 was constrained to admit, there is another danger from the existence of these cartels which we have yet to face. It is a danger which will be felt in their influence over the peace that is to come. That danger arises from the fact that these cartels have not been terminated, they have only been suspended during the war. The small group of American businessmen who are parties to these international rings are not unpatriotic, but they still think of the war as a temporary recess from business as usual with a strong Germany. They expect to begin the game all over again after the war. So far as the monopoly rulers of America are concerned, even if Hitler must go, his masters, the German capitalists, must remain. This perspective of the monopolies is shown by provisions they placed in the cartel agreements as soon as the war broke out in 1939. The American trusts hastened to implement and extend their cartel agreements with the Axis corporations. The files of the Standard Oil Company have provided a typical example of such a full marriage, as Arnold called it, of the US-Nazi monopoly interests. On October 12, 1939, the Standard official in charge of the negotiations with IG Farben wrote a letter stating, "The IG Farben delivered to me assignments of some 2,000 foreign patents, and we did our best to work out complete plans for a modus vivendi arrangement for working together which would operate through the terms of the war, whether or not the US came in." Our emphasis. Another example is the cable which a Standard official sent on September 11, 1939 from New York to the company's agent in Japan. This cable states, "Also, as we fear United States government in near future may have grounds for action, unfavorable to American-Japanese trade, we consider timely for us to organize with Japanese partners whose influence would be valuable later towards re-establishment after interruption in our trade. For Standard Oil, the war with the Axis is not an ideological battle to the death. It is merely an unfortunate but necessary interruption in our trade. According to one confidential memorandum in its files, Standard had received an offer from IG Farben, after September 1939, to purchase Stand. 92. ARD's German subsidiary in order to safeguard Standard Oil of New Jersey's interest for the duration, i.e., to prevent its seizure as enemy property. Very likely Standard accepted the offer, since it has attempted to do as much for IG's interests in American firms. Likewise, the General Electric agreement with Krupp, the German Steel and Munitions Trust, was extended after the start of the war. A special clause was inserted into the agreement fixing the formal date for its termination as 1950. That cartel agreements were to be operative, as far as possible, during the war itself, is proved by the royalty provisions under which American corporations agreed to put aside a share of the profits from American war production to be paid their German cartel partners afterward. An example of this practice was revealed at the Senate Patent Committee hearings. An official of Rome and Haas, a DuPont subsidiary maintaining a monopoly on synthetic glass by cartel agreement with IG Farben, was forced to admit that his company had continued after Pearl Harbor to set aside royalties on US military orders for post-war payment to the German interests. These, he belatedly assured the committee, after the facts were out, are now being held with the hope and expectation that they will be seized by the alien property custodian. How the cartels curtailed US production. The American monopolies have used every conceivable device in carrying out their cartel agreements to restrict production. A. Restricting the number of producers. The primary method is to exclude any independent companies from entering the field or to rigidly limit the number of producers and the quantities they may produce. This was the device used by the Aluminum Company of America to restrict American production of the vital war metal, magnesium, to 1/20th of German production. Alcoa's agreement with J.G. Farben provided that only one American company, Dow Chemical, could produce magnesium and that it could sell the metal only to companies designated by Alcoa. General Electric, which controlled the patents on tungsten carbide, the finest and cheapest metal alloy for the use of cutting tools, informed the German Krupp Steel Trust, at the time of the signing of its cartel agreement, that GE desired to limit American licensees to a small number, preferably not more than 2. It was actually limited to just one, GE's own subsidiary, Carboloy Incorporated. GE's agreement even gives Krupp the right to determine what companies GE may license. 93. Perhaps the most glaring example is tetracene, the best and most easily produced chemical agent for ammunition priming. The tetracene patents are jointly owned by Remington Arms, a DuPont subsidiary, and IG Farben. According to the agreement between the two, Remington could not license the United States and British governments to produce tetracene, nor could Remington or any of its private licensees produce tetracene to be used for war purposes by the American government or in ammunition sold to the British government. B. Dismantling plants. To curtail production, American partners in the monopolies went to the extreme of dismantling costly plants. Standard's agreements with IG Farben covered acetylene and acetic acid, best and cheapest raw material base for rayons, plastics, paints, dyes and other important chemical products. Jasco Incorporated, a holding company owned jointly by Standard and its Nazi cartel partner, had built an acetylene plant in Baton Rouge. At the behest of IG Farben, the plant had been closed down prior to the outbreak of war between Germany and Britain. Subsequently, Standard agreed to the complete demolition of the plant, through an agreement signed after the outbreak of war on December 1, 1939. The Standard officials sought to cover up their tracks by predating the agreement back to August 31, 1939, the day before war was declared. In another instance, work on Standard's government-financed Baton Rouge plant for the production of butadiene, basic element of synthetic butyl rubber, was impeded for several months. According to the testimony of W.S. Parrish, president of Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, in September 1941, the Rubber Corporation, division of the Government Reconstruction Finance Corporation, instructed Standard to suspend all work on the government butadiene project for 1 year. It was only after Pearl Harbor, Parrish claims, that the government rescinded this order. C. Limiting production through price fixing. When independent companies seek licenses to produce commodities protected by American Nazi patent agreements, they can secure such licenses only by agreeing to sell their products at the high price established by the monopolies. Although it was manufacturing tungsten carbide at a cost of $6.50 a pound, General Electric, from 1928 until confronted with an antitrust suit early this year, maintained a price as high at times as $453 a pound, and never lower than $200. According to the testimony before the Truman Committee of L. Gerald Firth, president of the Firth Sterling Steel Company, a GE tungsten carbide licensee, a large number of firms never used it because of the price. In accordance with its agreement with IG Farben, DuPont has fixed prices so high as to prevent any independent production of vital dyestuffs. Speaking of this conspiracy, Thurman Arnold stated that it not only resulted in high prices, 94, to the American consumer, but has also restricted the full development of the chemical industry, which is essential to our war effort. D. Prohibitive royalties. Sometimes the monopoly simply refuses, on one pretext or another, to license any other manufacturer. More often, however, independent producers are discouraged by the exorbitant royalties demanded by the monopoly. When Goodrich Rubber Company sought the use of Standard's butyl rubber patents, Standard brushed the request off by demanding prohibitive royalties. A letter written on January 10, 1940 to Goodrich by Frank Howard, vice president of Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, states quite frankly, "It was our intention that the license would not be a suitable one under which to operate if the licensee expected to go beyond producing a relatively high-cost specialty product. Discouraging plant expansion." During the past 2 years of government war preparation, the monopolies sought to avoid expansion of productive facilities and the erection of new plants. Only when the government agreed to pay for new plants did the corporations finally agree to expansion. A principal method for discouraging expansion has been the circulation of false reports that existing facilities and stockpiles of materials are large enough to meet any contemplated needs. The present acute shortage of aluminum resulted from the deliberate efforts of Alcoa. For 2 years prior to American entry into the war, Alcoa repeatedly assured the government that no new plants were needed. The Office of Production Management accepted these assurances and passed them on to the public. For months the Defense Advisory Commission and the OPM had said that talk about a shortage in aluminum was misleading and that it was unpatriotic to talk about the possibility of such a shortage. The OPM had apparently completely relied on Alcoa as a source of information as to the availability of aluminum and had discouraged anyone else from going into the business of producing aluminum. Alcoa had long followed a policy of maintaining high prices and building new capacity only when certain that it could sell at its fixed prices all that would be produced. Truman Committee Report, June 1941. When Alcoa did finally permit the erection of new plants, at government expense, it received the lion's share of the contracts. These new plants will not reach full production until 1943 or thereafter, and will still fail to produce sufficient aluminum for the country's civilian and military needs. This is a Cal. 95. Culated scarcity, enabling Alcoa to maintain its monopoly prices and conform to its cartel obligations. The catastrophic rubber shortage is also due in great measure to discouragement of synthetic rubber plant expansion by the Rockefeller-DuPont Mellon interests controlling the synthetic rubber processes. A year and a half before Pearl Harbor, Jesse Jones, head of the RFC and the government's Defense Plants Corporation, was informed of an impending rubber shortage and was urged to facilitate expansion of synthetic rubber production. Acting undoubtedly at the instigation of Standard and the other monopolies, Jones took the position that sufficient crude rubber stocks were available, even if all imports were cut off, to meet the country's needs for more than a year of war. A year later, Jones finally agreed to start an experimental program for producing 40,000 tons of synthetic rubber. When Singapore was about to fall, Jones informed the Truman Committee that he was making plans for the production of 400,000 tons of synthetic rubber, in 1944. He also told the Truman Committee that the President had concurred in this, previous, course. Likewise, to prevent expansion, Standard Oil falsely denied that its butyl rubber process, which it had made available to IG Farben, was the best and cheapest synthetic rubber available. It turned aside government investigators with the excuse that butyl rubber was still in the experimental stage, and anyway was too costly. Jesse Jones testified before the Truman Committee that Standard had not encouraged any of us in the belief that butyl rubber was a success. In 1939, an official of the Navy's Bureau of Construction and Repair tried to get first-hand information on the compounding of butyl, but was prevented. A letter sent by a Standard employee to the corporation officials boasted, "You will recall," says the letter in part, "that I took up this question with you before his arrival as agreed upon. I took Mr. Werkathin, the Navy official, over to see the K plant when it appeared that Slash could not very well steer his interest away from the process. However, I am quite certain that he left with no picture of the operation. Our emphasis." 4 months after Pearl Harbor, and after Standard had already agreed, because of a government suit, to release its butyl patents, Parrish and Howard, heads of Standard Oil of New Jersey, still sought to mislead the government as to the true value of butyl rubber. They argued that it was still in the experimental stage, even though the committee had before it Standard's own documentary evidence to show that butyl is superior in many respects to natural rubber. The Standard officials also claimed that butyl was too costly to produce, although documents taken from Standard's files showed that it cost only 6.6 cents a pound as compared to the 21 cents a pound being charged by the British and Dutch interests for crude rubber. 96. In addition to curtailing production, the German capitalists exacted other payments which their American partners were willing to meet. A. Giving the Nazis industrial processes. The first important price was granting the Nazi interests the patents on exclusive and invaluable industrial processes. To IG Farben, Standard Oil gave the secret of butyl rubber manufacture, its superior acetylene process and its method for producing high-octane aviation and synthetic gasoline. For the gasoline processes, the Nazis have special reason to be grateful. They have kept the Luftwaffe in the air for 2.5 years and enabled Hitler to keep his gigantic motorized army in motion. The tungsten carbide formula perfected by General Electric has helped German industry to speed up certain tooling and metal cutting processes by as much as 500% direct material aid. The American monopolies supply German industry with the necessary capital for expansion. American capital investment in Germany was $5 billion in 1933. By 1939, it had increased another $3 billion. Among the leading American corporations owning or holding large interests in German corporations are Standard Oil, General Motors, Ford Motor Co., Anaconda Copper, General Electric, International Telephone and Telegraph, US Rubber, International Business Machines, International Harvester, E.I. DuPont de Nemours. Standard Oil designed and directly supervised the construction of Germany's synthetic gasoline and high-octane aviation gas plants. When Nazi and Italian fascist airlines, prior to American entry in the war, could not secure fuel in South America, Standard's Brazilian subsidiary supplied the necessary petrol, in defiance of objections from the American State Department. The Standard officials claimed they had contracts which, as a matter of business honor, they had to fulfill. A. Burley, Jr., Assistant Secretary of State, testified on April 3 that, their, Standard officials, position was they would keep the contract they had already made, irrespective of the interests of the United States. On the same day, William Laver, Chief of the American Republic's Office of the Department of Commerce, denied that any contracts existed, calling the claim a subterfuge. C. Military information. Information of military value relating American and British production was regularly provided to the Nazis. Through supplying Krupp with a complete list of the sources and amounts of royalties paid by its tungsten carbide licensees, General Electric's Carboloy company kept the Nazis informed on the number and location of plants. Pro. 97. Duchang tungsten carbide and the exact quantities of this vital war metal being produced in this country. DuPont gave a German company access to military information through Remington Arms royalty payments, on all tetrazine produced in America, to the German company. AP Dispatch, April 17. Under the agreement between Alcoa and IG Farben, the Nazis were able to learn through royalty payments what companies in America were producing or using magnesium and how much. After the outbreak of war between Germany and Britain, Standard Oil made an agreement with the British oil interests, pooling patents for the important hydrogenation and polymerization processes in the production of synthetic gasoline. In order to get this agreement, Standard had executed a fake dissolution of its arrangement with IG Farben. But as late as March 18, 1940, as documents from Standard's files revealed, Standard was secretly passing on to IG Farben all the confidential data and technical information it was securing from the British and other American oil firms in the Anglo-American pool. Most of the information about how American corporations gave military information to the Nazis is buried in the Department of Justice files. It is too explosive to make public. But here are two examples, which the New York newspaper PM unearthed. In one American company, Arnold's investigators have found a patent license for making steam turbine engines, used by the Navy, with an agreement by the American company to furnish the German licensor with duplicates of all correspondence with the United States Navy as well as drawings worked out by the former. In another case, the German trust was permitted to veto the appointment of the man in charge of military production for the American company. PM April 5. D. Withholding military information from us. An important form of indirect aid has been given the Nazis by the refusal of American corporations to give information of military value to the American government. Not a single great American corporation has willingly released its patents for war production. Standard Oil and Alcoa, months after Pearl Harbor, forced the government to initiate antitrust suits to secure release of the butyl rubber and magnesium patents. General Electric has been able to secure an indefinite postponement of a threatened government prosecution aimed at releasing its tungsten carbide patents. 98. Even where the patents have finally been released, as in the Standard and Alcoa cases, the companies have been able to retain the vital know-how, the developed industrial techniques. Without this know-how, which the companies have refused to release, the patents are of little value, since most of them are purposely incomplete and obscure. American companies failed to give the government information about the patents they gave the German interests, or to keep the government informed of patents secured from Germany. The following letter, sent by Standard Oil's Howard to his superior Parrish, demonstrates the reluctance of the monopolies to cooperate with the government when this is against their cartel interests. In part, the letter states: any program by which the Army Air Corps can obtain their objective of a 1 or 2 year start over the rest of the world in this vital matter, high-grade aviation gasoline, bristles with difficulties and sacrifices from our standpoint. To meet the very proper desires of the Air Corps as expressed to us, we shall have to violate our agreements and perhaps forfeit the confidence of our associates, both American and foreign. Our emphasis. That letter was written in 1935. To date, Standard has not forfeited the confidence of its principal foreign associate, IG Farben. The impotence of the government. The findings of the Department of Justice and of 2 Senate investigating committees have disclosed the above outlined consequences of the American Nazi cartel agreements. Yet the government has proved impotent to cancel these agreements or force Standard Oil, Alcoa, DuPont, General Electric, and the other monopolies to discontinue honoring the terms of these agreements. For more than a year the facts about the American Nazi patent pools were in the files of the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice, but the government was reluctant to make them public through antitrust prosecutions. Only after the fall of Singapore and the Dutch East Indies and 3 months after Pearl Harbor, did the Department of Justice initiate suits against Standard Oil, Alcoa, General Electric, DuPont, and a few other monopolies to secure release of the American Nazi patents. 99. But these suits collapsed under the pressure of the corporations. Standard Oil threatened to stall the suit through years of lengthy litigation. To save face, the government was compelled to give Standard a so-called consent decree on Standard's own terms. Standard agreed not to contest the case and to pay total fines of $50,000, if the government agreed to drop all charges. Standard further agreed to formally release its butyl rubber patents, with the understanding that the government was to have no power of supervision over the company's future cartel agreements or its laboratories. The government in return obtained only the privilege of investing its funds in butyl rubber plants to be controlled by Standard. Other companies can use Standard's patents provided they agree to pay a reasonable royalty on all production after the war. Standard is permitted, however, to charge its butyl rubber licensees royalties during the war for providing them with the know-how, the technical explanation which is needed to give the purposely obscure patents any value. The only other case which has thus far come to trial is that of Alcoa. This case also was settled by a consent decree, which Thurman Arnold admitted was even worse than Standard's. Before the pending government suits against General Electric, DuPont, and the other monopolies could come to trial, the Roosevelt administration took steps to halt further prosecutions for the duration. On March 20, Attorney General Biddle, Secretary of War Stimson, Secretary of the Navy Knox and Assistant Attorney General Arnold sent a joint letter to Roosevelt, informing him that some of the pending court investigations, suits, and prosecutions under the antitrust statutes by the Department of Justice, if continued, will interfere with the production of war materials. In those cases we believe that continuing such prosecutions will be contrary to the national interest and security. Roosevelt pointedly made this letter and his reply public on March 28, the day after Arnold exposed the facts about the Standard J.G. Farben conspiracy to the Truman Committee. Roosevelt's reply said, "I approve the procedure outlined in your memorandum to me." The subsequent developments in the government's projected suit against General Electric's Carbolo Incorporated, illustrate how this policy is now being carried out. This suit was originally scheduled to begin last October. It was postponed to February 1942, again postponed to March, then postponed again to April. In the third week of April, Federal Judge Philip Foreman of Trenton, NJ, was about to open the trial, when he received a telegram from Undersecretary of War Patterson and Undersecretary of the Navy Forrestal. The telegram asked Judge Foreman to postpone the case once more, because we desire time to study the 100. Question of whether trial at this time of us vs. General Electric Co. and others would interfere with war production. Judge Foreman agreed, indefinitely postponing the case. Whether it will finally go to trial is up to the War and Navy departments, which have an interdepartmental agreement with the Attorney General permitting them to halt any antitrust prosecution which they deem an interference with war production, unless the President orders such prosecution on the direct appeal of the Attorney General. To cap this process, Attorney General Biddle on May 27 urged prompt passage of legislation exempting concerns from prosecution under the antitrust laws when they are complying with specific requests from the War Production Board in furtherance of the war effort. Already, said the Associated Press, businessmen are receiving formal assurance that they will not be prosecuted for antitrust violations directly ordered as part of the war drive. The Attorney General issues certificates under a plan worked out by President Roosevelt. This is nothing less than unconditional surrender to the monopolies. Why the government will not act? To interfere in any effective fashion with the monopolies' cartel arrangements, with their control of patents and production, would mean to squeeze the very heart of monopoly capitalism. This government, whose sole function is to safeguard the interests of the capitalist class, cannot and will not take measures which would inevitably tend to undermine private property rights in the means of production. In wartime particularly, the government is often constrained to establish certain rules and regulations which, if carried out, may step on the toes of this or that group of capitalists. This is done in the interests of the capitalist class as a whole. But, as the present situation reveals, this government will not curb the cartel system and its practices because this means to impose on the basic interests of all the monopolies. Since the cartel agreements, even those with the Nazi capitalists, are an inevitable and necessary part of the capitalist process in its present stage, monopoly the government cannot and will not prevent them, just as it will not attack the monopoly system. The government dares not even seriously expose the cartel practices. For this might serve to discredit the capitalist ruling class in the eyes of the masses. The government seeks to preserve the prestige of the monopolists, for that prestige 101 is essential to their continued domination of the economic and political life of the nation. If the capitalist government cannot resolve this contradiction, still less can the assorted liberals, reformist labor leaders and the Stalinists, who are anxious above all else to maintain national unity with the owning class. The liberal, trade union and social democratic papers have been wailing woefully at the US-Nazi cartel conspiracies. The solutions they offer are beneath contempt. A typical liberal newspaper, PM, which has published more on these conspiracies than any other daily, seriously called on the small stockholders of Standard Oil to take steps to oust the trust officials responsible for the agreements with IG Farben. The editors of PM must be aware of the absurdity of this proposal. The majority of small stockholders with a few shares of common stock have no more say about the operations of a giant corporation than any ordinary depositor has in the operations of a bank. They cannot hope to carry through a long, costly legal fight against the tremendous wealth of the leading corporation shareholders. The trade union leaders and social democrats would solve the problem by appealing to the administration to give the labor leaders a few more government posts. Naturally, they do not question the right of the private owners to control industry, nor do they dare to challenge the monopoly's domination of the government and its war production and procurement agencies. As for the Stalinist leaders, their press has systematically suppressed the facts about the US-Nazi cartel conspiracies. From March through May, during the height of the exposures, the Daily Worker and Sunday Worker carried exactly 5 tiny items, in obscure positions, on the conspiracies. This policy was explained in an editorial in the Daily Worker, April 24, assuring its readers that the large American corporations and their leading personnel are patriotic, and that they are part of the camp of national unity. The same editorial attacks those publications which are exposing the monopolies as naive trust busters whose attitude can be dangerous and who are imitating the demagogy of Hitler. Neither the monopolies nor their cartel agreements can be eliminated within the framework of the capitalist system. They are bred by the system. They will disappear only with the end of that system. The first effective step to mobilize the workers for that purpose is the transitional slogan of the Socialist Workers' Party, for the expropriation of the war industries and their operation under workers' control. 102. 7 Wartime Crimes of Big Business, December 1943. George Brightman. Big business spouts patriotic speeches about the boys in the foxholes every time the workers ask for a wage increase to meet the rising cost of living. 16 But big business patriotism is only a hypocritical cloak for self-interest. Profits always come first with the capitalists, even during a war which they want to win. To get profits and more profits, they do not even hesitate to endanger the lives of the men in the armed forces of this country and its allies. Here is the proof. On January 17, 1943, more than a year after Pearl Harbor, the SS Schenectady snapped in half and sank off the west coast, only a few hours after it had been delivered to the Maritime Commission. The American Bureau of Shipping reported the sinking was due to the steel plate on the ship, which was brittle and more like cast iron than steel. The US Senate's Truman Investigating Committee took over the case, and at a hearing before this body in Washington on March 23, 1943, the truth came out. The defective steel had been supplied by the Carnegie Illinois Corporation, subsidiary of the giant United States Steel Corporation, whose officials had willfully and consciously delivered faulty material to the Navy, Maritime Commission, and Lend-Lease Administration and had falsified the steel test records to cover up their tracks. Testimony before the Truman Committee showed that the faking of tests had covered at least 28,000 tons of substandard plate, that minor officials and employees who had complained to their superiors about the faking of tests had had their ears pinned back, that high corporation officials, instead of cooperating with the Truman Committee, attempted to delay and obstruct the investigation. Steel officials naturally deplored the situation, describing it as so unnecessary, and tried to put the blame on a few individuals with good intentions who had grown lax. This alibi, however, was decisively rejected by a 1-6 Brightman 1943. 103. Federal grand jury in Pittsburgh in May, which refused to indict 4 individual employees offered as scapegoats and indicted the Carnegie, Illinois Corporation itself. Equally indifferent to the murderous effects of its frauds was the Anaconda Wire and Cable Company, whose Marion, I.N.D., plant, financed by the government, was indicted on December 21, 1942 for conspiring to sell the government defective communication and other combat wire, although its officials well knew at all times that use of such wire would endanger the lives of men in the military service of the USA. The Pawtucket, R1, plant of the company was indicted a month later on similar charges. The company was shown to have gone to great lengths to devise ingenious machinery for escaping government tests of its defective wire and thus getting the wire accepted for use by the armed forces of the United States, Soviet Union, and Britain. Senator Kilgore has pointed out, the batteries on all our warships, including the anti-aircraft guns, are fired, controlled, aimed and ranges set, over this self-same cable, and if the cable is defective, the ship is helpless against aircraft attack. Also, the safety and success of the entire land combat forces are frequently dependent on messages sent overland by these self-same cables. The government charged that the conspiracy began about November 1, 1940, and continued up to October 1, 1942. Commenting on this, Senator Bones said, "The fact that we were suddenly plunged into a deadly war did not in any wise induce the defendants to change the criminal practices outlined in the complaint. After Pearl Harbor, and while the boys were dying on the battlefields, Anaconda and its officials continued their sordid work of defrauding the government by furnishing faulty cable." Bone also declared the cable was so defective that the persons deliberately creating the defects would be brought before a firing squad if they had done this in the war zones. Attorney General Biddle called it one of the most reprehensible cases of defrauding the government and endangering the lives of American soldiers and sailors ever to come to the attention of the Department of Justice. But it was no more reprehensible than the case of the Wright Aeronautical Corporation, subsidiary of the huge Curtiss-Wright Corporation, holder of the second largest war contracts in the country. Wright's Lockland, O. plant, financed by the government, was accused by the Truman Committee in July 1943 of falsifying tests on airplane engines, destroying records, forging inspection. 104. Reports, changing tolerances allowed on parts, skipping inspection operations, etc. Inspectors who complained were intimidated or transferred. These activities were aided, abetted, and covered up by Army inspectors and important Army officials influenced by the corporation. The result, according to the committee's report, was engines were built and sold to the government which were leaking gasoline. Unsafe material has been discovered in completed engines ready for delivery. The company's own reports from its field representatives indicate that these parts had failed in a substantial number of cases. A substantial number of airplanes using this engine have had crashes in which engine failures were involved. More than 25% of the engines built at the plant have consistently failed in one or more major parts during a 3-hour test run. Spare parts were shipped without proper inspection. Accused of exaggerating the gravity of conditions at the Lockland plant, Truman retorted, "The facts are that they were turning out phony engines, and I have no doubt a lot of kids in training planes have been killed as a result." The committee was conservative in its report, in order to prevent too much alarm over the situation. A number of other and smaller companies were accused of the same crime during 1943, the Bonn Aluminum and Brass Corporation of Detroit, charged with fraud for willfully violating specifications for engine castings used in Rolls-Royce airplanes, the Sandusky Foundry and Machinery Company of Sandusky, whose officials pleaded guilty to faking tests on propeller sleeves used on Navy vessels, the National Bronze and Aluminum Company of Cleveland, convicted for selling the government defective sand and aluminum mold castings which are used in combat planes, the Antonelli Fireworks Company of Spencerport, NY, indicted for deliberately selling the Army faulty hand grenades and incendiary bombs, the Collier Insulated Wire Company of Rhode Island, indicted for conspiring to avoid government inspection and deliver defective wire and cable. Biddle's admissions. Nor does this exhaust the list. In a speech in Chicago on August 23, 1943, Attorney General Biddle reported that big business frauds in this war are much bigger than they were in 1917 or 1918. He declared that 123 federal indictments had already been filed, with 1,279 investigations pending. Biddle did not indicate 105. How many of these indictments and investigations involve fraud endangering the lives of servicemen, but there can be no doubt that a substantial number do. In this same speech Biddle noted that so far 71 cases have been disposed of, with convictions or other penalties in about % of the cases. But, he complained, in many cases the offenders had gotten off with extremely light penalties. If anything, that was an understatement. While a few of the smaller companies have not gotten off scot-free and some of their officials have even been given prison sentences, the great majority of offenders, and particularly the powerful ones, have escaped thus far with at most a mere slap on the wrist. Typical was the trial in Fort Wayne, June, 1943, of the Anaconda Wire and Cable Marion plant, the most obnoxious fraud ever presented to a court of the United States. That was how a prosecuting attorney described the Anaconda case. Revolting was the comment by federal Judge Thomas W. Slick, who presided at the trial. Nevertheless, not a single one of the indicted Anaconda officials spent an hour in jail for their crimes. Some were fined and given prison sentences, but the judge ordered the suspension of the prison sentences upon payment of ridiculously light fines. Anaconda attorneys at the trial volunteered the information that the company had made $46,000 from the frauds, but the total fines imposed by Judge Slick came to $31,000. Thus, even after paying these fines the company had a tidy margin of profit from its criminal activities. The company got away so easily by pleading nolo contendere, that is, not contesting the charges and throwing itself on the mercy of the court. Its lawyers admitted technical guilt but not moral guilt. They explained their reluctance to go before a trial jury on the ground that such a course would have impeded the war effort. The court, as has been shown, was exceedingly merciful. The judge explained the suspension of prison terms by saying he felt the guilty officials could better serve the war effort by going back to work. He did not say whether he meant the same kind of work for which they had been indicted. The judge also asserted that this disposition of the case would stop anything of a similar nature elsewhere, a view shared by almost no one else. Thus, the first important trial for wartime fraud endangering the armed forces indicated that big business can get away with murder. But, some people say, these are the crimes of individual corporations, and big business as a whole should not be blamed for them. This is the position taken among others by AFL President William Green and CW Secretary James Carey. Contemptible as this argument is, especially from trade union leaders who are supposed to defend the interests of the workers against their big business enemies, it deserves an answer. 106. First, it must be remembered that Steele and Curtis Wright are not two-bit businesses unrelated to the rest of industry. On the contrary, they are among the most powerful groups in American big business, being two of the 25 companies which hold 50% of the war contracts, and they are controlled by the same financial interests that dominate the national economy. Check the names of their chief stockholders and boards of directors and you will find listed the same respected bankers and industrialists who top the list of America's 60 families. Second, let it be noted that the revelations of these wartime crimes have not evoked a single word of criticism or denunciation from a single important capitalist in this country. The employers' associations, the National Association of Manufacturers, the Chamber of Commerce, all have been as silent as the tomb. None has even implied that there is anything reprehensible in frauds that deliberately endanger servicemen's lives. This silence speaks volumes more than a million consciously deceptive statements by cowards like Green and Kerry, for it indicates that the basic outlook of the corporations caught in the act is shared by big business as a whole. Cynical whitewash. Third, there is the behavior of the capitalist press, which reaps fortunes from the big patriotic advertisements inserted in their pages by the powerful corporations, and paid for out of the taxpayers' money. For every line they have devoted to incomplete and confusing accounts of the war frauds, they have printed 10 lines whitewashing the corporations and trying to smear the Truman Committee. When used at all, the stories of the wartime frauds have been relegated for the most part to the inside pages where they will not attract the same attention as the huge headlines and editorials denouncing the miners and other workers forced to strike in order to secure a living wage. This is not because the capitalist press fails to recognize news when it sees it, rather it is because the press recognizes that these crimes are a damning indictment of all capitalists. Fourth, and most revealing, there is the following evidence about the steel and aircraft industries as a whole. A few days after the Truman Committee hearing on steel had been concluded, the steel barons began to talk about a threatening decline of 35% in national steel production. Lower production prospects are due to the demoralizing fear the Senate inquiry has instilled into every steel plant, said the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, on April 16, 1943. These reports, inspired by the steel corporations in an attempt to get the Truman 107 Committee to lay off, showed that the entire steel industry feared such investigations. The only logical explanation for this fear is that other steel corporations besides US Steel are engaged in illegal production practices. Similarly, when the capitalist press was trying to blame the Truman Committee for an 85% decline in shipment of finished airplane engines at Wright's Lockland plant in the period between April and August 1943, it was shown that Curtiss Wright was not the only company panic-stricken by the prospect of investigation. Leading industrialists and production experts the country over are carefully watching the case. The New York Times reported on September 2. The extent to which other companies and other plants of the Curtiss Wright Group have been affected by what happened at Lockland is difficult to estimate. Many other concerns are said to be worrying, however, lest they run into similar situations. But why should they be worrying if they are not guilty of the same crimes as Curtiss Wright? Their apprehension is good reason for concluding that the Truman Committee investigations have scratched only the surface of big business crimes in this war and that further investigation would involve all the other big monopolies and corporations. True to form. The sale of defective war material has shocked some people more than the other wartime activities of the corporations because it is so openly cynical and in such flagrant contrast to the high-minded sentiments spread over the newspaper advertisements. As a result, there is a tendency to look upon this practice as something exceptional and unrelated to the general policies of capitalism. But at bottom it is no different in kind from the other scandals perpetrated by big business every day in the year. The explanation for the policies and activities of the monopolies and corporations is always to be found in the profit motive. No employer keeps his factory running unless there is profit to be made from it. This is as true in wartime as in peacetime, with only one difference: in wartime there is usually more profit to be made and the capitalists, maddened by greed, sweep aside all restraints and obstacles in the way of ever greater profits. Rare indeed is the case of an employer who has said, "I have got enough." The tendency of the ruling class is always to go after more and more. Billions are being made on war contracts, but even the most powerful corporations do not disdain to pick up a few millions extra by manufacturing substandard products and then palming off the defective material as the article for which they are being paid such generous prices. 108. But in what sense does this differ from the normal practices of capitalism? In peacetime, big business concern for profits and profits alone often results in the shutting of the factories. The hardships this brings to the whole working class, the undernourishment it visits on millions of children, the diseases that follow in its wake, surely take as heavy a toll of human life and well-being as the war frauds. Who will say which is worse? Who will contend that the cause is different? What about war profiteering? The people were solemnly assured that there would be no war millionaires this time. Yet profits were bigger in 1942, after the payment of truces, than they were during the last war or in the boom year of 1929. And they were 14% higher during the first 6 months of 1943 than during the same period in 1942, according to a report by the Department of Commerce. Which scandal is more detestable, the war frauds or the war profiteering, which will place heavy burdens on all the masses and act as a drag on their living standards for years to come? And who will deny the connection between the two? No, the big business scandals of this war do not begin and end with their cynical disregard for the safety of the servicemen. They began long ago, they touch on every aspect of the war program, and they vitally affect the rights and conditions of every worker. Ask the sailors at Pearl Harbor and they will tell you what they think about the manufacturers who sold the Japanese warlords the scrap metal used to make the bombs that were dropped upon them. Ask the Marines in the malaria-infested South Pacific jungles what they think about the capitalists who restricted the production of quinine and other drugs so that they could maintain high prices for these products. Ask the aviators and the merchant marine men, who survived the sinking of their ships, what they think about rubber barons and oil magnates whose demand for monopoly control of rubber in the post-war period impeded the production of synthetic rubber necessary to build rafts and other life-saving equipment. Critical shortages. There are shortages of aluminum, binoculars, critical chemicals, magnesium, tetracene, dyes, tufts, tungsten carbide, etc., all important materials in wartime. The reason? Because Standard Oil, DuPont, General Electric, Alcoa, General Motors, and the other big corporations formed cartels with their fellow monopolists in Germany, Britain, France, Japan, etc., for the purpose of restricting. 109. Production, maintaining monopoly, and raising prices. More lives have been lost in this war because of these cartel deals than because of the sale of defective material. Other shortages affecting the war program can be traced directly to the fact that the big corporations have hogged the great majority of the government's war contracts. As Assistant Attorney General Tom C. Clark has reported, at the start of the war program in this country 175,000 companies provided 70% of the nation's manufacturing output, while today, 2.5 years later, the ratio has been reversed to the point where 100 corporations hold 70% of the war and essential civilian contracts. This group, he declared, has obtained the bulk of the $14 billion worth of new plants built at government expense. New York Times, April 23, 1943. As a result, many small plants have been driven to the wall, with them disappeared their productive capacity, while many of the new plants remain partly unused and unproductive. A typical example of how the monopolists impede production is the shipbuilding industry, where the revolutionary Higgins assembly line production program was strangled because it was considered a competitive threat to the position of powerful companies like Bethlehem Steel. Other wartime blessings for which the workers can thank big business are, the speed-up, which resulted in 1942 in a greater number of casualties on the industrial front than on the military front, an artificially created manpower shortage, due to labor hoarding by the manufacturers and big agricultural interests, discrimination against Negro and women workers, managerial inefficiency, which is used to justify freezing the workers to low-paid jobs, an aggravation of the housing crisis in many war production centers, resulting in increased sickness, disease, child delinquency, and disruption of family life, food shortages designed to force price rises. Big business could not get away with all this if there were a government in Washington seriously interested in stopping it. But the government is itself the outstanding advocate of capitalism. The government is well aware of the attitude of big business, as was shown in monograph number 26, Economic Power and Political Pressure, issued by the government's temporary National Economic Committee in November, 1940, and stating in part, "Speaking bluntly, the government and the public are over a barrel when it comes to dealing with business in time of war or other crisis. Business refuses to work, except on terms which it dictates. It controls the natural resources, the liquid assets, the strategic position in the country's economic structure, and its technical equipment and knowledge of pro. 110. Cesses. The experience of the World War, now apparently being repeated, indicates that business will use this control only if it is paid properly. In effect, this is blackmail, not too fully disguised. Blackmail it may be, but the government has given into it without complaint or rancor. It has given the employers the greatest profits in their history, and to pay for these profits, it has piled one scandalous tax bill after another on the masses, frozen wages and jobs, prohibited strikes, prevented effective price control, abolished all limits on big salaries. Big business has no reason to complain that it is not being paid properly, according to its own lights. To make doubly sure that they don't muff any opportunities, the corporations have offered and the government has appointed a considerable number of $a-year men to head the most important wartime agencies and posts. Even the New Deal Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes admitted on July 21, 1943, that it is the businessmen who are running the war. And while running it, they see to it that the interests of the corporations are well protected. Government cooperation. Even after Pearl Harbor, the government was still trying to get industry to discontinue illegal practices hampering war production. Assistant Attorney General Thurman Arnold complained in his report to Congress on January 3, 1942, about the attitude of powerful private groups dominating basic industries who have feared to expand their production because expansion would endanger their future control of industry. There is not an organized basic industry in the United States which has not been restricting production by some device or other in order to avoid what they call the ruinous overproduction after the war. The government pleaded with the corporations to cooperate, to discontinue their cartel deals and violations of the antitrust laws, and to let other companies use their patents for war production. The corporations flatly refused. Early in 1942, the government, in order to prevent the complete breakdown of the war program, that is, in order to protect the interests of the capitalist class as a whole, was finally compelled to institute a series of suits against a number of monopolies, making public the damning facts about which the government had been aware for many years. The corporations had been caught red-handed. But the government, once having gotten their promise to permit the use of the patents during the war, dropped the charges and let these corporations escape virtually unpunished. 111. Standard Oil, for example, whose restriction of synthetic rubber production had blocked the whole war production program, was permitted to plead nolo contendere and was given a $50,000 fine, which amounts to about the average profit this corporation makes every hour. The other corporations got away even more easily. To make the government's attitude unmistakably clear, Arnold, Biddle, Secretary of War Stimson and Secretary of Navy Knox wrote Roosevelt on March 20, 1942, in the midst of the public revelations about the cartels, and said that some of the pending court investigations, suits, and prosecutions under the antitrust statutes by the Department of Justice, if continued, will interfere with the production of war materials. In those cases we believe that continuing such prosecutions at this time will be contrary to the national interest and security. This was some more blackmail, a threat to hold up on production if the prosecutions were continued, with government officials covering up for the corporations. Roosevelt answered, "I approve the procedure outlined in your memorandum to me." Thus, punishment of the corporations for violating the laws has been postponed to some remote future in the post-war period, if then. The same course has been followed in connection with the defective war material cases. Reluctantly, the government has been compelled to prosecute in a few of the more flagrant cases, but each time high government representatives have stepped forward to make light of the corporation crimes. The War Production Board held a closed meeting on the steel case, but its only outcome was a statement by WPB Chairman Donald Nelson deploring a more than usual vigilance on the part of steel plant inspectors and a WPB telegram to several steel companies urging them not to lean over backwards while seeking unattainable perfection in meeting production specifications. Other key government spokesmen issued statements implying that there was no need to worry about the practices of steel. Labor must act. When a wave of protest arose after the Truman investigation of Curtis Wright, Under-Secretary of War Patterson, while not daring to deny the truth of Truman's charges, nevertheless issued a statement asserting that conditions at the Lockland plant were much less sensational than some of the inferences drawn in recently published statements. An Army Investigation Board under Lt. General William S. Knudsen also had to admit the Truman Committee charges were accurate but sought to minimize their importance. Both these and other Gov. 112. Government officials seemed more concerned in quieting public indignation than in taking measures against the Curtis Wright criminals. And during the period between Anaconda Wire and Cable's indictment and trial, the offices of the Inspector of Navy Material in New York and Cincinnati went out of their way to commend Anaconda for its good workmanship and to announce that it was being considered for an E award. During this same period, Army and Navy procurement officials showed how little concerned they were about the corporation's malpractices by awarding Anaconda's Marion plant almost $4 million in additional business. The trade union and liberal press have protested against most of the big business crimes and have often criticized government officials for their behavior. But they continue to regard each of the crimes and whitewash moves as a unique incident, isolated from all the others and caused by bungling or some other bad quality of individual capitalists and government officials. That is one reason why the union leaders and liberals are unable to work out a program to effectively combat such crimes. The workers who are seriously concerned about the present situation must take another approach. They must learn to look at all the crimes of capitalism together as a whole and to understand that each individual scandal is part of and flows from the biggest scandal of all, big business domination not only of the war program but of the whole national economy. They must recognize that big business could not get away with its crimes were it not for the collusion or at best indifference of the government officials. Only on this basis can they determine on effective countermeasures. For big business will not voluntarily change its methods, and the administration and Congress will not and cannot make the punishment fit the crime. If anything is to be done, it will have to be done by the labor movement. Whatever else one may conclude from these government actions, it is safe to say that they do not have the effect of strongly discouraging war frauds. Some people have suggested the passage of legislation imposing the death penalty on manufacturers whose fraudulent practices endanger the lives of the men in the armed forces. A bill providing this penalty or $1 million fine has even been introduced into Congress. It is hard to imagine the present Congress, which is the servant, body, and soul of the big corporations, ever adopting legislation to punish them. The members of the administration who have been rushing into print to defend the corporations accused of fraud likewise have no interest in seeing such a bill passed. Because its adoption would undoubtedly have the effect of discouraging many corporations from continuing their murderous frauds, a Socialist Workers' Party member of Congress would vote for this bill. But as he did so, he would 113. Warn the workers that its passage alone could not put an end to the crimes of big business, for it would not do away with the basic causes of such crimes, the profit motive and the corporation's domination over the means of production. To get to the root of the problem, the Socialist Workers' Party advocates that the ownership and control of industry be taken out of the hands of the capitalists. This course of action will be regarded by big business as far more drastic than any bill providing the death penalty, and it will be fought by them with every weapon they have, but it is the only practical answer to capitalist mismanagement of industry. At its June 1943 meeting in Toronto, the International Executive Board of the United Auto Workers, C10, drew up a series of proposals designed to ensure full employment in the post-war period. One of these called for government ownership after the war of monopolistic industries and of industries strategically essential to the national safety. Why postpone? This is a sound idea, and offers the key to the solution not only of unemployment, as nationalized production has shown in the Soviet Union, but also of the criminal practices of the capitalist class. Let industry be owned by the government and operated under the control of committees democratically elected by the workers. The profit motive would be removed, and with it would be removed the incentive to produce and sell dangerously defective products. The costs of production would be lowered and the workers' committees, having no interest in exacting profits from the blood of the soldiers, would guarantee production and honest testing in the interests of the masses of the people. The UAW Executive Board proposes post-war government ownership of industry. But why wait until the war is over? The contents of this pamphlet demonstrate that big business domination of industry menaces the welfare and safety of the masses in wartime as much as if not more than in peacetime. The war may last a long time, and so long as big business is in control, the number of victims of capitalist greed will continue to mount. Meanwhile, the big corporations are using the war itself to smash thousands of smaller businesses and to tighten their own grip on industry. The longer the workers wait, the harder it may prove to expropriate the capitalists. The time to act is now. It will not be easy to put this program into effect. Union men and women who have had to strike for a wage increase of even 5 cents an hour know how vindictively the employers resist every challenge to their profits. Capitalist ferocity will be multiplied 100 times when the workers try to take 114. The factories away from them. The daily press and radio commentators will become frenzied in their denunciations and incitations to violence against the workers. All the instruments of capitalist propaganda will be turned on full blast to bolster the myth that production cannot continue without the capitalist coupon clippers, that society cannot function without parasitic exploiters. And, of course, the capitalists will be aided throughout in this campaign by their political parties and their agents in the government. The question of who is to own and operate industry is a political problem. To make the change that is necessary, the workers will have to conduct a political struggle against big business. The employers already have their political organizations, the Republican and Democratic parties, and to fight them successfully the workers will have to create a political organization of their own. The capitalist parties are last-ditch supporters of the system of private property and private profit which enables the employers to do what they wish with the means of production. The workers need a party which will be just as firmly devoted to the program of government ownership and workers' control of industry. That means an independent labor party, based on the trade unions and running its own labor candidates in elections. The present government has already shown where it stands on this question. The billions of dollars worth of factories, properties, and equipment now owned by the government are going to be turned over at bargain prices after the war to the employers, who will use them to swell their profits and to further strengthen their monopoly control. That is why the workers and their party must fight for the creation of a new kind of government, one which will aid, not oppose the struggle for government ownership and workers' control, a workers' and farmers' government. The wartime production crimes have torn away the mask from the rapaciously greedy countenance of big business. Now the working people must tear out of the capitalists' hands the power to continue their criminal activities. October 1, 1943. The bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, August 1945. James P. Cannon. 115. The original title of this talk was The Heritage of Leon Trotsky and the Tasks of His Disciples, presented to an August 22 memorial meeting in New York for Leon Trotsky, but Cannon used the occasion to express his outrage over atomic bombs being dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki 2 weeks earlier, August 6 and G.17. 5 years ago today, when the world stood in the depths of the reaction engendered by the imperialist war, our great leader and teacher, Comrade Trotsky, perished at the hands of a Stalinist assassin. We memorialized him then as the great man of ideas, not yet acknowledged by the world, but a man whose ideas represented the future of mankind. Today, on the 5th anniversary of his tragic and most untimely death, as we stand at the beginning of the greatest revolutionary crisis in the history of the world, when thoughts and words must be transformed into deeds, today we pay our grateful tribute to Trotsky as the man of action. When we celebrated the 10th anniversary of our party in 1938, at a great Jubilee meeting, Comrade Trotsky was one of the speakers. He couldn't come to New York, but he spoke to us on a phonograph record which he had made for the occasion, a greeting to our party on its 10th anniversary. Many of you no doubt have heard that speech. You will recall that he said we have the right to take time out to celebrate past achievements only as a preparation for the future. In the same sense we can say that if we take time tonight to memorialize our noble and illustrious dead, we do it primarily as a means of preparing and organizing the struggle of the living for the goal which he pointed out to us. The main ideas of Trotsky, the ideas for which he lived and died, are comparatively simple. He saw the great problem of society arising from the fact that modem industry, which is necessarily operated socially by great masses of people, is hampered and constricted by the anachronism of private ownership and its operation for private profit, rather than for the needs of the people. He saw that the modem productive forces have far outgrown the artificial barriers of the national states. These two great contradictions, the private ownership of the means of production and their operation for private profit, and the stifling of industry within the outlived framework of the national states, are the sources of the great ills of modem society: poverty, unemployment, fascism, and war. Trotsky saw the only way out for humanity in the revolutionary overthrow of outlived capitalism. Industry must be socialized and operated on the basis of a plan for use and not for profit. The national antagonisms of the separate capitalist states have to give way to an international federation, the socialist United States of the world. Socialized and planned economy can produce and provide an abundance for all the people, not only in one nation, but in all nations. The separate socialist nations, having no need or incentive to exploit others, having no conflicts over markets, spheres of influence, and fields of investment, no need of colonies to exploit and enslave, these separate socialist nations will necessarily unite in peace and cooperation based on a worldwide division of labor. The strength of one nation will become the strength of all, the scarcities of one will be made up by the plethora of others. Humanity will organize the cooperative exchange of all the conquests of art and science for the use of all peoples of all lands. Trotsky taught that only the workers can bring about this revolutionary transformation. Only the working class, the only really progressive and revolutionary class in modem society, standing at the head of all the oppressed and deprived and exploited and enslaved, only they can bring about this great revolutionary transformation and reorganization of society. The workers are the only progressive class, and they are the most powerful class by virtue of their numbers and their strategic position in society. All the workers need is to become conscious of their historic interests and of their power, and to organize to make it effective. Trotsky taught that the struggle for the revolutionary transformation of the world, which is on the historic agenda right now, requires the leadership of a party. But, Comrade Trotsky emphasized, not a party like other parties. That was his message to our 10th anniversary meeting, not a party like other parties, not a half-hearted, not a reformistic, not a talking and compromising party, but a thoroughgoing revolutionary party, a thinking and acting party. A party irreconcilably opposed to capitalism on every front and to capitalist war in particular. Such a party, he said, is required to lead this grand assault against an outlived social system. 117. The workers of the world needed the ideas of Trotsky in 1940. All the material conditions for the transformation of society from capitalism to socialism had long since matured. What lagged behind was the consciousness and the understanding of the masses of the workers and their organizations. They had need of Trotsky's ideas when he spoke out the one great voice in the world against the slaughter of the Second Imperialist War. But they were not yet ready, they were not yet properly organized, to understand the ideas of Trotsky and to act on them. The great organizations of the workers, political and industrial, had fallen under the leadership of men who were, in effect, not representatives of the interests of the workers, but agents of the bourgeoisie within the labor movement. The social democratic parties, the communist parties of the Comintern, which had turned traitor to communism and to the proletariat, and the great trade unions, they all rejected the revolutionary program of Trotsky. They all supported the capitalist governments, and the governments plunged the people into the bloody shambles of the war. Trotsky died confident of the victory of the Fourth International, as he said in that last message which we carry above our platform tonight. He died confident of the victory, but without having the opportunity to live and participate in it. We have had 6 years of the war. The war that was supported by the labor leaders. The war that was defended by the professors and the intellectuals. The war that was blessed by the church. And now we can count up the results. What are the fruits of this war which, it was promised, was going to bring benefit to mankind? Look at Europe. Look at Asia. Or, closer home, look at the closing factories and the long lines before the unemployment offices, lines that will grow longer and hungrier, lines in which the returning soldiers will soon take their weary places, if they come back alive and able to walk from the battlefields. Under capitalism the factories ran full blast to produce the instruments of destruction, but they cannot keep open to produce for human needs in time of so-called peace. The whole of Europe, the whole of great cultured Europe, is a continent of hunger and despair and devastation and death. The victors at Potsdam announced to Europe the fruits of the victory and the liberation. They decreed the breakup of German industry, the most powerful and productive industry on the continent of Europe. They announced that the living standards of industrialized Germany, the workshop of Europe, can be no higher than those of the devastated backward agricultural states. Not to raise the lowest to the level of the highest, but to drag the highest and most developed and cultured countries down to the level of the lowest and least developed countries, that is the explicit program of the makers of the so-called peace. Such is the program for Europe. And what are the results in terms of human beings? I read a dispatch in the New York Times today from Frankfurt. It is a casual, matter-of-fact informational piece from which I quote a reference to an official report of the situation in that area. The figures, says the correspondent of the Times, show that the average consumer in this zone is living on 1,100 to 1,300 calories a day, in contrast to the Army's ration of 3,600. Less than one-third of the food estimated by the Army to be required to maintain the soldiers at a level of efficiency is allotted to the liberated people of Germany in the American zone. Surely the European people will develop a great love and appreciation for the liberators. Surely the foundations are being laid for the peace of 1,000 years. Capitalism in its death agony is dragging humanity down into the abyss. Capitalism is demonstrating itself every day more and more, in so-called peace as in war, as the enemy of the people. Bomb the people to death. Bomb them to death with incendiary bombs. Break up their industries and starve them to death. And if that is not horrible enough, then blast them off the face of the earth with atomic bombs. That is the program of liberating capitalism. What a commentary on the real nature of capitalism in its decadent phase is this, that the scientific conquest of the marvelous secret of atomic energy, which might rationally be used to lighten the burdens of all mankind, is employed first for the wholesale destruction of 500,000 people. Hiroshima, the first target, had a population of 340,000 people. Nagasaki, the second target, had a population of 253,000 people. A total in the two cities of approximately 600,000 people, in cities of flimsy construction where, as the reporters explained, the houses were built roof against roof. How many were killed? How many Japanese people were destroyed to celebrate the discovery of the secret of atomic energy? From all the indications, from all the reports we have received so far, they were nearly all killed or injured. Nearly all. In the Times today there is a report from the Tokyo radio about Nagasaki which states that the center of the once thriving city has been turned into a vast devastation, with nothing left except rubble as far as the eye could see. Photographs showing the bomb damage appeared on the front page of the Japanese newspaper Mainichi. The report says, one of these pictures revealed a tragic scene 10 miles away from the center of the atomic air attack, where farmhouses were either crushed down or the roofs torn asunder. The broadcast quoted a photographer of the Yamaha Photographic Institute, who had rushed to the city immediately after the bomb hit, as having said, "Nagasaki is now a dead city, all the areas being literally razed to the ground. Only a few buildings are left, standing conspicuously from the ashes." The photographer said that the 119 toll of the population was great and even the few survivors have not escaped some kind of injury. So far the Japanese press has quoted only one survivor of Hiroshima. In 2 calculated blows, with 2 atomic bombs, American imperialism killed or injured 500,000 human beings. The young and the old, the child in the cradle and the aged and infirm, the newly married, the well and the sick, men, women, and children, they all had to die in 2 blows because of a quarrel between the imperialists of Wall Street and a similar gang in Japan. This is how American imperialism is bringing civilization to the Orient. What an unspeakable atrocity! What a shame has come to America, the America that once placed in New York Harbor a Statue of Liberty enlightening the world. Now the world recoils in horror from her name. Even some of the preachers who blessed the war have been moved to protest. One said in an interview in the press, "America has lost her moral position." Her moral position, yes. She lost that all right. That is true. And the imperialist monsters who threw the bombs know it. But look what they gained. They gained control of the boundless riches of the Orient. They gained the power to exploit and enslave hundreds of millions of people in the Far East. And that is what they went to war for, not for moral position, but for profit. Another preacher quoted in the press, reminding himself of something he had once read in the Bible about the meek and gentle Jesus, said it would be useless to send missionaries to the Far East anymore. That raises a very interesting question which I am sure they will discuss among themselves. One can imagine an interesting discussion taking place in the inner circles of the House of Rockefeller and the House of Morgan, who are at one and the same time, quite by accident of course, pillars of finance and pillars of the church and supporters of missionary enterprises of various kinds. What shall we do with the heathens in the Orient? Shall we send missionaries to lead them to the Christian heaven, or shall we send atomic bombs to blow them to hell? There is a subject for debate, a debate on a macabre theme. But in any case, you can be sure that where American imperialism is involved, hell will get by far the greater number of the customers. American imperialism has brought upon itself the fear and hatred of the whole world. American imperialism is regarded throughout the world today as the enemy of mankind. The First World War cost 12 million dead. 12 million. The Second World War, within a quarter of a century, has already cost not less than 30 million dead, and there are not less than 30 million more to be starved to death before the results of the war are totaled up. What a harvest of death capitalism has brought to the world! If the skulls of all of the victims could be brought together and piled into one pyramid, what? 120. A high mountain that would make. What a monument to the achievements of capitalism that would be, and how fitting a symbol of what capitalist imperialism really is. I believe it would lack only one thing to make it perfect. That would be a big electric sign on the pyramid of skulls, proclaiming the iron-eagle promise of the 4 freedoms. The dead at least are free from want and free from fear. But the survivors live in hunger and terror of the future. Who won the war that cost over 30 million lives? Our cartoonist in The Militant, with great artistic merit and insight, explained it in a few strokes of the pen when she drew that picture of the capitalist with the money bags in his hands, standing on top of the world with one foot on the graveyard and the other on destroyed cities, with the caption, "The only victor. The only winner is American imperialism and its satellites in other countries." What are the perspectives? How do our masters visualize the future after this great achievement of the 6-year war? Before the Second World War, with all its horror and destruction of human life and human culture, is formally ended, they are already thinking and planning for the third. Don't we have to stop these madmen and take power out of their hands? Can we doubt that the peoples of all the world are thinking it cannot go much further, that there must be some way to change it? Long ago the revolutionary Marxists said that the alternative facing humanity was either socialism or a new barbarism, that capitalism threatens to go down in ruins and drag civilization with it. But in the light of what has been developed in this war and is projected for the future, I think we can say now that the alternative can be made even more precise. The alternative facing mankind is socialism or annihilation. It is a problem of whether capitalism is allowed to remain or whether the human race is to continue to survive on this planet. We believe that the people of the world will waken to this frightful alternative and act in time to save themselves. We believe that before American imperialism, the new master of the world, has time to consolidate its victories, it will be attacked from two sides and defeated. On the one side, the peoples of the world, transformed into the colonial slaves of Wall Street, will rebel against the imperialist master, as the conquered provinces rose against imperial Rome. Simultaneously with that uprising, and coordinating our struggle with it, we, the Trotskyist Party, will lead the workers and plebeians of America in a revolutionary attack against our main enemy and the main enemy of mankind, the imperialists of the United States. 5 years ago today we first mourned and commemorated our great man of ideas, Comrade Trotsky. Today, as revolutionary action is becoming a life and death necessity for hundreds of millions of people, as we prepare to go over 121. From ideas to action guided by ideas, we commemorate Trotsky as the great man of action, the organizer of workers, the leader of revolutions. That is the spirit in which we commemorate Comrade Trotsky tonight. He enjoined us above everything else to build a party. And again I repeat what he said, not a party like other parties, but a party fit to lead a revolution, a party that does not dabble, does not go halfway, but carries the struggle through to the end. If you are serious, if you mean business, if you want to take part in the fight for a better life for yourself and for the salvation of mankind, we invite you to join us in this party and take part in this great struggle. There is no place for pessimists or faint-hearted people in our party, no place for self-seekers, careerists, and bureaucrats. But the door is wide open to resolute workers who are determined to change the world and ready to stake their heads on the issue. Trotsky has bequeathed to us a great heritage. He gave to us a great system of ideas which constitute our program. And he set before us the example of a man who was a model revolutionist, who lived and died for the cause of humanity, and who, above all, showed how to apply theory in action in the greatest revolution in history. With this heritage we are armed and armored for struggle and for victory. All that we, the disciples of Trotsky, need for that victory is to understand those ideas clearly, to assimilate them into our flesh and blood, to be true to them, and, above all, to apply them in action. If we do that, we can build a party that no power on earth can break. We can build a party fit to lead the masses of America, to answer the imperialist program of war on the peoples of the world, with revolution at home and peace with the peoples of the world. 122. 9. The Big Five at London, November 1945. William F. Ward, George Novak. On October 2 the First Peace Conference of the Second World War broke up in utter collapse. 18 For 22 days the foreign ministers of the five greatest Allied powers met in almost continuous session to grapple with the problems of making a peace. Their deliberations culminated in a hopeless deadlock. Weary, bitter, pessimistic, these representatives of the world rulers finally agreed to terminate their talks. This was the only thing they could agree upon. It was freely admitted that this first Council of Foreign Ministers had accomplished nothing, had even given a severe setback to enduring peace. C.L. Sulzberger, who covered the conference for the New York Times, called it an abysmal fiasco. In Moscow, Izvestia wrote on October 5, the first session of the Council of Ministers of Foreign Affairs ended without result. No decision whatsoever was adopted. Not even a communiqué which could have explained why the Ministers' Council failed was issued. The exalted participants could not even agree on the official minutes of the proceedings. Not a very auspicious beginning for the radiant new world that was supposed to issue from the war for democracy. The Big Three had set up the Council of Foreign Ministers at Potsdam in July to draft peace treaties with the defeated Axis nations and in general to work out detailed solutions of the political, territorial, and strategic problems posed by the war. The London Conference was the first of a series of projected meetings expected to be drawn out for over 2 years. At London, the foreign ministers of United States, Great Britain, the USSR, France, and China undertook to devise peace settlements with Italy, Finland, Hungary, Romania and Bulgaria. The previous conferences of the Big Three held in wartime had been conducted in complete secrecy and their decisions withheld on the false pretext of military necessity. Since the Ministers' Council at London met during peacetime, this excuse was obviously invalid. Yet these meetings too, which were 18 Ward 1945, 123, deciding the fate of millions, were conducted in as much secrecy as the foreign ministers could manage. In a moment of candor, C.L. Sulzberger of the New York Times subbed the mounting suspicion of the people regarding the real reasons for this secret diplomacy. The general public which fought and won this war, he wrote on September 30, has an uneasy feeling that the only excuse for this closed-door business, now that the war is over and secrecy is no excuse, is that there must be something smelly going on. In fact, as reports of the haggling and bickering leaked out, the stench emanating from this cesspool of power politics became overpowering and impossible to suppress. At the moment, American imperialism sees no need for covering up the conflicts between the United Nations. As a consequence, the capitalist press has become brazenly cynical in its comments. Here is a typical paragraph from the typewriter of William Phillip Sims in the September 27 New York World Telegram. There were power politics and bargaining behind closed doors. Nations without any interest in certain problems were invited in. Others, vitally concerned, were barred. For sordidness, this first peace parley made the 1919 Paris Peace Conference look like a thing of sweetness and light. All pretense of observing the declarations about self-determination of nations in the Atlantic and San Francisco charters was thrown aside. Not one of the peoples whose lives and futures were at stake were even formally represented. Their wishes and welfare were neither consulted nor considered. Australia's Foreign Minister Everett acidly commented that 43 of the 48 lesser members of the United Nations who had come together in San Francisco last spring were shut out. Even the crowned puppets of Anglo-American imperialism, Kings George of Greece and Peter of Yugoslavia, complained because they were not permitted to intrude upon this exclusive gathering. Inside the conference room on most of the main issues the Council of Five was reduced to 3, and in essence this trio narrowed down to a contest of strength between the United States and the USSR. Almost every point on the agenda precipitated a conflict which served to expose the predatory aims of the participants and the utterly reactionary character and consequences of the war. Molotov demanded $600 million in reparations from ruined Italy. The British also wanted heavy payments. Burns flatly refused to go along, not out of humanitarian motives, but because he said the United States would foot the bill for these indemnities in the long run. Further haggling and maneuvering ensued when Italy's colonial empire was placed on the auction block. Britain sought to safeguard her imperial lifelines in the Mediterranean from the threat of Kremlin encroachment by placing Italy's colonies under international trusteeships, which meant domination by the Anglo-American bloc. Russia thereupon put in a bid for Tripolitania and for 124 bases in Eritrea as well as the Dodecanese Islands claimed by Greece. Here too the dear allies found themselves deadlocked. Next came up the question of treaties with Romania and Bulgaria. But the United States and Great Britain flatly refused to approve draft treaties with these two countries until their Kremlin-controlled regimes were democratized. In retaliation, Molotov caustically criticized the dictatorial regime propped up by Anglo-American bayonets in Greece. He did not refer to the actions of these defenders of democracy who are engaged in suppressing the insurgent peoples fighting for national independence in Java, Burma, Indochina, and Malaya. But near the end of the conference, Molotov was reported to have remarked to one English diplomat, "Burns wants to push democracy in the Balkans to see how it works there before he tries it in South Carolina." In their rush for spheres of influence, colonial outposts, military bases, and lines of communication, the five powers bared their fangs and snarled and snapped at each other like beasts of prey. They fought over whole countries and chunks of continents. The knives of the Big Three have already carved up the living body of Europe. But they find themselves unable to underwrite each other's plunder. These allies have no trust or confidence in each other. Neither the United States nor Great Britain hide its hostility toward the USSR. At one point of the conference, Bevin accused Molotov of employing Hitlerian methods and retracted these words only when Molotov threatened to walk out of the parley. At another point, Molotov's request that Russia have the right to share in the control of Japan provoked such a sharp rejoinder from Burns that it likewise threatened to break up the conference then and there. Molotov argued for revision of the treaty governing the Dardanelles, saying that Russia needed complete and free access to the strait which at present keeps the Russians locked up in the Black Sea. Burns and Bevin flatly opposed this in the guise of defenders of Turkey against the unreasonable coercion of the USSR. Thereupon, according to Drew Pearson, Molotov said to Bevin, "How about discussing the Suez Canal and our relationship to it?" Bevin became furious at the suggestion. Then turning to Burns, Molotov said, "Well, let's discuss the Panama Canal and its relationship to the United States." This enraged Burns, who indicated to Molotov that the Panama Canal was none of Russia's damn business. To this Molotov replied that if the Suez and the Panama were none of Russia's business, the Dardanelles were none of the United States and Great Britain's business. And in the hands of these brigands lies the fate of the peoples. These masters of world destiny could not even manage to get together on the future of the city of Trieste, which is a bone of contention between Yugoslavia. 125. And Italy. Molotov backed Yugoslavia's claim while Burns and Bevin insisted that Trieste remain in Italian hands. The question of Trieste has disturbed the peace of Europe for over 30 years. It has been a constant source of irritation between the nations, a breeding ground of war. Now, after 2 world wars, the victors are still incapable of cleaning up this plague spot. Trieste remains a hopeless tangle which continues to create fresh antagonisms. Thus, even on the smallest questions, the architects of peace could find no formula for settling their disputes, for maintaining peace amongst themselves. What had been foreseen as a meeting to draft treaties of peace for the defeated powers, starting with Italy, turned into a meeting overwhelmingly occupied by the attempt to establish a peace between the principal members of the United Nations, remarked Hugh R. Wilson, former US ambassador to Germany. On the other side of the Atlantic, the Daily Herald, organ of the British Labour Party, exclaimed, "The world is heading with its eyes open for another war." Behind the breakdown, each side of course has tried to unload responsibility for the failure of the conference upon the other. Burns blamed its breakdown upon Russia's unreasonable demands. Molotov hastened to explain that the real reason for the London fiasco consisted in the divergent interpretations of the Berlin Agreement signed by Truman, Stalin, and Italy. These diplomatic excuses touch only the surface of the situation. The fact is that the London Conference served to lay bare the real relations among the Allied powers which military necessity had compelled them to camouflage during the war. The fundamental interests and aims of the Big Three do not coincide but conflict to an ever-increasing degree. Their divergent and antagonistic purposes engendered the disputes which deadlocked the conference. In his victory address on September 2, Stalin declared, "Now we can say that conditions for the peace of the world have already been won." This is as cynical a falsification as the similar peace statements Stalin made after the signing of the Soviet-German Pact in 1939. The present imperialist peace has not diminished, let alone eliminated, the sources of armed conflict in the world. It has instead immediately produced sharpened friction between the Anglo-American bloc and the Soviet Union. The London meeting itself provided the best demonstration of this development. Its atmosphere was saturated with fear and suspicion. Russia began with her fear of isolation and her suspicions of Western democracies, noted the New York Times correspondent Herbert L. Matthews. Now these fears are stronger. 126. Than at any time since before the war. The Western powers began with their fears of Russia and other profound objections to the Eastern Bloc which Russia has created in her frantic search for security. Those fears are also stronger than ever. The Anglo-American imperialists dread the extension of the Kremlin's power in Europe and Asia. Their diplomatic efforts are directed toward curbing and confining the spread of Soviet influence. The Anglo-American insistence upon intervention in Eastern European affairs is motivated by the desire to secure points of support for themselves in these countries, which Moscow has marked out for its own. The disputes over Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria do not revolve around the question of democracy, as the official propagandists present it, but around the struggle for power over these nations. At Yalta, Stalin and Churchill with Roosevelt's blessing concluded an agreement, one of many such secret deals, to divide Europe into two spheres of influence. Eastern Europe and Germany up to the Elbe was to go to the Kremlin while England was to be sovereign over the countries bordering the Mediterranean, Italy, Greece, etc. According to the rules of power politics, agreements of this kind are made to be bent, if not broken. Each side strives to outwit, to overreach, and outmaneuver the other. So it has been in this instance. Through their puppet monarchs and friendly political agents, by means of diplomatic pressure and manipulations behind the scenes, the United States and Great Britain have been seeking to penetrate the Kremlin's allotted sphere of domination. In retaliation, through the EAMLs in Greece, through the powerful Stalinist parties in Italy and France, and through diplomatic counter-pressure and intrigue, the Soviet Union interferes with England's preserves. Underlying this struggle among the big three for spheres of influence and aggravating the conflicts between them is the social-economic antagonism between the capitalist world and the degenerated workers' state, which still remains rooted in the nationalized property of the USSR. The Soviet occupation and domination of Eastern Europe disrupts and menaces capitalist property relations, although the Kremlin has evidently thus far limited itself in the occupied countries to social reforms and has brutally suppressed the attempts of the masses to overthrow capitalism and place the workers in power. The Russian menace. Nevertheless, this critical situation creates a permanent state of instability and unrest throughout Eastern Europe. Moreover, Stalin's Red Army marauders have not shown much regard for the properties owned by Western capital. 127. Ists in the Romanian oil fields, in Austria, Germany, and elsewhere. Unrest in Eastern Europe, if it persists, will inevitably communicate itself into Western Europe. Present Stalin-controlled Eastern Europe represents therefore a social danger to capitalism and cannot be accepted by Anglo-American imperialism as a long-lasting solution. That is why the Russian menace is again much discussed nowadays in the ruling circles of Washington and London. The social question still lies at the root of the growing political and territorial conflicts. The problems posed by the peace are necessarily leading to a realignment of forces on a world scale. The United States and Great Britain are promulgating the idea of organizing a Western bloc designed to encircle the Kremlin's sphere of influence in Europe, to check its expansion, and, at a later stage, to push it back, in exchange for concessions from Washington and London. De Gaulle aspires to have France play the leading European role in the organization of such a projected anti-Soviet diplomatic combination. The world press is already openly discussing this unfolding cleavage between the powers. Everyone knows, cabled H.L. Matthews from London to the New York Times on September 24, that the continuation of present trends will inevitably bring about a division into an Eastern Bloc dominated by Russia and a Western one dominated by the United States and Great Britain. It is fully realized that problems of frontiers, colonies, and the like are completely dwarfed by the one great problem of whether the East is going to line up against the West. A parallel process, it can be observed, is taking place in Asia. There the United States and the USSR have both rushed forward to grab all they can in order to promote their strategic interests. In addition to the bases it has seized in the Pacific, United States forces have occupied Japan and Southern Korea. Washington plans to use the docile governments of China and Japan as agents in its encirclement of the Soviet Union and its further penetration into Asia. At the same time the Kremlin has taken over southern Sakhalin, northern Korea, and the Kurils. By treaty with Chongqing the USSR has gained a foothold in Manchuria and obtained access to its chief ports, Port Arthur and Daren, for naval purposes. These moves and counter-moves by the two leading world states are obviously directed against each other as insurance in case of eventual conflict. This was explicitly referred to during the discussions on Japan at the Big Three conference. A ring of steel. Drew Pearson wrote that Burns explained at the conference that the United States had great need of a chain of island bases in the Pacific as security against 128. Japan. Molotov laughed at this feeble argument and hinted strongly that Russia felt the United States wanted the bases solely for use against the Soviet Union. Okay, he is reported to have said, you've got your naval bases in the Pacific. Then we want Paramus Hero. If you're going to have your ring of steel, we'll have ours. Each of the great powers is busily engaged in forging the links in its own ring of steel. Meanwhile the propaganda machines on both sides are trying to cover their real aims by accusing each other of aggression. In September, Pravda attacked the French socialists for trying to recreate the old cordon sanitaire against the Soviet Union. The Anglo-American big business press along with its liberal and social democratic echoes keeps howling that the USSR acts like a totalitarian dictator in Europe and Asia. In his speech broadcast after returning from London, Secretary of State Burns charged that Moscow was trying to dictate terms of peace to its allies. The Kremlin is unquestionably striving to get as much as it can and to stretch its influence as far as it will go. But the ambitions of the expansionists in Moscow are already beginning to sharply clash with the aims and interests of the Anglo-American imperialists throughout Europe and Asia. At London, the United States and Great Britain served warning that they would not agree to converting Eastern Europe to a private preserve of the Kremlin. They went further and undertook a vigorous diplomatic counter-campaign to halt any further advances by the USSR and to girdle its domains. Stalin, as a matter of fact, would not at all be averse to dividing the world into mutually agreed-upon spheres of influence on a live-and-let-live basis. The Kremlin's diplomacy is in fact shaped to arrive at an understanding with Washington along these lines. Wall Street and its world plans. But the Wall Street agents in Washington have more ambitious plans. Nothing in history compares to the enormous explosive force of American imperialism which in the brief period of the past few years has penetrated into all comers of the world. America's monopolists cannot and will not tolerate, in the long run, a Soviet Union which dominates half of Europe and Asia. The present hue and cry against the expansionism of the USSR serves the purpose of distracting public attention from Wall Street's drive for world domination. This drive proceeds uninterruptedly under the most misleading disguises and hypocritical slogans: freedom of trade, freedom of the air, freedom of elections, etc. The foremost slave master decorates its predatory program with all the garlands of liberty. This accords with an established tradition of the American ruling classes. The Southern slaveholders likewise embellished. 129. Their society with the trappings of democracy, bragged of their devotion to freedom, and finally launched a counter-revolutionary rebellion in the name of free trade, free men, and a free South. The truth is that the would-be peacemakers have little or no confidence in the prospect of a lasting peace. In their eyes the present period represents an armed interlude, a breathing spell for the war-wearied nations. Under the guise of a peace settlement, the diplomats of the ruling powers are actually making preparations for the next war. In his recent biennial report, Chief of Staff George C. Marshall virtually admitted that America's militarists regard a new war as inevitable. They are preparing for a new war and yet they are deathly afraid of it. The fear of a Third World War hung like a dark and foreboding cloud over the London Conference. The foreign ministers were aware that their unresolved disputes contained the seeds of another bloodbath. This restrained them from precipitating any showdown. The Kremlin, especially, is mortally terrified of another war. Stalin knows how exhausted the USSR is, how mighty the US military machine is. The atomic bomb may not have been mentioned, but this terrible engine of destruction monopolized at present by the United States was suspended over the heads around the conference table. Nor is Washington in a mood to wage war. The tide of events is now running in the opposite direction. Reckless militarists and impatient mouthpieces for imperialism are agitating for an attack upon Russia before it acquires the secrets of atomic bomb manufacture. But the people here and throughout the world are not only sick of war but shudder at the thought of unloosing a third world war which can demolish civilization and destroy humanity. This growing revulsion against war bridles the warmongers. Moreover, America's capitalist rulers have their own material reasons for wishing peace. The recently concluded war was a costly as well as risky enterprise for them. They have not even begun coping with its consequences. They look forward longingly to the Pax Americana in which they can rule and exploit the world to their pocketbook's pleasure. They want now to cash in on the imperialist peace. That is one set of reasons why, despite their differences, the representatives of the great powers limited themselves to a war of nerves at the London Conference. Having sparred a bit to feel each other out, the contenders have retired to their comers to consult with their managers on the tactics for the next round. 130. The fear of world revolution. But there exists an even stronger brake upon the war-making propensities of the powers. That is their common fear of the world revolution. The colonial slaves in Asia and Africa are rising up as an aftermath of the war. The peoples in Europe are restless and poised for revolutionary resistance. This fear of the rising revolutionary temper of the masses unites the Big Three in an unholy counter-revolutionary alliance. It restrains their representatives from accentuating differences too deeply and pushing their conflicts toward the breaking point. Stalin remains a firm ally of the Anglo-American imperialists in stamping out the revolutionary movements of the masses. But the fierce struggle for hegemony between the powers is placing Europe on the rack and tearing it to pieces. The entire continent writhes in agony while the Big Three quarrel over the division of the spoils. The peoples of Europe, who are the principal victims of Big Three power politics, are groping for a way out of their terrible predicament. Some seek salvation through alliance with the Eastern Bloc under the Kremlin, others through collaboration with a Western Bloc managed by the Anglo-American imperialists. Experience has already proven that both of these courses will propel Europe deeper into the abyss. Either singly or in combination, the present conquerors cannot lead Europe out of its blind alley by reorganizing its economy and state relations. They come only to carve up, strangle, rob and further degrade the continent. They cannot even give tortured Europe bread, shelter, work, or peace. At the beginning of the London Conference, New York Times correspondent H.L. Matthews cabled, "Already there is a striking parallel to Versailles in 1919. The grab for colonies is no different than it was in those days. One finds here now the same struggle for economic mastery in such questions as the Ruhr and the Rhineland, the clash of two great ideologies, the intense national rivalries, the secret treaties secretly arrived at, the spirit of revenge and domination." After 33 sessions marked by incessant conflict, the London Conference arrived at a stalemate. Its collapse signifies how far the disintegration of the capitalist world and the demoralization and disorientation of its rulers has proceeded since Versailles. The peace settlement of the victors in the first imperialist slaughter brought humanity in the following years a world depression, fascism, and a second world war. Now the victors of this war are at each other's throats before they can conclude the first treaties of peace. Can anyone capable of learning the lessons of events expect better results from the Big Five peacemakers of 1945 than from their Big Four predecessors at Versailles in 1919? 10. The Great Strike Wave and its Significance, May 1946. E.R. Frank, Bert Cochran. 131. The first cycle of the Great Strike Wave of 1945-46 has come to a close. 19. The main bodies of the auto, steel, electrical, rubber, packing house, oil, telephone and numerous other unions have signed agreements with the corporations. It is now possible to assess this great class action as a whole, even though 75,000 workers are still forced to continue their strike against the Westinghouse Corporation and the country's 500,000 miners are again battling for improved conditions. The strike wave, which America has just experienced, will be recorded as an historic labor upsurge. It can be compared properly only with those major climactic battles of the American working class which, for good or for evil, outlined for whole periods ahead the road of labor's travels. This strike wave was an historic one, first, because it was fought on the most far-flung battlefront, with the unions challenging the bulk of the major monopolists. Second, because it involved the first major test of strength between the new industrial union movement and the ruling capitalist oligarchy, since the mass production unions first established their right to existence 10 years ago. And last, because it brought into focus the social development and revealed the vast, latent power of American labor, power enough to beat back the offensive of the employers and to win significant concessions. We said in the February 1946 Fourth International. The abdication of the labor leaders during 4 years of war, and their underwriting of a program of enriching and strengthening the capitalist rulers guaranteed and made inevitable the present war of the banking and industrial oligarchy against labor. No sooner did Wall Street bring its imperialist rivals to their knees than it turned with redoubled fury upon the main enemy, the working class at home. Instead of the gratitude which the labor leaders naively imagined they would receive in return for labor's sacrifices in the war, they received a hail of wage cuts and anti-labor bills. That is what started the fight. The battle between labor and capital began as an offensive of big business against the working class. Immediately on VJ Day, the industrialists let loose with a program of slashing wages, discharge of millions of workers, downgrading, etc. Philip Murray, CIO president, thus summarized the case: there have been 4 major, whopping big cuts in wages and salaries that, according to the United States Commerce Department, have taken $20 billion out of the national pay envelope. First, the cut in hours of work, generally from 48 to 40 hours a week, with the elimination of overtime. The average manufacturing worker who earned $46.35 in June, is now making only $35.60, a cut of $10.75 a week. Second, unemployment. 1 month after VJ Day 2 million men and women were laid off entirely, and the number is mounting daily. Third, downgrading. The third big cut in the nation's pay envelope came when, as production was cut down, wage earners and salaried employees were downgraded from higher paying to lower paying jobs. Fourth, the last big cut in the nation's pay envelope is a hidden one. During the war, according to the War Production Board, labor's productivity rose about 25% overall. That is to say, what before the war took 5 men or women to make, now requires only 4 men or women. This means fewer people drawing wages or salaries. The industrialists were unquestionably getting set to return to the good old days, when there existed no restraints on their tyrannical rule, when they had to brook no interference and could crush by force and violence all attempts at revolt or reform. The industrialists had convinced themselves that they had re-won the moral leadership which they had lost so ignominiously during the 1929-33 crisis and which they never succeeded in regaining in the first 2 terms of the Roosevelt era. It is significant that a good number of the plutocracy's paid brains had begun openly playing with fascist ideas and experiments. One of these, Virgil Jordan, had this to say in the Economic Record, published by the National Industrial Conference Board, the private mouthpiece of the big manufacturers. 133. It does not matter to me what others may do or say, but when some smooth-tongued wizard from Washington puts to me the typical twisted question with which the patriotism and pride of the American people has been slowly poisoned during the past decade, and asks whether I want to bring back the days of Harding and Coolidge and Hoover, of Teapot Dome and Ed Doheny and Albert Fall and Insull or Musica or Whitney. I shall look him straight in the eye without shame or fear and say, yes. After VJ Day, ensconced securely on the mountains of money bags, which had grown to fantastic size during the war, and shielded by the scandalous tax laws which permitted them to raid the public treasury again and again for their continued aggrandizement, the robber barons of America decided this was the God-given opportunity to put the unions in their place. What were their precise aims? At the very least, to deal the unions a jolting blow, to demoralize the union rank and file, to dampen its militancy, to isolate the unions and reduce labor's strength in the national scene, to drastically worsen the workers' standard of living. The moneyed autocracy launched its war upon labor at a time when the main advantages were with it. It had the advantages of initiative, superior preparation, superior ground and position and greater staying power. The class war of 1945–46 started out on the grounds and positions chosen by labor's enemies. The main lines of the Union strategy, at this time, were virtually dictated by the circumstances of the situation. Here was organized labor confronted by American capitalism, whose leading circles were united as almost never before, determined to tame the unions and slash labor's standard of living. The capitalists, moreover, were sitting pretty on their piles of gold, secure in their profits regardless, with the subservient Congress at their beck and call, all set to wait it out and starve out the unions. Obviously, labor could not win its fight to maintain its living standards by thinking in terms of the ordinary, mine-run trade union strike, which is won by simply shutting down the individual plant or concern involved and then making sure that it stays shut down until the boss agrees to terms. It was clear from the start that any single union was doomed to defeat in its engagement with capital if the fight was converted into a simple waiting game. The capitalists were far better equipped for waiting and could starve out any union long before the union could starve out the corporation. Thus any real strategy of labor had to, perforce, be based on these fundamental propositions. 1. Labor was confronted with a fight that was national in scope against a more or less united and organized capitalist class. 134. 2. Labor could not emerge victorious by dragging out the fight. On the contrary, labor had to bring things rapidly to a head. In other words, its strategy had to be one of progressively bringing the economy to such a state of paralysis as to provoke a deep social crisis. The American plutocracy could not ignore a social crisis of magnitude. The Wall Street masters could not just sit on their gold and decide to wait out the hurricane. These bankers and industrialists are certainly a pig-headed lot. They certainly are gamblers of the craziest kind. They are unquestionably blinded by their class prejudices and savagery. But they are not completely insane. And that is why the government in Washington, the representative and spokesman of the capitalist rulers as a whole, would have been forced to step in and settle more or less rapidly such a strike crisis. Such a strike crisis can be settled either by the use of trickery, or by violence or by making concessions. The use of trickery, that is, cheating the workers out of any gains by the use of a lot of involved double talk and slippery formulas, is just not possible when dealing with superbly organized and experienced mass unions, headed by seasoned trade union leaders. It could not be employed as the major tactic in the present situation. As for violence, that is, large-scale violence, sufficient to crumble the force of the present mass movement, its use was out of the question. The capitalists could not throw the armed forces of the state into headlong combat against the labor legions, without provoking conditions of a near civil war. That is why a strategy based on the propositions outlined above would have proven successful, would have forced great concessions from the industrialists. The CIO strategy. How does this proposed strategy square or differ with the strategy actually employed by the CIO High Command? The fact is there was no CW strategy. As a matter of fact, there did not even exist an understanding or knowledge of each other's plans among the leaders of the major CIO unions. During the General Motors strike there was a certain amount of talk, especially in the Stalinist publications, about a supposed CIO strategy. But this was invention. The CIO leaders simply blundered into the fight, one union at a time, and then improvised their battle tactics as they went along. The only union that can make out a claim for a plan of battle was the auto union in the case of the General Motors strike. And its plan was based on an absurd, utterly false one-at-a-time strategy of isolating the General Motors Corporation and winning the fight by bringing to bear the pressure of competition. 135. VJ Day unloosed a wave of bewilderment and resentment among the American people. Fear of the future began gripping the working class. Now that the war was over, were they to return to the horrors of unemployment, insecurity, want? The leaders of labor, Philip Murray, William Greene, and the others had nothing to propose. They didn't even have the courage to declare that the Nostrike pledge was revoked, or to withdraw from the hated War Labor Board. A rash of plant and departmental strikes swept through the steel and auto industries, and the union leaders, out of sheer inertia, continued to stamp them out, as they had been doing throughout the war. In this charged atmosphere, on September 27, 1945, 1 month after VJ Day, the Oil Workers Union called a national strike of its full membership against 16 major oil companies. The membership of this less powerful CIO union caught the spirit of the times and began to struggle for the demand which soon reverberated throughout the country, a 30% wage increase to retain the take-home pay, a 40-hour week with no reduction in pay. Paraphrasing a famous slogan of American history, the pickets carried signs which read, 52 for 40 or fight. To the oil workers must go the credit for dramatizing all over the country the demand for a 30% wage increase. But the oil workers, left to their own resources, proved too weak to carry through this ambitious program. Truman soon moved in and broke the oil strike by means of a governmental seizure of the oil properties under the provisions of the Smith-Connolly Act. The oil workers' demands seemed destined to be buried for a long time under reams of governmental red tape. On this atmosphere of confusion and bewilderment, the major CW unions formulated their wage demands and began to inaugurate negotiations with the companies. The fight for the maintenance of take-home pay certainly began in an inauspicious manner. The 30% demand lost the character of a pious hope or a lost cause only when the great auto union took up the struggle in earnest and served notice that it expected the 40-hour week with no reduction in pay. The auto union, the most volcanic and militant national union of the whole world, was experiencing a paroxysm of revolt at this time. Wildcat strikes were flaring throughout the industry. The Kelsey-Hayes strike, maintained for 6 weeks in defiance of the top officers, showed that the UAW membership was in a state of revolt against the leadership. It was in this heated situation that Walter Reuther, more perspicacious, far-sighted and bold than his fellow bureaucrats, stepped into the breach. He took the program of the oil workers, a program advocated for months in the UAW by the more progressive locals, and began that remarkable series of negotiations with the General Motors Corporation that was finally climaxed by the strike of 225,000 GM workers. 136. Walter Reuther's leadership. Almost as soon as the GM negotiations got underway, it became clear that the leadership of labor's fight for the maintenance of its standard of living had been taken over by the GM workers. And Walter Reuther, vice president in charge of the GM department, who directly led this extraordinary fight, found himself again catapulted into the national limelight, this time as the leader of labor's momentous wage struggle. It is not difficult to understand why the workers all over the country eagerly accepted and looked to the leadership of the auto union. The GM Union Committee, headed by Walter Reuther, from the first, conducted its negotiations with the corporation in a fighting manner, indicating that it was serious, that it meant business, that it was not simply going through a lot of motions for the record. Next, the working people all over the country knew that the auto union, and especially its GM section, was best suited to lead off this fight, because the auto union is strongest and has the greatest experience in warfare. Furthermore, Walter Reuther raised in the course of the negotiations several far-reaching demands which have already served to advance the American labor movement and have already left an indelible imprint on the minds of the American workers. His propaganda around the slogans of opening the books of the corporations and wage increases without any price increases served to dramatize to millions the unconscionable profits that have been amassed by the major corporations and dealt powerful blows against the insidious teachings of the corporations that wage increases are responsible for inflation. The labor movement has gained measurably, especially with the middle classes and the more backward workers, by exposing this fake economics a la Wall Street. And lastly, Walter Reuther conducted himself as a leader in the course of the GM negotiations. He showed he had the ability to stand up against the hired brains of the plutocrats, answer argument for argument and give blow for blow. As we had occasion to remark of John L. Lewis in the 1943 coal negotiations, the American workers admire leadership. They want leaders who can show up the big business representatives and who can voice in clear, forceful fashion the aspirations, the sufferings, and the needs of the masses of people. For all these reasons the union conduct of the GM negotiations inspired American labor, and when the General Motors workers hit the bricks they had already won the sympathy and support of the great mass of the American people. But though the ranks of the GM strikers were determined, tenacious, and strong, they could not win the battle alone. For they were facing not only the $2 billion corporation for which they worked, but the united ranks of America's leading billionaires. And here the lack of a national strategy on 137. The part of the CW became painfully apparent. The leaders of the steel and electrical unions, the two other major unions of the CID, proceeded with their own negotiations at a leisurely pace, as if these had no bearing on the GM strike. The other CID unions in packing house, rubber, maritime, etc., conducted themselves in similar fashion. The Stalinist leadership of the electrical union even went so far as to refuse to call out on strike 30,000-odd GM workers under its jurisdiction. And the GM strikers were themselves prisoners of the Scissorville one-at-a-time strategy authored by Reuther, which instead of isolating the corporations, threatened to isolate the GM workers. Instead of demanding the shutdown of Chrysler and Ford and thus preventing competition inside the union and the undercutting of each other's conditions, Reuther insisted that Chrysler and Ford be kept working. Instead of howling for a steel strike to bring the strike crisis to a head, Reuther resented the steel strike, as interfering with his one-at-a-time strategy. Thus, while the momentous battle between labor and capital was joined on November 21, only one division of Labor's army actually took the field. It was almost 2 months before the much-needed reinforcements arrived on the field of battle and brought matters to a head. In the course of these 2 months, as week wore on after week and no settlement seemed in sight, a lot of defeatist talk began going the rounds, some of it emanating right out of Philip Murray's office and some spread by the Stalinists, that the General Motors strike should never have been called when it was, that it was badly timed. Why badly timed? Because the 1946 tax laws reduced the excess profits tax by so much that none of the corporations were interested in going into production in 1945. That was true. But then the 1946 or even 1947 tax laws guarantee the corporations huge profits even if they don't produce at all. That would seem to indicate that no strikes ought to be called before January 1, 1948. All that the tax law argument proved was that the top trade union bureaucracy had permitted the capitalists to shamelessly raid the public treasury and to entrench itself into a superb position for warring on labor. And that only by a united, unified, and powerful labor assault, which brought on a deep social crisis, could labor overcome capital's financial advantage. The tax law argument was nothing but an attempt at a fancy alibi to excuse the criminal inaction on the part of the other major CRO leaders. The strike climax. The GM strike held out, virtually alone, for 2 months. Finally the much-needed reinforcements began to arrive. On January 15, 1946, 200,000 members of the electrical union struck, closing down GE, Westinghouse, RCA and 138. The GM electrical plants. The packing house workers, both CIO and AFL, struck the next day on January 16 and finally on January 21, 750,000 steel workers walked out and brought the strike movement to its thunderous climax. Almost 2 million workers were on strike at the height of the strike wave. It was this display of big power that finally broke the logjam and forced through the wage settlements, first in steel and then in the other major industries. But by the time the strike movement was brought to a climax, the top CIO leaders had already given away a considerable part of their original demands. They had, in practice, already appreciably lowered the stake for which the strikers were battling. They did this when they completely reversed their previous stand against Truman's fact-finding board scheme and agreed to cooperate with these so-called fact-finding boards. By this one move, the CIO leaders actually scaled down their wage demands by almost 40%. Because once the authority of these boards was accepted, the unions were in effect bound by the board's decisions. It was furthermore clear that these boards, given the existing relationship of forces, would split the difference between the workers and the employers and award the unions slightly better than half of their wage demands. The CIO leaders not only scaled down their wage demands by some 40% but saddled the labor movement with a new semi-compulsory arbitration governmental straitjacket. The first fact-finding board appointed by President Truman in the GM strike recommended on January 10 an increase of 9.5 cents per hour to the GM workers, or about 17.5% increase as contrasted to the union's demand for 30%. The union promptly accepted the board's recommendation. On this 19.5 cent front, then, one might imagine, the union forces would reform and rally to hold the line. But the leaders of the major unions showed as little unity in negotiating their strike settlements as they had previously displayed in the calling of their strikes. 1 week after a governmental body had awarded the GM workers a 19.5 cents increase, Philip Murray agreed to accept a penny less, 18.5 cents, for the steel workers. The Stalinists, not to be outdone, signed a contract with the General Motors Corporation for an 18.5 cents increase in the plants organized by the UE, while the UAW was still holding out for 19.5 cents. The packing house workers, following the general pattern of everyone for himself and devil take the hindmost, agreed to scale down their demand to 17.5 cents increase and finally settled for 16 cents. And the other leaders of the auto union itself signed contracts with Chrysler and Ford for wage increases of 18.5 cents and 18 cents, respectively, while the GM workers were still holding out for the 19.5 cents that a governmental body said they ought to get. 139. The CIO High Command presented the spectacle of an army, where each divisional commander throws or fails to throw his troops into the battle, without any regard for the decisions or needs of the other commanders and without any concern as to the overall disposition of the forces and the general line-up of the battle. Where, furthermore, every divisional commander negotiates his own peace terms with the enemy anytime he sees fit without any regard for the peace terms being negotiated by others and without any concern for the effect that the withdrawal of his forces will have upon his allies. One can sum up and say that by their timidity, their lack of sufficient solidarity and a unified strategy, the CIO leaders unnecessarily dragged out the fight to its detriment, and gave up a somewhat bigger share of the wage stake than was warranted, than was absolutely necessary on the basis of the relationship of forces that obtained. Any analysis of the strike wave would be completely one-sided and inadequate, however, if it confined itself to merely criticizing the shortcomings of the national-era leaders, their strike program and strategy. The significant weaknesses and defects of the strike leadership are part of the picture. But they are by no means the whole picture. Labor's high point. The big fact that stands out in the present strike struggle is that never before in its entire history has the American working class fought such a big battle on such a tremendous battlefront. Never before has the trade union movement shown itself capable of dealing such powerful blows, one after the other, on such a national scale. Never before have the trade unions displayed such perfected organization, such tenacity, such staying power and self-confidence. And despite the cross-currents, the personal jealousies amongst the leaders, the factional bickering and the lack of a unified plan, the fact remains that never before has the labor movement displayed the unity and solidarity that was achieved in the present struggle. The recent strikes were better organized, the blows against the enemy were dealt more vigorously and decisively, and the strike movement, which was brought to a smashing climax within 2 months and began to ebb a month after that, embraced a larger section of the American working class than ever before in American history. The very length of some of the strikes is unprecedented. The General Motors strike lasted 113 days, and a considerable number of the GM locals struck several weeks beyond that. Despite this long, drawn-out character of the fight, the Union ranks never faltered, morale remained high throughout. Truly an unprecedented achievement. 140. Meant. While on the record many strikes of the past probably are recorded as longer lasting, in actuality in all these past strikes, the majority of workers returned to work after the first period and only a small minority of the most determined and militant held out. This series of strikes, it must be remembered, involved the first major test of strength between the industrialists and the unions since the sit-down strikes of 10 years ago. Coming immediately at the conclusion of the war, after 4 years of the no-strike pledge, the wage and job freeze, and the rule of the War Labor Board, the union movement unleashed a power that amazed everyone, its enemies as well as its friends. This power was so persuasive and palpable that it swept into its wake even the white-collar slaves, as witness the strike of the Independent Telephone Union, the bulk of whose membership is in the white-collar field. It won the warm sympathy of the middle classes and the veterans. It smashed, by its sheer social weight and strength, the 4-year-old campaign of the big brass and their big business associates to organize the veterans into anti-labor vigilante gangs. The labor movement has won the ardent sympathy of the veterans, and its strike struggle directly inspired the great soldier protest that was heard round the world. The working class was able to answer the attempts at violence by general strike action, in such out-of-the-way places, to boot, as Stamford, Caen, and Lancaster, Pa. This explains, incidentally, the more or less peaceful character of the great fight. The two sides were very evenly matched. The labor movement was too strong to tolerate large-scale violence and strike-breaking on the part of the regular government police and state troops. The plutocracy possessed no private fascist armies of its own. The struggle was not yet of a decisive social character. Both sides were testing each other's strength. There is no question that the labor movement emerged out of the fight stronger than it was when it went into the fight. The battle originated as an offensive on the part of capital, and labor was fighting defensively to maintain its standard of living. But the battle soon took on the character of a counter-offensive on the part of labor. Despite the indecision of the top union officers, the working class, by the sheer strength of its organization, by its discipline, self-confidence and will to fight, brought things to a head within 2 months after the GM strike first began. They were thus able to frustrate the design of the industrialists to wear out the unions, and were able to smash through to a victory, because they hurled back the anti-labor offensive of the employers, because they came out of the fight with a strengthened position on the national scene, and because they won significant concessions. This estimate of the results of the strike movement is the accepted one, in a general way, on the part of all the leading militants in the leading CW uni. 141. Ons. But the pseudo-Marxists of Schachtman's New International, we note, have come forward recently to challenge this estimate. Their writings show that they are obviously badly disappointed and even annoyed with the American workers. Rather than a victory, the Schachtman magazine believes the working class suffered a straight-out defeat. The first great post-war trial of strength, we read in the March 1946 New International, between American labor and capital is drawing to an end. The overall result is a defeat for labor. Why a defeat? Because the unions demanded a 30% wage increase, which they proved they were entitled to, but only got a little better than half. That's why it was an overall defeat. We are not making this up out of our heads. This wisdom is to be found in the New International. Labor did not get its wartime take-home pay demand. It did not get what its spokesman had proved was necessary to again bring wages up to a pre-war parity with the cost of living. If an army that takes the offensive and fails to dislodge the enemy from its positions has suffered a defeat, then labor suffered a defeat in the present strike struggles. A Marxist analysis. One might first point out that it is very improper for people who call themselves Marxists to ignore all other factors in such a titanic class struggle as the recent strike wave and center their analysis exclusively on the money factor, like a bunch of scissor bills. Even if the recent series of strikes succeeded only in repulsing the industrialists' offensive and preserving the union organizations and the morale of their membership, even in that case these strikes could not by any manner of means be called defeated. Even in that case they would have to be described as having achieved some partial successes. A veteran militant trade unionist understands this. Is it too much to expect that people who call themselves Marxists should show a similar breadth of view? Furthermore, in what strike manual or work of Marxism is it written that a strike is to be considered defeated if it does not achieve its full declared objectives? Under that rule there have been very few strikes that have ever been won. The Shachtmanite writer repeats over and over again the thought that the workers needed the 30% wage increase to maintain their living standards. Sure. They needed it. Their cause was just. We stand with Ben Hanford, who said that justice is always on the side of the working class. But that does not mean that when labor wins only half a loaf it has been defeated. No. It has won a partial victory. 142. A real strike analyst in casting a balance of a strike will ask himself these questions: is our union stronger or weaker as a result of the strike? Is the morale of the membership up or down? Have we made gains in wages and working conditions? Or, if there are no gains, have we at least minimized the losses that we would have otherwise suffered? A balance based on a rounded and thoughtful analysis will show gains on all counts in the recent strikes. The unions are stronger, morale is heightened, outright gains in wages, as well as the other key factor that we discussed before. Some pseudo-leftist wiseacres have adumbrated a somewhat more pretentious idea. Their argument runs like this: true, the workers won about 18 cents an hour wage increase. But prices are being boosted all along the line. Thus the wage increase is wiped out and in practice the workers haven't won anything at all. Underneath its aura of profundity, this argument betrays a wretched misconception of economic laws under capitalism and an ignorance of the relationship between wages and prices, explained by Marx fully 80 years ago in his debate with Weston. We can only touch, at this time, on a few high points of the inflationary process that is now going on in the United States and the reasons for it. American capitalism is in the monopoly stage. The economy is owned and controlled by a few billionaire cliques. Due to the specific conditions of the market, both domestic and foreign, which we have previously discussed in the magazine, the capitalists are in a position to boost prices to fantastic heights. We, of course, struggle for price control by consumers and workers' committees in the same spirit as we struggle for our other transition demands. With the end of the Second World War, the dominant capitalist community was determined to sweep away most of the governmental price controls. And they have the power to do so. They simply refused to produce after the war except under their own terms, just as they refused to go into war production 5 years ago until Roosevelt told them to write their own ticket. Now this capitalist control of economy cannot be fundamentally eliminated until capitalism is destroyed. The inflationary process in the US had been predicted before the recent strike wave got underway and would have taken place if the strikes had never occurred. The capitalists simply seized on the wage increases as a convenient excuse to attempt to place the onus for inflation upon the labor movement. Reuther attempted, not without success, to expose this fraud and to place the onus where it belongs, on the profit-greedy capitalists. The falsity of the argument of the pseudo-leftists is thus clearly seen. It incorrectly implies that the present price increases are due to the wage increases. What is correct to say is that the gains won by the workers will soon be dissipated because of the violent inflationary rise. Therefore the trade unions must 143. Gird their loins for continued struggle for wage increases, must begin the propaganda for a sliding scale of wages to meet the increases in the cost of living. The heightened morale of the whole labor movement is again being displayed. We see it in what is an almost infallible sign, the drive to organize new millions of unorganized workers. The CIO is going into the South. It is launching another $1 million campaign. The older CIO unions are likewise undertaking their own organization campaigns. The UAW has already pledged to organize the tens of thousands of white-collar workers of the automobile industry. This organizing campaign spells new big struggles. This added to the fact that all labor will be goaded into fighting in order to keep up with rising prices means that the coming period will, indeed, be a turbulent one. The unions revealed superb power in the strike wave. Such power that the capitalist masters saw in them a dangerous threat to their very existence. The capitalists will now prepare more thoroughly for the next engagement. That is why in the major industries, guerrilla warfare is a thing of the past. The trade union struggle is passing over into a social struggle. That is what the present strikes proved. In this sense, American trade unionism is at the crossroads. The objective conditions demand that the trade unions now discard the old, outworn hit-and-run tactics and narrow trade union aims which were of value when the unions were weak and their objectives small, and now adopt a broad social program and strategy that the times demand. That is what the American working class is instinctively reaching out for, as the victory of Reuther in the UAW indicates. Great social ideas were raised in the course of the strike struggle, such as the demands voiced by Reuther and Murray's radio speech in which he broke with Truman. But these were left dangling in mid-air. Reuther did not propose any political action to implement his social demands. Murray refused to work for a Labor Party after his break with Truman. The social aims remain to be realized. The growing numbers of left-wingers in the key mass production unions have the task of convincing the broad ranks that the labor movement must now become a social movement if it is to survive and prosper. 144. 11. The Coming American Revolution, November 1946. James P. Cannon. We have undertaken as our central task at this 12th convention of the Socialist Workers' Party to analyze the present stage in the development of United States imperialism as it emerged from the Second World War, and its further perspectives, and to draw the necessary conclusions from this analysis. 20. In our main thesis we deal exclusively with the perspectives of the American Revolution. Secondary questions of tactics, and even of strategy, are left for consideration under another point on the agenda after we have discussed and decided the main question of perspective. Why are the theses on perspectives needed now? The question might be asked, why are the theses on perspectives needed now? In order for the party to see clearly on the road ahead, it is necessary to have a main orientation and a long-range view of future developments. The theses we have presented are needed at the present moment for a number of reasons. First, the whole Trotskyist concept of our epoch as the epoch of revolutions, has been challenged by a new school of revisionists of Marxism. What answer do we give to this challenge, with specific reference to the United States of America? What conclusions do we draw from the war and its consequences, from the new power of American imperialism, from the post-war prosperity, and from the retardation of the European Revolution? What conclusions do we draw from these great events for the conduct of our own work and for our own future outlook in the United States? Secondly, what shall we say to our co-thinkers in other lands about revolutionary prospects in the United States? They are surely waiting to hear from our 20 Canon 1947a. 145. Convention on this question, for it is of the most vital and decisive importance for them. This applies to the workers of Europe, but not only to them. It applies to the workers of Russia, of South and Central America, of China, Japan, Asia as a whole, India, in fact, to the workers of the whole world which lies today under the shadow of American imperialism. And finally, what shall the party teach the new members who today are streaming into our ranks by hundreds and who will come to us tomorrow in thousands? What shall we tell them concretely about the prospects of the revolution in the United States? That is what they want to know above everything else. Our document undertakes to give straight answers to all these questions. Another question may well be asked, What is new in the theses on the American Revolution presented by the National Committee? In one sense it can be said that nothing is new, for all our work has been inspired by, and all our struggles with opportunist tendencies have been derived from, a firm confidence on our part in the coming victory of the American workers. In another sense it can be said that everything is new, for in the theses of the National Committee on the American Revolution we are now stating, explicitly and concretely, what has always been implied in our fights with opportunist organizations, groups, and tendencies over questions which were derivative from this main outlook of ours. That has been the underlying significance of our long struggle to build a homogeneous combat party. That has been the meaning of our stubborn and irreconcilable fight for a single program uniting the party as a whole, for a democratic and centralized and disciplined party with a professional leadership, for principled politics, for the proletarianization of the party composition, for the concentration of the party on trade union work, trade unionization of the party, and, if I may say so without being misunderstood, for its Americanization. All of this derived from our concept of the realism of revolutionary prospects in America, and of the necessity to create a party with that perspective in mind. In short, we have worked and struggled to build a party fit to lead a revolution in the United States. At the bottom of all our conceptions was the basic conception that the proletarian revolution is a realistic proposition in this country, and not merely a far-off ultimate goal, to be referred to on ceremonial occasions. I say that is not new. In fact, it has often been expressed by many of us, including Trotsky, in personal articles and speeches. But only now, for the first time, has it been incorporated in a programmatic document of the party. That's what 146 is new in our theses on the American Revolution. We are now stating explicitly what before was implied. For the first time, the party as a party is posing concretely the fundamental question of the perspectives of the American Revolution. You will note in your reading of the theses that secondary questions of tactics and even of strategy, with all their importance, are left out. And this is not by accident or negligence, but by design. The theses deal only with analysis and perspectives, and these only in the broadest sense, because that is the fundamental basis from which we proceed. Tactical questions and even questions of great strategical importance, such as the alliance of the labor movement and the Negro people, the role of the returned war veterans, the relations between the workers and the poor farmers and the urban petty bourgeoisie, the questions of fascism and of the Labor Party. These questions with all their great subordinate importance are left out of the main theses for separate consideration in other documents. They will be considered at another time in the convention, because the correct answer to all of them depends in reality on a correct answer to the main question of general perspective posed in the theses of the National Committee. Of course, a general line, a general perspective, does not guarantee that one will always find the right answer to derivative questions, the secondary issues. But without such a general orientation, without this broad overall ruling conception, it is quite hopeless to expect to find one's way in tactical and strategical questions. The theses have been criticized already by people who deal exclusively in the small coin of concrete events. We have been criticized because we do not mention concrete tasks and pose no concrete problems. That is true. But what is wrong with that procedure? We are Marxists, and therefore we do not begin with the small questions, with the tactics, or even with the strategy. We first lay down the governing line from which the answers to the secondary questions derive. Those who preoccupy themselves primarily with tactics reproach us for our procedure, and allege that it reveals the difference between their political method and ours. That is quite correct. We proceed from the fundamental to the secondary, they proceed by nibbling at the secondary questions in order to undermine the fundamental concepts. There is indeed a difference in method. Our theses specifically outline the revolutionary perspectives in America and require the party to conduct and regulate all its daily activity in the light of these perspectives. 147. Internationalism. Our preoccupation at this convention with American affairs and American perspectives does not signify a departure on our part from the time-honored internationalism which has always distinguished our tendency. Rather, we are taking a step forward in the application of our internationalist concepts to American affairs. That means to bring them down from the realm of abstraction and give them flesh and blood. We began in 1928 with a struggle for internationalism against the dogma of socialism in one country which had been imposed upon the Comintern and all its sections by the Stalinist revisionists. That was the most fundamental of all the principled questions which have shaped and guided the development of our movement in America for the past 18 years. We said then, and we still believe, that the modem world is an economic unit, and that not a single important social problem, and certainly not the most important problem, the socialist reorganization of society, can be definitively solved on national grounds. With the presentation of the theses of the National Committee on the Perspectives of the American Revolution, we are adding a correlative idea to the following effect: it is no longer possible to speak seriously about the world's socialist revolution without specifically including America in the program. Today that would be almost as utopian as was the theory of socialism in one country when it was first promulgated by Stalin for Russia in 1924. This was always true, but it is truer now than ever in the light of the Second World War and its outcome. The United States has emerged from the war as the strongest power in the world, both economically and militarily. Our theses assert that the role of the United States in further world developments will be decisive in all respects. If the workers in another country, or even in a series of other countries, take power before the revolutionary victory in the United States, they will have to defend themselves against the American colossus, armed to the teeth and counter-revolutionary to the core. On the other hand, a revolutionary victory in the United States, signalizing the downfall of the strongest bastion of capitalism, would seal its doom on an international scale. Or, in a third variant, if the socialist revolution should be defeated in other countries or even on other continents, and pushed back and retarded, we can still fight and win in the United States. And that would again revive the revolution everywhere else in the world. 148. The world's situation makes it quite clear that Platonic internationalism is decidedly out of date in this country. Internationalism, as the Trotskyists have conceived it, means first of all, international collaboration. But in our view this international collaboration must signify not only the discussion of the problems and tasks of co-thinkers in other countries, this is where Platonic internationalism begins and ends, but also the solution of these problems, above all our own specific problems, in action. That is our conception of internationalism as we mean to apply it and as we have expressed it in the theses. One-sided internationalism, preoccupation with far-off questions to the exclusion and neglect of the burning problems on one's own doorstep, is a form of escapism from the realities at home, a caricature of internationalism. This simple truth has not always been understood, and there are some people who do not understand it yet. But our party can justify its existence only if, beginning with an international program, it succeeds in applying this program to the conditions of American life and confirming it in action. This presupposes first of all an attentive study of America and a firm confidence in its revolutionary perspectives. Those who are content with the role of commentators on foreign affairs, and it is surprising how many there are, or that of a Red Cross society to aid other revolutions in other countries, will never lead a revolution in their own country, and in the long run they will not be of much help to other countries either. What the other countries need from us, above everything else, is one small but good revolution in the United States. Trotskyism, which is only another name for Bolshevism, is a world doctrine and concerns itself with all questions of world import. But let us not forget, or rather, let some of us begin to recognize for the first time, that America, the United States, is part of the world, in fact, its strongest and most decisive part, whose further development will be most fateful for the whole. It is from this point of view that we deem it necessary now to outline more concretely and more precisely than before our estimation of American perspectives, and to concentrate on the preparation for them. When we speak of the Americanization of the party in this sense, we are not speaking as vulgar nationalists, far from it, but as genuine internationalists of the deed as well as of the word. The objective factors for the American Revolution. Our theses on the perspectives of the American Revolution proceed in accord with the Marxist method and the Marxist tradition by analyzing and emphasizing first of all the objective factors that are making for the revolution. These are 149. Primary. These are fundamental. Any other approach than that which begins with the objective factors is unrealistic, mere wish-thinking utopianism, no matter how revolutionary-minded its proponents may be. This characterization of unrealism applies also to the new revelation of those who have exalted the subjective factor, meaning thereby the party and its strength or weakness at the given moment, to first place. It would be incorrect, however, to add the supplementary qualification that these latter-day experts of the subjective factor, these latter-day revisionists, are revolutionary-minded. They are unrealistic, but not revolutionary-minded, for they employ their new theory exclusively for the explanation of past defeats and anticipation and prediction of new ones. I don't see anything revolutionary about that. Our theses pay due acknowledgement to the great strength of United States imperialism. Let no one accuse us of failing to give the American imperialist power its due. We paid due acknowledgement to it. This is correct and proper in a document which aims at scientific objectivity, for the might and resources of the Yankee Colossus are so imposing in relation to all other countries, and in relation to anything that has ever been seen in the world before in the realm of material power, and have been so well advertised in the bargain, that no one could possibly overlook them. But our theses, and here we demarcate ourselves from all those who are hypnotized by the superficial appearance of things, point out not only the strength of American imperialism but also its inherent weaknesses, the contradictions from which it cannot escape, and the new, even greater, power which it has created and which is destined to be its gravedigger, the American working class. That is also part of the American picture which has to be observed and noted if one wants to have a completely true and objectively formulated document. A one-sided view of the American capitalist system, overestimation of its power and awe-stricken prostration before it, is the source of many illusions. And these illusions, in tum, are the chief source of American labor opportunism in general, of the capitulation and treachery of the radical intellectuals en masse, of Stalinism, and of all varieties of reformism and Menshevism. In considering the perspectives of the American capitalist system in general and of the present post-war prosperity in particular, we observe a peculiar and rather interesting anomaly. The capitalist masters of society, and their ideologues and economic experts, enter the new period with doubts and fears which they do not conceal, while the greatest confidence in the long life and good health of the present order of society in America is either openly 150. Expressed or tacitly implied by those who set themselves up as representatives of the workers, namely, the official leadership of the labor movements and the Mensheviks of all grades. The American bourgeoisie entered the great boom of the 20s with the exuberant confidence and enthusiasm of alchemists who had finally discovered the philosopher's stone which turns everything into gold. In that golden age of American capitalism, a new school of bourgeois economists came from the colleges to proclaim the glad tidings that Marx had been refuted by Henry Ford, that American business genius had discovered the secret of full employment and permanent prosperity without interfering with the private ownership of the means of production, but on the contrary, strengthening it and aiding its concentration. They continued to beat the drums on this theme up to the year, the month, and even to the day when the stupendous myth of the 20s was exploded in the stock market crash of 1929. The very week in which the whole structure came tumbling down, the most learned articles were published in the name of the most eminent college professors explaining that this prosperity was going to go higher and would continue endlessly. It is true that the labor leaders and the social democrats in this country and throughout the world were captivated by the myth of permanent prosperity in the 20s and were enlisted in the Great Parade. But they only followed, they did not lead. The capitalists were in the lead, full of confidence and optimism in those days. The capitalists and their economists were fortified in their faith by their ignorance, and that is a wonderful fortification for some kinds of faith. They simply observed that profits rolled in and productivity increased at a rate and on a scale never known before, and that this continued year after year. Hypnotized by the marvelous empirical phenomenon, they mistook a passing phase for a permanent condition. This misunderstanding was widely shared. The myth of the 20s penetrated deeply into all social strata in the United States and imbued even the great mass of the workers with future hopes of prosperity and security under capitalism. Those were the conditions under which the pioneer communists had to lay the foundation for a party aiming at the revolution. The confidence and illusion in the permanence of the prosperity of capitalism penetrated down into the depths of the working class itself. The great boom of the 20s developed under the most favorable conditions. The American sector of capitalist economy was still in its healthy prime, relying on a vast internal market of its own which extended from coast to coast and from Canada to the Gulf, and on an expanding foreign trade. All other conditions were most favorable then. 151. But in spite of that, it is now a matter of historical record that this great boom ended with the stock market crash of 1929. It is a matter of record that the crisis lasted, with some fluctuations, for 10 years. The salient facts and figures about the crisis of the 30s are recited in our theses. They show the depth and intensity of the crisis, its horrible effects in terms of human misery, and the irreparable blows it dealt to the American capitalist system. National income was cut in half, and with it the living standards of the workers were cut in half. Unemployment reached the figure of 20 million out of a working class population of no more than 40 million at the time. The partial recovery, brought about in large measure by huge government expenditures, only led to a second sharp drop in 1937, a crisis within the crisis. The crisis as a whole lasted for 10 solid years. And even then, a way out to the revival and increase of production and the absorption of the unemployed, was found only in the war and the colossal expenditures connected with it. And this artificially induced recovery, which greatly expanded the productive plant of the country and the numerical force of the working class, has only deepened the contradictions and has prepared all the conditions for the explosion of another crisis, far worse than the 30s and fraught with far more serious social implications. So, in surveying the future prospects of American capitalism, we simply heed the counsel of realism by putting the question, if American capitalism was shaken to its foundations by the crisis of the 30s, at a time when the world system of capitalism, and America along with it, and America especially was younger, richer, and healthier than it is now, if this crisis lasted for 10 years, and even then could not be overcome by the normal operation of economic laws, if all the basic causes and contradictions which brought about the crisis of the 30s have been carried over and lodged in the new artificial war and post-war prosperity, with new ones added and old ones multiplied many times, if all this is true, and nobody but a fool can deny it, for the facts are clearly to be seen, then what chance has the capitalist boom of the 40s, that we are living under now, to have a different ending than the boom of the 20s? Marxist realism tells us that it can be different only insofar as the crisis must go far deeper, must be far more devastating in its consequences, and must come sooner than it came in the boom of the 20s. The specious theory expounded by the foolishly optimistic bourgeois economists in the heyday of the capitalist boom of the 20s, to the effect that Marx had been outwitted by American business genius, was refuted by the THIRD crisis of the 30s, and that crushing refutation remains in the memory of all. 152. How inexcusable, then, how absurd, how downright reactionary is the cultivation of this myth under the new conditions today. In justice to the bourgeoisie and their ideologists, it must be admitted that they, instructed by the experiences of the past, now take a far more sober and cautious position in their prognostications of the future. The burnt child fears the fire, that is, if he is a bourgeois economist, a businessman, and not a theoretical trifler. The bourgeois economists and businessmen talk today far more of boom and bust than of boom without end. Any businessman's economic review you may pick up at random expresses dark forebodings for the economic future. They speak quite casually, as though it is a matter of course, to be taken for granted, of an impending shakeout which will slow down the wheels of production and bankrupt the smaller firms which have flourished on the fringes of the boom. At first, they referred to this process as a shakedown, but that expressed their thoughts too truthfully. And since bourgeois economists cannot live without lying and dissimulating, they stopped talking about the shakedown and finally hit on the euphemistic substitute of a shakeout. That sounds better, but it will not be 1 cent cheaper. The sole chorus of optimism, where the economic prospects of American capitalism are concerned, is that raised by the American variety of Mensheviks. And that is a thin, piping chorus of trebles and tremolos, without a bass voice in it, or a baritone, or even a first-class tenor. It is a eunuch's chorus. Our fundamental theses on the American Revolution do not tie themselves to the economic prospects of the next month or the next year. They deal exclusively with the long-range inevitable outcome of the present artificial prosperity. From the point of view of our theses, it makes no difference whether the deep-going crisis begins in the early spring of 194-7, as many bourgeois economists are predicting, or 6 months later, as many others think, or even a year or two later, as is quite possible in my opinion. Our theses do not consider immediate time schedules, but the general perspective. That is what we have to get in mind first. We take the position that the crisis is inherent in the situation, that it may not be escaped or avoided, and that this crisis, when it strikes in full force, will be far deeper and far more devastating than was the crisis of the 30s. As a consequence, it will open up the most grandiose revolutionary possibilities in the United States. That conception must be at the base of the policy and perspectives of our party from now on. I proceed from the discussion of the objective factors in the broadest sense, as our theses do, to go over to another of the most fundamental factors making for the coming American Revolution and its victory. 153. The American working class which confronts the next crisis will not be the disorganized and helpless mass which met the crisis of the 30s in bewilderment and fear, and even with an element of despair. Great changes have taken place in the meantime, and all these changes redound to the advantage of the revolution. The transformation of the American working class. The proletariat greatly increased in numbers with the expansion of industry during the war. Millions of Negroes, of women, and of the new generation of youth have been snatched up out of their former existence and assimilated into the processes of modern industry. Thereby, they have been transformed from a multitude of dispersed individuals into a coherent body imbued with a new sense of usefulness and power. Most remarkable of all, the most pregnant with consequences for the future, is the truly gigantic leap which the American workers made from disorganized individual helplessness to militant trade union consciousness and organization in one brief decade. The trade union movement in the early 30s embraced barely more than 3 million members. Today the figure stands at 15 million members of organized labor in the United States. One can point to this fact and say that this represents a remarkable growth. But these bare figures, eloquent as they are, do not in themselves tell the whole story, the true story. For of the 3 million odd members of the trade unions in the early 30s, the great majority were composed of the thin stratum of the most skilled and privileged workers who are the most conservative in their social thinking. The great bulk of workers in the mass production industries, the most decisive section of the proletariat, were entirely without benefit of organization and had never even known the experience of it. In spite of that, or more correctly, because of that, when these mass production workers took the road of trade union organization, with the partial revival of industry in the middle 30s, they were not impeded by the old baggage and deadening routine of the conservative craft unions. They started from scratch with the modem form of organization, the industrial union form, and with the most militant methods of mass struggle, which reached their apex in the great wave of sit-down strikes in 1937. The benefits these mass production workers derived from trade unionism were wrested from the employers in open struggle, and therefore were all the more firmly secured. The stability and cohesiveness of the trade union organizations created in these struggles were put to the test in the strike wave of the 154 past year. Here we saw a clear demonstration of the great difference in the relationship of forces between the workers and the capitalists at the end of World War XI from that which prevailed at the end of the First World War, a difference entirely in favor of the workers. After the successful termination of the First World War to make the world safe for democracy, the ruling class of America embarked on a furious reactionary campaign to break the unions, to establish the open shop and to suppress all forms of labor radicalism. In the Palmer Red Raids of 1919, hundreds of political meetings were broken up and thousands of radical workers were arrested, hundreds were sent to prison, whole shiploads of foreign-born workers were deported. The newly founded Communist Party was savagely persecuted, its leaders arrested and indicted and the party driven underground. Simultaneously, the steel strike was broken, in part by ruthless violence and in part by the wholesale importation of strike breakers. Unions newly formed during the war were broken up and scattered right and left. The railway shopmen's strike was defeated in 1922. American capitalism, smashing all opposition before it, marched confidently into the strikeless, open-shop paradise of the great boom of the 20s. The same thing was attempted, or at least contemplated, for the period immediately following World War I, but the result was a miserable fiasco. This time it was the organized workers who were victorious on every front. The great industrial unions of the steel, auto, oil, packing house, electrical and maritime workers demonstrated their capacity to bring production to a complete stop until the employers came to terms. So great was the newfound solidarity and militancy of the workers that neither violence nor the importation of strike breakers, the decisive factors in the defeat of the strikes following World War I, could even be attempted by the bosses. Millions and tens of millions of workers in other industries, profiting by the example of the auto, steel, packing house, electrical and other strikes, and riding on the wave created by them, gained wage increases by collective bargaining, while keeping their unions intact and even strengthening them. Where did this marvelous labor movement come from? Who created it? Here we must pay due acknowledgement to American capitalism. By the blind operation of its internal laws and method of operation, it has created the greatest power in the world, the American working class. Here is where Marx takes revenge on Henry Ford. Capitalism produces many things at a rapid rate and in great quantities. But its richest contribution to the further and higher development of human civilization is the production of its own gravedigger, the organized working class. 155. American capitalism, as we know, could not work the miracle of boom without crisis. But in the period of the 20s and 30s, working blindly and unbeknownst to itself, it wrought some other wonders which border on the miraculous. American capitalism took millions of barefooted country boys from the bankrupted farms of the country, put shoes on them and marched them into the regimented ranks of socially operated modem industry, wet them in the rain of the man-killing speed-up exploitation of the 20s, dried them in the sun of the frightful crisis of the 30s, overworked them on the assembly line, starved them on the bread line, mistreated and abused them, and finally succeeded in pounding them into a coherent body, which emerged as a section of the most powerful and militant trade union movement the world has ever known. American capitalism took hundreds of thousands of Negroes from the South, and exploiting their ignorance, and their poverty, and their fears, and their individual helplessness, herded them into the steel mills as strike breakers in the steel strike of 1919. And in the brief space of one generation, by its mistreatment, abuse, and exploitation of these innocent and ignorant Negro strike breakers, this same capitalism succeeded in transforming them and their sons into one of the most militant and reliable detachments of the great Victoria Steel Strike of 1946. This same capitalism took tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of prejudiced hillbillies from the South, many of them members and sympathizers of the Ku Klux Klan, and thinking to use them, with their ignorance and their prejudices, as a barrier against unionism, sucked them into the auto and rubber factories of Detroit, Akron, and other industrial centers. There it sweated them, humiliated them, and drove and exploited them until it finally changed them and made new men out of them. In that harsh school the imported Southerners learned to exchange the insignia of the KKK for the Union button of the CIO, and to turn the Klansman's fiery cross into a bonfire to warm pickets at the factory gate. You won't find Ku Kluxers or Black Legionnaires in the auto and rubber factories today, or at any rate, not many of them. But there is a mighty sight of first-class shop stewards and picket captains who originally came down out of the hills and up from the bayous of the backward South at the summons of American capitalism. The American working class covered the great distance from atomization, from non-existence as an organized force, to trade union consciousness and organization, in one gigantic leap, in one brief decade. What grandiose perspectives this achievement opens up for the future. What 156 are the limits to the future possibilities and powers of this remarkable class? There are no limits. All things are possible, and all things that are necessary will be achieved. If someone had predicted in 1932, at the depths of the crisis, that in 10 years' time 10 million new workers who had never known unionism would organize themselves into industrial unions of the most modern type and demonstrate their ability to force the absentee owners of the steel and auto and rubber and other mass production industries to come to terms and not even to dare to attempt to break the strikes, the skeptics would have said, this is fantasy. This is ultra-left radicalism. But it happened just the same. The American workers do not always move when impatient revolutionists call them, as many of us have learned to our sorrow. But they do move when they are ready, and then they move massively. Industrial unionism is not a new idea. It was projected long before it found its realization on a mass scale in America, and the pioneers of industrial unionism in America suffered many disappointments. In 1930 the IWW dolefully observed its 25th anniversary. At the end of a quarter of a century, the organization which had proclaimed the program of industrial unionism 25 years earlier was completely defeated, a hollow shell comprising far less members than it had started with in the bright year of promise, 1905, under a great galaxy of leaders. Industrial unionism seemed to be a defeated program in 1930. But only 10 years later the majority of the most important basic industries were completely organized in industrial unions under a new name. The workers did not move when the IWW called them in 1905. They didn't move when many of us called them later than that. But they moved when they were ready and when conditions were mature for it, and then they moved on a scale and at a speed scarcely dreamed of by the pioneers of industrial unionism. The scale of the difference is remarkable. Bill Haywood, the great captain of the IWW, I love to mention his name, used to dream and speak in his intimate circle of the goal of 1 million members in the 1WW. As a matter of fact, the organization never had more than 100,000 at any one time in all its history, and most of the time only a fraction of that number. The great strikes of the IWW which took place in its heyday, those great pioneer battles which heralded and blazed the way for the CIO, Lawrence, Akron, Patterson, McKees Rocks, the lumber strikes in the Northwest, they never involved more than 10 to 20,000 workers at any one time. But in 1946 nearly 2 million workers of the CW, with only a few years of trade union experience behind them, were on strike at one time. 157. These comparative figures show not growth, not simply progress, but a veritable transformation of the class. And what has been seen up to now are only the preliminary movements, the promise and the assurance of far greater movements to come. Next in order, and not far away, comes the political awakening of the American workers. That will be at the same pace and on the same scale, if not greater. The American workers will learn politics as they learn trade unionism, from an abridged dictionary. They will take the road of independent political action with hurricane speed and power. That will be a great day for the future of humanity, for the American workers will not stop halfway. The American workers will not stop at reformism, except perhaps to tip their hats to it. Once fairly started, they will go the whole way. He who doubts the socialist revolution in America does not believe in the survival of human civilization, for there is no other way to save it. and there is no other power that can save it but this almighty working class of the United States. The young generation entering the revolutionary movement today, with the goal of socialism shining bright in their far-reaching vision, come at a good time. A lot of pioneer work has been done. Many obstacles have been cleared out of the road. Many conditions for success have matured. The young generation coming to us today comes to a party that foresees the future and prepares for it. They come to a great party with a glorious record and a stainless banner, a party that has already been prepared for them and awaits their enlistment. They come to a strong party, firmly built on the granite rock of Marxism. This party will serve them well, and is worthy of their undivided allegiance. This 12th convention coincides with the 18th anniversary of the party. The experience and tradition of the party are the capital of the new generation. The work of many people for 2 decades has not been done in vain. And, besides that, the new recruits can find in a realistic examination of the objective facts many assurances that the course of development is working mightily in favor of the realization of their ideal. Our economic analysis has shown that the present boom of American capitalism is heading directly at a rapid pace toward a crisis, and this will be a profound social crisis which can lead, in its further development, to an objectively revolutionary situation. Our analysis of the labor movement has shown that the workers have already demonstrated the capacity to move massively and rapidly forward in the field of trade unionism, and we have every right to confidence that they will move even more massively and with even greater speed on the political field in the days to come. 158. The objective prerequisites for the social revolution in America will not be lacking. Capitalism itself will provide them. The manpower of the revolution will not be lacking either. The many-millioned masses of the organized workers of America will provide this manpower. It is already partly assembled and partly ready. The rest is our part. Our part is to build up this party which believes in the unlimited power and resources of the American workers, and believes no less in its own capacity to organize and lead them to storm and victory. Challenging racism. Paul L. E. Blanc and Tom Bias. The items gathered in this chapter highlight the fact that, by the time of the Second World War, the Trotskyist movement had largely moved beyond the racial myopia afflicting it in much of the previous decade. As one white activist recalled of her time in the SWP in the late 1930s, while the organization formally had impeccably anti-racist positions, she had been dismayed by some of the ignorance and subliminal racism among my comrades, and strong residues of this, sadly but not surprisingly, persisted in later years. The fact remains that the SWP had traveled a significant distance, in respect of racial awareness and anti-racism, by the time of the Second World War. One related to this development within the SWP is the fact that there was a growing ferment within African American communities throughout the country, stirred by the ongoing effects of the Great Migration, the massive flow of blacks from the rural South to the urban, industrial North, and the radicalization and labor insurgencies of the 1930s, that generated transformations in culture and consciousness throughout society. 2. As we have noted, the breakthrough regarding the Negro question among us Trotskyists was largely due to the joint contributions of Trotsky and C.L.R. James, whose party name was J.R. Johnson, through their intensive 1939 discussions, reflected in the first volume of this documentary trilogy. James's powerful impact was interrupted when he and others of the Johnson-Forrest tendency joined with Max Schachtman in the 1940 split from the Socialist Workers' Party in order to form the Workers' Party. In 1947, the Johnson-Forrest tendency rejoined the SWP, and their influence can be seen in this chapter not only with the substantial contribution by James, using the name Meyer, but also by an outstanding article on black workers by his co-thinker Rhea Dunayevskaya, under the name Freddie Forrest. In James's absence, however, there were others who followed the theoretical political pathway he had helped to blaze. One of the most important of these was George Brightman, often making use of the nom de plume Albert Parker, whose incisive article on A. Philip Randolph's March on Washington Movement 3 can be found in this chapter, along with a pioneering SWP pamphlet co-authored with Arthur Birch, the Detroit SWP organizer who utilized the pen name John Sanders. Also of great importance were the contributions of Carl Jackson, whose actual name was Edgar Kiemer, 1913-80, a black physician persecuted by the government for his open opposition to racism in the US Navy during the war. He was a member of the SWP from 1943 to 1947, and a regular columnist for the Militant. Reflected in this chapter is the fact that the SWP took up a number of anti-racist defense cases during the 1940s, the most dramatic and successful being that of James Hickman, on trial for retaliating against death by fire of a number of family members due to a slumlord's callous negligence, described here and recounted in detail in Joe Allen's recent book People Wasn't Made to Bum. 5. The version presented here of C.L.R. James's remarkable 1948 contribution, The Revolutionary Answer to the Negro Problem in the United States, provides a far richer and more detailed report than is available in the truncated version commonly circulated under the same title. A black worker who was a member of the SWP at that time describes his reaction upon hearing James's convention speech: "I felt I was floating. The Negro struggle would help bring the workers forward. That was complete for me." 6. Even before the Johnson-Forrest tendency left the SWP for a second and final time, however, it was by no means an automatic or simple matter for the SWP as a whole to translate the insights adopted at the 1948 convention into practical policy, as this black worker soon discovered to his great frustration, and as James himself predicted in his report. As we will see in the final volume of this documentary trilogy, this was a matter whose complexities us Trotskyists, black and white, continued to wrestle with through the 1950s and into the 1960s. One of the most persistent stalwarts in this effort to get it right was George Brightman, whose seminal essay When Anti-Negro Prejudice Began concludes this chapter. A committee of prominent Negroes, headed by A. Philip Randolph, president of the Brotherhood of Pullman Porters, is now engaged in furthering a march on Washington, which is scheduled to take place on July 1. Randolph has correctly described the national industrial and military situation. The whole national defense setup reeks and stinks with race prejudice, hatred, and discrimination. Responsible committees of Negroes who seek to intercede in behalf of the Negro being accorded the simple right to work in industries and on jobs serving national defense and to serve in the Army, Navy, and Air Corps, are given polite assurance that Negroes will be given a fair deal. But it all ends there. Nothing is actually done to stop discrimination. It seems to be apparent that even when well-meaning, responsible, top government officials agree upon